Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see third part: What if Harry Potter and Venom uncovered time travel? Here is short summary. When Harry bonds with Venom, their curiosity leads them to uncover Hermione's time turner. With time itself now within their grasp, how will they reshape the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry lay in his bed calmly staring at the ceiling above him whilst his roommates had fallen asleep. It appeared that everyone in Gryffindor's house wanted nothing more than to discuss the Triwizard Tournament. When Harry and the others finally got into Gryffindor Tower, the whole place was immediately drowned in noise. The older years all talked about how they would enter the tournament and how it would obviously be a Gryffindor representing the school. Meanwhile, the majority of the Gryffindors started to moan and complain about the age limit that had been placed on the tournament. Ron, in particular, had been very loud about it, feeling he had a pretty good chance at winning. On the other hand, Hermione was stuck between worrying about apparently being the only person who heard the part about people dying in the tournament and worrying about what she believed to be a horrific reveal about house elves. All of Harry's roommates had been excited about the tournament, even Neville was looking forward to watching it. But Harry wasn't excited, not at all. Past experience told him that if something could go wrong, then it was likely to go wrong. In his first year of school, he had nearly been killed by a curse on his broom, a troll, a three-headed dog and a possessed teacher. In his second year, he had to survive enthusiastically unintentionally near manslaughter by a crazy house elf whilst also dealing with a cowardly fraud, an evil book and a giant snake that could kill with a single look. In his third year, he had to deal with soul-beeping demons, werewolves, an escaped prisoner and a dickhead disguised as a rat. Meaning, Harry was not liking his chances of a quiet year. Not to mention the fact that nearly everything goes wrong on Halloween, and that's when the selection process would take place. "Don't worry, we'll be fine," Venom reassured him. "Doesn't mean it won't be annoying," Harry replied irritably. "Something's bound to go wrong. I know it. You need a distraction," Venom decided suddenly. "It's been a while since we last saw the spiders, let's go visit them." "And do what?" Harry asked. "Maintain our dominance over them," Venom answered in a voice that made it clear he was surprised that Harry hadn't immediately understood. "You know what I could do with a distraction," Harry agreed, pushing his covers off of him before he got out of bed. A second later his body was covered in a familiar black goo, leaving him in his slim Venom look. "Ready whenever you are," Harry said. Venom leapt out of the nearest open window and dove downwards, relishing in the feeling of the wind. A large tentacle shot out of his arm and grabbed onto the side of the castle, allowing him to swing away from it. Venom released it at the highest point of the swing. His goo form shifted and soon he had a pair of squirrel-like wings attached from his wrists to his hip. Venom glided away from the castle and towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. He gently landed outside of the castle and retracted his glider wings and turned himself invisible before making the rest of the way on foot. Once he had entered the forest, he had allowed himself to become visible again as he leapt into the air and began swinging through the trees. After a short while he had managed to reach the Acromantula's nest. The spiders all bowed their heads to him as he passed them before landing in the center of the nest. "Your kings have returned," Venom announced, each and every spider giving him their full attention. "We still run this place, we still rule you all. Let any spider who challenges us step forward," he said challengingly, looking around at the spiders. After a few moments when none of the spiders moved, he continued speaking. "Tell us, what news do you all have for us?" "My king," one spider hesitantly crawled forwards. "The centaurs, we are at war with them. They shoot us with their pointed sticks, killing us spiders, young and elderly alike." "Centaurs," Venom repeated thoughtfully. "Send some spiders to them, we shall arrange for a meeting." "A meeting," the spider repeated. "A peace meeting," Venom replied. "We shall give them a chance to end this without bloodshed. Is there anything else to report?" "No, my king," the spider answered with a small bow. Report to me if anything changes," Venom grunted. "And from now on you shall all refer to us as kings." "Yes, may we ask what you plan to do now, my kings? Another spider spoke up. Are you aware of the creature that Slytherin held in his secret chamber? Venom asked, looking around at all of the spiders around him. The very enemy of spider kind, a basilisk. Venom growled dramatically, and the spiders all immediately began hissing. My other half killed it. Venom roared proudly, his face retracting to reveal Harry's. You're welcome. Harry grinned before Venom's face covered his once more. We have removed your biggest predator, Venom growled at the spider that had spoken up. Don't you dare question us. I apologize, the spider said quickly, crawling backwards fearfully. What we do is not your concern. Venom yelled. Continue as you have. Contact us when the centaurs have responded, Venom growled before leaping in the air and swinging away. We can't fight the centaurs. Harry hissed. I know, Venom growled. That's why we'll try to arrange a peace meeting with them. The spiders are too valuable a resource. They're a problem, Harry replied. I don't trust them, they could turn on us at any time. We're their kings, Venom argued. So was Aragog, not to mention the fact that they're a danger to the rest of the forest. What do you suggest then? Venom asked, realizing that Harry had a point. We need to find a way to get them out of the forest and somewhere else, Harry said. It'd be even better if we could do it legally. Acromantula silk makes a ton of money. Venom hummed appreciatively as he landed and stuck to the side of a large tree. We like money, he whispered as if only realizing that fact. Yeah, we do, Harry agreed. Fine, Venom said after a few moments. We'll add it to our to-do list. Next time we go out at night we should make sure to prepare a pepper-up potion beforehand, Harry thought as he covered a yawn whilst sitting down at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. You could just let me take over while you sleep, Venom pointed out. Nah, you might end up eating someone you shouldn't. Harry yawned once more before piling some food onto his plate. Are you okay, Harry? Ron asked suddenly. You look pretty tired, mate. Didn't sleep well, Harry shrugged. I blame Snape. What did Professor Snape do? Hermione blinked. I don't really know to be honest, Harry admitted. Then why are you blaming him? She couldn't help but ask. Because if he wants to blame everything on me then I can do the same with him, Harry declared before his gaze caught Professor Flitwick sitting at the teacher's table and conversing with Professor McGonagall. The rest of the teachers weren't there with the exception of Professor Sprout who had walked off to go chat with someone at the Hufflepuff table. Excuse me, I'll be back in a moment, Harry said, standing up. Where are you going? Ron blinked. I'm going to go talk to Professor Flitwick, he told them before walking straight to the teacher's table. And then I told Miss Goldstein that Professor Flitwick's voice trailed off as he saw Harry approaching. Can I help you, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked. I was hoping to talk to you and Professor Flitwick, if that's all right, Professor. Harry asked. What is this about? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Harry opened his mouth to respond but was quickly interrupted. Potter, Snape said, walking up to them. What are you doing here? Get back to your seat. I am opening the Chamber of Secrets. Harry said sarcastically. What do you think I'm doing? He asked whilst gesturing between himself and the two teachers in front of him. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said in a firm voice. Speak respectfully to Professor Snape, she told him, earning a smirk from Snape that only lasted a brief moment before the Scottish witch turned her attention to him. As for you, Severus, you should remember that Professor Flitwick and I have been teaching at this establishment since before you were born. If Mr. Potter was doing anything that he shouldn't be doing then we would have handled it ourselves. We don't require your assistance right now so please feel free to leave us and eat your breakfast. Snape stared at her with narrowed eyes for a moment before turning and walking off, his cape billowing behind him. That's the guy that I have to call, Professor. Harry couldn't help but ask. Nobody said you had to like it, Professor Flitwick shrugged. Now, Mr. Potter, what can we do for you? I wanted to talk to you both about Luna Lovegood, Harry started. She's a Ravenclaw and I suspect that her fellow Ravenclaws are bullying her. And why is that? Professor Flitwick frowned, looking quite upset. On the train, I saw a girl older than her threatening her and when I asked Luna, she said it was something that happened every few weeks. The older Ravenclaws told her that it was normal, she didn't want to bother you. He told Professor Flitwick. Really? Professor Flitwick asked slowly. An odd tone filled the usually cheery man's voice as he stared at the Ravenclaw table. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, he said, not pulling his eyes away from the Ravenclaw table. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall told him in a soft voice. Take 20 points to Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor, Harry nodded respectfully. Before I go, I wanted to let you know that Mrs. Tonks has asked me to inform you that she'll be in tomorrow on time for my lessons. She asked me to tell you early in case her owl hadn't arrived yet. I received it this morning, but thank you for informing me. She nodded to him before he turned around and walked back to his table. What was that about? Hermione asked as soon as he had sat down. Was talking to them about my potions lessons and about the Ravenclaws bullying Luna, Harry answered honestly. Somebody is bullying Luna, a feminine voice asked. Harry looked to his right and saw Ginny was now staring at him questioningly. Harry was somewhat surprised that the shy girl had finally managed to speak to him without blushing, but ignored it and pressed on. A few people in her house, Harry told her. I told Professor Flitwick about it. Thanks. Ginny frowned before staring at the Ravenclaw table and spotting Luna slowly slurping up a spoonful of cereal whilst also drumming her fingers on the table. Are you two friends or something? Harry asked curiously. We are, Ginny nodded. We haven't talked as much since school started, but she does live close to our house. I'm going to go talk to her, Ginny decided before standing up and heading over to the Ravenclaw table. What have people been saying about Loony anyway? Ron asked before tossing a bit of bacon into his mouth. Doing things like calling her Loony, Harry said with a mild glare before he noticed Hermione's plate was empty. Still not eating, huh? He asked whilst resisting the urge to roll his eyes. I'm not eating another spoon of anything made from South Avenue labor, Hermione said stubbornly, crossing her arms. Well, if you're okay with your grades being lowered, then that's up to you. Harry shrugged in a relaxed manner before he continued eating. What do you mean? Hermione said quickly, her eyes widening. Well, Harry took a moment to swallow his food. Food is essential for the physical well-being of your body, right? And if you don't have a sufficient amount of food, then that could make things harder on your body, making you more irritable and tired, and if you become more of those things, then your studying will be affected. Then your grades will naturally go down. But if you think starving yourself for this cause is worth it, then have at it, Harry told her in a casual voice before he focused on eating. Hermione didn't eat for the rest of breakfast, though her stomach did rumble quite a bit. I bet you she eats something before the day ends, Venom told Harry. Nah, Harry said confidently. She'll at least last the day due to pure stubbornness before breaking tomorrow when she decides to come up with a better alternative than starving herself. Anyway, I'll see you guys in class, Harry said as he stood up and started walking away, only to be interrupted by Malfoy and his two bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. So Potter, Malfoy drawled as he stopped in front of him. Good morning. Fantastic now that you're here, Harry said sarcastically. You know what's interesting? Malfoy smirked. Your mother's hips, Harry told him with a straight face before shoving Draco in the shoulder as he pushed past him and walked out of the hall. Venom, Harry mentally called to his alien companion. Yeah, there is a high chance that one day I am going to let you eat him, Harry informed him. Do what you will with that knowledge. So, Hermione, can't help but notice that you're eating, Harry commented the next day at breakfast. What happened to your hunger strike? He asked Hermione, who took a moment to swallow the bit of food in her mouth. I've decided that my hunger strike, as you called it, is not effective enough, Hermione replied. So, I am going to fill my stomach up and then I'm going to start getting to work on forming a club. What club? Ron asked, a bit of sausage hanging out of his mouth. Ron, please swallow your food first, Hermione groaned. Anyway, I'm going to start a club. I've already made one badge for it and I'm going to make some more when I have the time, she said, pulling out a blue badge. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Harry asked, looking at the green letters on the badge. Well, I was going to put, stop the outrageous abuse of our fellow magical creatures and campaign for a change in their legal status, but it wouldn't fit. Really? Harry asked sarcastically. So, I changed the name, continued Hermione, ignoring Harry for the moment. I am calling it the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Is that why the badge spells spew? Ron frowned. SPEW for short, Hermione told him, taking the badge and proudly pinning it against her robes. I'll make both of your badges as soon as I can. Oh, Ron blinked, staring at the badge on Hermione's robes like it would jump out at him. What? Harry blinked. Why are you making those badges for us? Because you're going to join me, Hermione said in an, it's so obvious, I'm surprised I have to tell you, voice. I'll take a pass on that for now, Harry replied slowly, eyeing the badge with barely concealed distaste. What? Hermione shrieked, causing a few nearby Gryffindors to stare at them. Hermione sent them apologetic looks before turning her attention back to Harry. What do you mean you're not going to join? You can't actually support S*Avery. I support S*Avery as much as I would support Snape in winning this year's Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award, Harry responded with a roll of his eyes. Hey, it could be his year. The Weasley twins called from a short distance down the table. Then what's the problem? Hermione demanded angrily. Why aren't you joining? Because we barely know anything about house elves, Harry pointed out. We don't know how they work, how they operate, what their needs and wants are. Harry, you remember Dobby. He was horribly mistreated, not to mention Mr. Crouch. I heard that he had an elf as well, one that he treated horribly. That's because they're both dickheads, Harry said bluntly. We don't know that all house elves are treated the same. I don't know about you, but if I'm going to start supporting a cause, then I'm at least going to do my research first. Yeah, because we're not dumbasses, Venom agreed. I mean, look at my mother, Harry continued. She was a Muggleborn like you. I bet she probably found out about house elves at one point too. I reckon if she herself didn't start a group to save them, then there was probably a good reason. Or maybe I'm the only one who can be bothered to do anything. Hermione huffed before standing up. She stopped and stared at him deeply for several seconds. You've changed a lot, Harry, she told him before storming off. What's her problem? Ron blinked. Not a clue, Harry sighed before taking a drink. Maybe it's her time of the month, Venom commented, causing Harry to spit his drink out. I can't wait. I heard from Fred and George that Moody's great, Ron told Harry as the trio walked over to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class along with the other Gryffindors. And those two rarely ever compliment teachers. He couldn't help but add. True, Harry nodded at that. He's a real one, you know, Ron said excitedly. Someone who's actually seen and done things. I know, Harry said patiently. Ron had said the same thing at least twice in the last 5 minutes. Tonks had told me all about him. Apparently he was her main trainer. Whoa, really? Ron gasped. Yeah, Harry confirmed with a small nod. According to her, he really earned the mad part of his nickname. Would hex the trainees randomly, and keep yelling about constant vigilance. Tonks told me that one time he reversed the knees on one Auror because he got too relaxed when he went to the bathroom. Wicked, Ron breathed out in an odd voice. Honestly, Ronald, I hardly see how getting your knees reversed is wicked. Hermione huffed, quickly walking past them and into the classroom, having walked a short distance behind them the whole time. You two really need to sort things out between the two of you, Ron whispered to Harry. Why should I? Harry questioned with a roll of his eyes. All I said was I'm not going to join her club without doing the proper research. If she doesn't like that, then that's up to her. I did nothing wrong, he added as they walked into the class and took their seats a couple of desks behind Hermione, who was sitting at the front. Soon the class was filled up with many chattering students. Shortly after, Professor Moody walked into the room, walking fairly fast for a man with a peg leg and a cane. Shut your traps, he said without taking a moment to even look at his students. He walked to the front as all of the students straightened up and sat still in their seats. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me to be, he growled as he walked over to the blackboard and began writing on it while his fake eye began spinning in seemingly random directions. End of discussion. Like me or hate me, you got a year with me and I've got a year with you before I can go back into my cozy little retirement. So be damn well sure that I plan to make the most of it. Miss Brown, that magazine had better be gone before I transfigure it into a woodpecker. He barked without turning back. Lavender Brown gulped before quickly putting away the magazine that she had been trying to show Parvati Patil. I understand your first teacher in this subject taught you a bit of theory, your next teacher taught you how to preen, and your last teacher mostly taught you about defending yourselves against dark creatures like boggarts and the likes. I will be teaching you primarily about curses along with other things such as not putting your chewing gum under your desk, Mr. Fingen. Blimey, Seamus exclaimed. Old Codger can see anything. He blurted out before a bit of chalk hit him right in the neck. And here across classrooms. Moody spat before summoning the chalk back to himself. He gestured to what he had written on the board, the unforgivable curses. Can anyone tell me about these? He asked, staring around the classroom. You, he grunted at Hermione when she raised her hand. The unforgivable curses are 3 horrible spells that have been forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, Hermione said with a slight shake of her voice. The use of any one of them would result in a life sentence in Azkaban. They're cruel and sadistic spells, sir. I don't think we should be learning about them in school. Then feel free to learn them out of class when someone attacks you with them. Moody barked. Now, can anyone tell me the name of an unforgivable curse? Go on. Don't be shy. He waited as a few students hesitantly raised their hands. You, Malfoy. He pointed to Draco. The Imperious Curse, Draco answered in a lazy drawl, a small smirk on his pale face. Ah yes, you probably learnt about that from your father, I reckon. Yes, he'd know all about that, wouldn't he? Moody said, mockingly mimicking Draco's drawl, wiping the smirk off of the Malfoy air. The Imperious Curse is a highly dangerous curse that allows the witch or wizard to take control of their victims' minds, forcing them to do whatever they want. Once under the control of this curse, the victim would happily jump off the highest tower in this castle if ordered to do so. Scores of witches and wizards in the last war claimed that they were acting under the influence of the curse. The hard part was discovering the difference between the honest ones and the liars. Personally, I don't think we've always made the right call on that front. He made a point to stare at Malfoy, who was glaring at him. Now, who can tell me another? You, he pointed to Neville. Gee, the Cruciatus Curse, Neville said, his voice shakier than Harry could ever recall hearing it. Correct, Moody grunted. The curse would cause a victim to be flooded with unimaginable pain, pain worse than any other method of torture. I've experienced it a couple of times myself, and each time I felt myself wishing for death instead. I can tell you now, that only the strongest of witches and wizards could last more than a few seconds under it. He said, giving Neville a subtle nod before turning his attention back to the rest of the classroom. Can anyone tell me the final curse? The killing curse, Hermione said quietly, just loud enough to be heard. Correct, Miss Granger, Moody nodded. Instant death if you're hit. Unless you're us, Venom said proudly. There's only one known survivor and he happens to be in this room, Moody said, both of his eyes focusing on Harry for a brief moment. Now, I've gotten special permission from Dumbledore to perform a little test on you all. In order to train you how to resist it, I will be putting you all under the Imperious Curse. He said, earning many loud gasps and shocked looks. But sir, you can't. Hermione cried out. That's horrible. Would you rather find out what it's like in a classroom or later when you're forced to kill your own family? Quote. Moody snapped at her. I've seen untrained wizards and witches taking out their closest friends and families, only to wake up and cry when they realize what they did. If you don't want to be part of this lesson and learn it in a controlled environment, then you know where the door is. Hermione stared at him for several moments, looking indecisive before shortly nodding her head and staying still. That's what I thought. Now, let's begin. Not even a minute after he had said that, Moody had started having the students line up to be put under the Imperious Curse. For many students, it was a humbling and scary experience as they watched and experienced the total power of the Imperious Curse. Moody had made Seamus comb his hair, he had made Lavender sing the Hogwarts motto, Parvati ended up cleaning Moody's desk for him, Dean slapped Semaus for messing up his hair not long after combing it. Ron was forced to do a cartwheel, Hermione had torn up a book, much to her horror when she was released from the curse, and Malfoy had been forced to do 30 push-ups, which Harry estimated to be about 25 more than Malfoy could do. By the end of it, Malfoy was a red-faced and sweaty mess who was helped back to his seat by the ever-loyal Crabbe and Goyle, all while muttering about how his father would hear about this. "Tell him, I dare you," was Moody's response before Harry was called up. "This'll be fun," Venom told Harry. "You ready, Potter?" Moody asked, aiming his wand at Harry. "Whenever you are, sir." Harry nodded. "That's the spirit boy, Imperio." He cast the spell. It hit Harry, who froze as he was hit with the spell. "Jump on the desk," a voice told him. "F*** off, this is my yard." Venom growled back instantly, severing the connection between Harry and the voice. Harry blinked before shaking his head and turning to a shocked Moody. "I didn't like it," he frowned, looking like he had smelt something horrible. "Merlin's groggy nutsack." Moody chuckled, looking absolutely delighted. "See that, everyone? Potter broke it. Damn instantly broke it. Well done, lad. 50 points to Gryffindor." He laughed. Harry gave him a small bow before walking back to his seat. "That was wicked, Harry," Ron whispered as soon as Harry had sat down. "How'd you do it?" Hermione shouted from her desk. "I'm Harry Potter." Harry smirked with a small shrug of his shoulders. Hermione glared at him heatedly before turning around in her seat and ignoring him. "Wow," Ron breathed out as all of the Hogwarts students sat at their house tables, waiting on the arrival of the other schools. "It's hard to believe, we're actually going to be able to see the Triwizard Tournament." "Yeah, it should be cool." Harry nodded. "I suppose it is interesting," Hermione said quietly. Harry resisted the urge to sigh. In the days building up to today, Hermione had barely spoken to him, and whenever she had, it was with short sentences. The girl was upset with him for not joining her club, which so far consisted of her, Ron, the two Creevey brothers, a first-year Gryffindor girl, and Neville Longbottom. Though Harry suspected that his two dorm mates only joined out of fear of what she would do if they didn't. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore called out. "Prepare yourselves, the schools will be arriving shortly." "Hey, how do you reckon the schools are going to get here?" Harry whispered to Ron. "I dunno, actually," the red-headed boy frowned thoughtfully. "I don't reckon they'd use portkeys." "Wouldn't work on Hogwarts grounds anyway," Hermione cut in. "Maybe they can apparate in here," Ron continued. "Depends if the legal age is the same over there." "You can't apparate into Hogwarts," Harry told him, narrowly beating Hermione. "Maybe they're all going to fly here then," Ron guessed, feeling pretty confident with his answer. "Honestly, Ronald, I doubt that," Hermione scoffed, rolling her eyes. "There are way too many things that could go wrong with so many students flying across such long distances, including but certainly not limited to the Muggles seeing them." "Invisibility boosters," Harry reminded her. "That's what Ron's dad did with his flying car. Would have probably worked too if the charm wasn't faulty." "Yeah," Ron quickly agreed. Look," a first-year Gryffindor yelled. Everyone soon started looking out of the windows to see what appeared to be perhaps a dozen gigantic horses that were the size of elephants, each equipped with their own pair of wings, flying through the air whilst pulling along a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage that was seemingly the size of a large house. They flew closer and closer before suddenly landing outside of the school. "Guess they did fly here after all," Ron said snidely to Hermione. "You were talking about flying on brooms and you know it." Hermione glared at him. "Ladies and gentlemen of Hogwarts," Dumbledore's voice cut off any response that Ron might have had, saving Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors from listening to another argument between the two. "I would like you all to please join me in welcoming our visiting school from France, the lovely ladies and gentlemen of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and their esteemed headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxime." The doors opened to reveal several boys and girls dressed in light blue robes. Walking in front of them was most definitely the largest woman that Harry had ever seen, taller than even Hagrid. She supported short black hair that ended around the middle of her neck, bright silver earrings, and was covered with various different bits of shiny jewelry which seemed to match the sparkly dress that she was wearing. To top off the look, she also had a large black fur coat that covered her upper body. "Whoa," Ron breathed out. "They don't make them like that at Hogwarts," he said, staring at the Bobaton girls, not noticing the offended looks from the girls in hearing distance. Whoa, check out that girl, he hissed to Harry, she's gotta be a Vila, he whispered in an odd voice. Huh, Harry said intelligently before turning his attention to the girl that Ron had pointed to. Harry's first thought was that the blue-eyed, bee-owned girl was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. Tonks's beauty was unique, whilst this girl's beauty appeared to be more along the lines of perfection, looking like she had stepped out of the dreams of every teenage boy. The second thought that Harry had was one of recognition, recognizing the girl from the Quidditch World Cup, mostly remembering Venom saving her from a bunch of Death Eaters. You're welcome, Venom said as if it was no big deal. She's all right, I guess, Harry said, turning his attention away as the new arrivals began walking towards Dumbledore. All right, Ron, Seamus and Dean repeated dumbly as if they couldn't believe what he had just said. She's beauty incarnate, Seamus said reverently. I've dreamt about girls that don't look as nice as her, Dean added unashamedly. I hope she likes redheads, Ron whispered hopefully as they walked past. The redhead took a moment to, discreetly, stare at the backsides of the girls while patting down a few stray tufts of hair. Oh honestly, Hermione huffed, pulling everyone's attention to her. That girl is not that good looking, she said, looking quite annoyed with the attention that the male population of Hogwarts seemed intent on giving her. Hermione, she's a Vila, Ron said with an air of authority. She's got to be, he said, staring in her direction whilst licking his lips. She is very pretty, Neville quietly agreed, shifting slightly in his seat, feeling torn between wanting to look at her and wanting to look away. Harry didn't react to her, Ginny pointed out, sitting nearby with her friends. I have self-control, thank you very much, Harry replied before sending a lopsided grin to Ginny and her friends. Besides, the girls at Hogwarts are more than good enough for me, he added with a wink, earning a giggle from the girls, their faces going red as they started whispering amongst each other. If Ron had not been so busy trying to stare at the French girls, then he might have not appreciated Harry flirting with his sister. However, he was a bit too busy gaping at the girls to notice. Nice, Venom said approvingly. Madame Maxime, it is good to see you again, Dumbledore said, greeting the French headmistress. She extended her hand and Dumbledore, tall as he was, leaned up to key her knuckles. It is good to see you too, Dumbledore, Maxime smiled brightly at him, speaking in a heavy French accent. Please, have your students sit wherever they like, I'm sure they must be tired, Dumbledore said pleasantly. Of course, she replied, gesturing the students to go. I'd like to ask about our transport, my Abraxan horses will need a particularly strong hand to manage them. In that case, I'm happy to introduce you to Professor Hagrid, Dumbledore smiled brightly, gesturing to Hagrid who had a light blush on his face. He will be more than capable of caring for them, he told Madame Maxime who looked somewhat doubtful about that. Meanwhile, the Bobaton girls and boys had chosen to sit down at the Ravenclaw table, perhaps because they were the table with the Blue House logo. Either way, Harry was glad that he had his back to them as he didn't fancy staring at the French girl from earlier. He didn't think the chances of her recognizing him were high given that he had been all Venom ISED at the time, but he would still prefer to not stare at her. He'd probably look like a beep, a bit like how Ron was looking at the moment. Lucky gits, Ron said jealously, staring over his shoulders. And now, let us please welcome our friends from the north, Dumbledore spoke once more. Let us please give a warm Hogwarts welcome to Headmaster Karkaroff and the Durmstrang Institute. The doors to the hall opened once more to allow in a man that was apparently the visiting school's headmaster. The man was tall and thin just like Dumbledore. He had an unctuously cheerful demeanor which included a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, which were blue and remained cold and unmoving. His weak chin was not completely covered by his goatee, which ended with a small curl. His teeth were yellow and he was dressed in sleek, silver furs. Following behind him were several students dressed in fur cloaks, fur hats, and blood-red robes. Merlin's stubby testicles, Ron blurted out in a voice filled with shock and awe, looking even more excited than when he had seen the Bobaton girls. Guys, look, it's Victor Crumb, he whispered. It was a very large shout, actually, to the other Gryffindors. Harry followed his gaze and spotted Krum, a burly boy with a small goatee. Harry recognized him as the seeker from the Bulgarian team at the Quidditch World Cup. The boy was arguably the best seeker in the world. Poor guy, Harry thought to himself as the boy looked quite uncomfortable with all the attention he was getting, especially after Ron's quiet outburst. As the Durmstrang students walked forwards, Harry couldn't help but notice that Krum had managed to put a few students in between him and the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore, the Durmstrang headmaster said cheerfully as he greeted Dumbledore with an enthusiastic hug. Igor, Dumbledore smiled back, returning the brief hug. It's good to see you, he said pleasantly. Please, take a seat wherever you wish. Sit here, sit here. Ron yelled happily but was ignored when all of the Durmstrang students headed over to the Slytherin table. What? Ron asked in a quiet voice as he watched them sit down. His expression shifted into one of disbelief when he spotted Krum sitting next to Malfoy. Ron quickly looked away, not wanting to risk seeing Malfoy's gloating face. I'm not going to lie, this kind of feels like the start of a bad romance story, Harry commented, gesturing between Ron and Krum, earning a few laughs from nearby Gryffindors. Oi, Ron protested. It's not like that. You brought a poster and like 2 figures of him at the World Cup, Harry pointed out. It was a 2-for-1 offer, asshole. Language, Ron, Hermione said, automatically. And now that we are all here, we should probably begin with a few announcements. Dumbledore declared. I, however, would much rather prefer if we eat first. Enjoy everyone. He clapped his hands and suddenly the tables were all filled with food, prompting the students to begin eating. Hey, what's all this? Ron blinked as he stared at a few dishes that were definitely not your normal English dishes. I recognize a few of these, they're French dishes, Hermione said thoughtfully. Dumbledore probably mixed in these dishes for the other students, Harry guessed. Maybe also so that we could try it. No thank you, Ron sniffed, putting a few chicken wings onto his plate. I'm happy with nice and traditional British food. With how happy you are, I'm surprised that you're not the same size as Crabbe and Goyle, Harry replied in an amused manner. I've got a few years before my food catches up with me, thank you very much, Ron said, sending him the finger before they all started eating. Harry was at least willing to try the foreign dishes, some he liked, others he didn't, and some were okay. Venom cared very little for anything that wasn't brains or chocolate. About 10 minutes into eating, Harry felt slightly odd all of a sudden, like there was something tingling at the back of his head. He looked up and noticed that the Gryffindor boys had gone glassy-eyed and were each suffering from various degrees of dropped jaws. The girls, on the other hand, were supporting either neutral or downright hostile looks. We got company, Venom told him a few seconds before Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. The young wizard turned around in his seat and found himself staring straight into a pair of bright blue eyes. The girl from before was standing in front of him, the one that Ron was sure was Avila, the one that he had rescued from the World Cup. He gave her a questioning look. She stared at him for a moment before she opened her mouth to speak. Are you done with the bouillabaisse? She asked, in an accented voice that sent pleasurable shivers into the bodies of the nearby boys. Harry could admit to himself that it didn't really matter if the girl was Vila or not, she was ridiculously attractive. Still, he refused to allow himself to act like the other boys. Yeah, Ron said quickly. It was brilliant. You never tried any of it, Hermione muttered. Would that be this one? Harry asked, pointing to one of the dishes. Non, that one, she gestured to what appeared to be a soup of some kind. You can have it, Harry said, picking it up and holding it out for her. Merci beaucoup, she nodded to him as she took it from her, her fingers brushing against his as she took it. Have we met before? She asked suddenly. I don't believe so, miss. Harry trailed off, giving her a questioning look. Delacour, she answered. Je m'appelle Fleur Delacour. Pleasure to meet you, Harry said, having learnt at least enough French from school to understand that she was introducing herself. Nice to meet you, Miss Gem Apples, Ron said with an overly friendly smile, causing her to stare at him, her face scrunching up slightly before she turned back to Harry. Au revoir, she said to him before she turned and walked away with enviable grace. Harry quickly turned away, not wanting to be accused of trying to stare at her back. Not that the other boys had the same problem, looking like the imperious curse itself was compelling them to look. She seemed all right, I guess, Harry shrugged before going back to his food. Hey, look up there. Harry gestured up to the staff table where the foreign headmasters were sitting on either side of Dumbledore. Sitting next to them also happened to be none other than Percy Weasley. Percy, Ron gaped. What the hell is he doing here? Probably something related to the tournament, I guess, Harry hummed thoughtfully. Well, he does work in the Ministry of Magic now, doesn't he? Hermione spoke up. Maybe he's a representative or something. I guess we'll find out soon, Harry said, noticing that Dumbledore looked ready to make another speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore stood up and spoke once everyone had finished eating. I am glad that we all have been gifted the great privilege of having full stomachs. Now, in regards to the tournament. The Triwizard Tournament, as you all know, is a prestigious event, a major part of wizarding history. Each school will select a champion to represent them in the tournament. The 3 champions shall compete in 3 tasks, and the winner will be the champion who manages to get his or her hand on the Triwizard Cup. At this moment the doors to the hall opened and the caretaker, Filch, began dragging in something on a cart, bringing it all the way to the center of the hall. Whatever it was big and covered in a massive gray carp. Thank you, Mr. Filch, Dumbledore thanked the old caretaker before addressing the rest of the hall. In the spirit of the Triwizard Tournament, we have chosen to use the same judge that has selected every single Triwizard Tournament champion since the very beginning of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you to the Goblet of Fire. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore removed the carp, revealing what appeared to be a giant wooden goblet with blue flames coming out of the edges. Any student of age can submit their name into the goblet. Doing so indicates one's willingness to enter the tournament, and if you are selected then there is no backing out, so please choose carefully about entering. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. The goblet will make its decision tomorrow night on Halloween. I hate Halloween, Harry mumbled under his breath. The goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to once more impress upon any of you who wish to enter this, if you are chosen a binding magical contract will compel you to compete. There is no backing out, choose wisely. Now, allow me to please introduce you all to Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Dumbledore gestured to Ludo who was sitting next to Professor Flitwick, the ex-Quidditch player who gave everyone a cheery wave. He has been instrumental in bringing back this tournament, and will serve as a judge during the tasks along with myself, Headmaster Karkaroff, Madame Maxime and the representative from the Ministry of Magic, Percy Weasley. He gestured to Percy. The redhead proudly puffed out his chest, though he did look somewhat disappointed when the hall didn't applaud him. Now, I will allow you all to go to enjoy a good night's rest. I personally find that a good night's sleep is far more enjoyable than any energy potion one can make. He's probably never tried any of the good stuff, Harry heard one of the Weasley twins whisper to the other. Harry was incredibly tempted to ask them what exactly the good stuff was but decided that he probably didn't want to know. Ah, and one more thing before you leave, Dumbledore quickly added. Due to the unfortunate incident at the Quidditch World Cup, the Ministry has decided that some extra security was needed. Therefore, starting tomorrow morning, we shall have several of our great country's finest Aurors joining us here in Hogwarts. The Aurors will be here for all of our protection, and they shall be doing their best not to interfere in your day or disrupt your education. Now, off to bed all of you. Hey, Venom said as Harry started standing up. Maybe they'll send Tonks again. That'd be great, Harry grinned as he thought about it. Why are you smiling? A voice interrupted, and Harry turned to see Ron and Hermione staring at him questioningly. Harry, well aware that he couldn't really admit that he was talking to the voice in his head, at least without sounding crazy, worked his incredibly advanced intellect to the max to think up the most appropriate answer he could possibly have thought of. I was thinking about beeps. Harry let out a small yawn as he walked over to the Ollery, intending to go see Hedwig. He had quickly grown tired of the atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room. All anybody could talk about was the tournament and the visiting schools. The conversations usually ranged from the French girls' butts to the tournament to Victor Crumb being here to the French girls' beasts to the Gryffindor girls complaining about all the attention the boys were giving to the French girls' butts and beasts. It was exhausting. It didn't take long for him to reach the Ollery, and after climbing up the stairs he was about to enter it when he heard a familiar feminine voice. "Come here, please." The accented voice rang in his ears just before he stepped into the room and saw that girl that he had met yesterday, the one that he and Venom had saved. Fleur Delacour, if he remembered right. The girl currently had her back to him as she was reaching up with owl treats in her hand as she tried to coax down a specific owl. Harry took a moment to appreciate the quite frankly beautiful sight in front of him. Her school uniform seemed to really suit her, before coughing and clearing his throat, causing her to realize that she was no longer alone. "I am not interrupting anything, am I?" Harry asked quietly as he slowly walked over. "Non," she said with a slight shake of her head. "I am merely trying to call this owl over," she said, gesturing to Hedwig who was perched up high and staring down at Fleur with an unimpressed look. "I was not able to bring my family owl with me, and all of my school's owls are currently in use. All these owls around us and you want to call down that specific one?" Harry asked whilst gesturing to all the other owls in the room. "Why, if you want to send a letter then you could use any of them." "Yes," Fleur nodded, "but that owl is the prettiest one here, and I know that my sister would like to see her." "Ah, well let me help you out with that," Harry said before he whistled. A second later Hedwig had flown over and landed on the perch nearest to him. "Hey girl, how are you doing today?" Harry asked, reaching his hand out to stroke her head, smiling when she leaned into his touch. "This is your owl," she realized. "Yeah, her name is Hedwig," Harry said with a small smile. "And she is indeed the prettiest owl here." His smile became even wider when Hedwig's chest puffed out and she let out a happy chirp. "Yes, you are. Yes, you are," Harry added affectionately as he continued to pet her. "Hello Hedwig," Fleur said, leaning her hand forward to offer Hedwig the owl treats she had. "She never takes letters from anyone apart from me," Harry explained to Fleur as Hedwig ate up the treats in front of her. "May I?" Harry asked, holding out a hand. Fleur stared at him for a moment before reaching a hand into the side of her uniform and pulling a letter out of a pocket that Harry had not previously seen. "Thank you," she said, handing the letter to Harry. "Hedwig, it's a bit of a long trip, you rested?" Harry asked his beloved owl. Hedwig lightly nipped him on the fingers, a clear reprimand for him even considering the idea that she was ever not ready to deliver a letter. "My sincere apologies," Harry said with a smile before tying the letter to Hedwig's leg. "Whenever you're ready," Harry told her. Hedwig chirped before taking flight and flying out of the Ollery. "She's the best," Harry instantly told Fleur who simply nodded at that. "She is a wonderful owl, if a bit picky," Fleur agreed. "We met at the feast, you and I." "Indeed we did, Miss Delacour, right?" Harry asked. "Or Miss Gem Apples, if you prefer," Fleur said. The beautiful Beyond looked somewhat torn between amusement and annoyance. "I'm sorry for that," Harry apologized, not entirely sure why he felt like saying sorry when he had not done anything wrong. Perhaps it was because Ron was his friend. He is a bit much at times, but he has his good moments. "I'm sure," Fleur said dryly. "Excuse me now, I need to return to the Beauxbaton carriage." "I'm leaving as well, actually," Harry told her. She paused and stared questioningly at him. "Well, I had only come up here to spend some time with Hedwig," he admitted. "Oh, I'm sorry for." "It's fine." Harry waved her off before turning around and heading to the door with her following after him. "She enjoys the exercise. I hardly ever have any letters for her to send during the school year." "Do you not send any letters to friends or family?" she asked curiously. "I don't have any outside of school," Harry shrugged. "I'm your friend," Venom pointed out quickly. "Yeah, and you're not outside of school, you're in my head," Harry reminded him. What about you? Harry asked Fleur. Do you have many friends or family? None, Fleur said with a slight shake of her head, enjoying this conversation so far. It was not often that she could simply talk to a boy like this. I have my parents and my sister, she said, stumbling slightly over her words. Lucky, Harry told her before a frown appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I never introduced myself. I am Harry Potter. I know, she cut him off, looking slightly amused. Even in France, we have heard of you, she added. Ah, Harry said simply. What gave me away? My scar, he asked knowingly. Non, your pretty eyes, the legend of them has traveled across the entire continent, Fleur said matter-of-factly, causing Harry to nearly stumble as he looked at her with a shocked expression. Though it was mostly your scar, she added with a small smirk. Ha ha, Harry gave her a fake laugh. You're hilarious, he rolled his eyes. I am hilarious, Fleur said with a pleased expression. Most people don't seem to realize that, she added in a disappointed voice. The fact that you do already puts you as an above-average intellect. With my help, we'll become above an above-average intellect, Venom declared suddenly. Thanks, Harry said simply, ignoring the voice in his head with ease. So, are you going to be entering the tournament? He asked curiously. Of course, I will, Fleur replied, daintily brushing a stray strand of hair out of her face. I am the best hope my school has of winning this tournament. Well, you're certainly confident, Harry commented, somewhat impressed by how the girl had just said that like it was a given fact that everyone above the age of 3 should understand. Of course, Fleur nodded. I have trained far too hard and for far too long to be anything less. Approaching anything without confidence is, how you say, dumb luck. I know my capabilities and I will not pretend to be anything less than what I am. It's not fun, is it? Harry said sadly. Pretending, he added when she gave him a questioning look. Pretending to be something that you're not, it's never fun, is it? Nor is it necessary, she told him. Be whoever you are, to be anything less is a shame for you. That's some sound advice, Harry nodded to her. I think that. Watch her, a voice called, stopping the two of them. The two turned around and Harry saw Tonks steadily jogging towards them, dressed in her aura robes while keeping her now green hair at shoulder length. Tonks, Harry grinned. Long time no see, Been ages. Tonks laughed as she stopped in front of them and pulled Harry into a strong hug, pulling away several seconds later. Anyway, surprise, she said loudly before gesturing to herself. One ace metamorphic aura in the flesh, for your protection of course. I've never felt safer, Harry said in an amused voice. Hi, Tonks turned to Fleur. Nice to meet you, who are you though? Fleur, this is Tonks, she's an aura and a good friend of mine, Harry told Fleur before turning to Tonks. Tonks, this is Fleur Delacour, she's from Beaubaton and apparently she's the next winner of the Triwizard tournament. Oh, well, lucky you then, Tonks said before her hair turned to match the same color as Fleur's. Fleur stared at her unblinkingly for several seconds before speaking. Are you aware that your hair has changed color? Fleur asked slowly. Oh yeah, Tonks nodded simply. Fleur simply nodded at that before turning to Harry. I shall perhaps see you later, Mr. Potter, she told him before walking away. Wonder what's her problem? Tonks frowned. Excellent, Harry. Andromeda smiled brightly as she stared over his shoulder while he stirred his potion. After a few more seconds of stirring, his hands reached for the area where he had set up his ingredients. He had to admit that potions were far easier when one actually had the time to sort and organize their ingredients before immediately jumping in on making the potion. He took a handful of lily flower leaves and gently dropped them into his sea green potion before stirring 8 times in an anti-clockwise motion while Andromeda stood behind him, waiting patiently and watching him like a hawk. It was much less unpleasant than when Snape did it, mostly because he knew Andromeda was genuinely trying to make sure that Harry could make a decent potion while Snape was clearly waiting and hoping that Harry would make a mistake of some kind so he could pounce on him. Admittedly, it also helped that Andromeda looked and smelled far better than Snape ever could. And I think you're done now, Andromeda told him. Harry stopped and looked at his potion, seeing that it was now the appropriate shade of forest green required. That doesn't look half bad, Harry said, looking up at her for approval. Andromeda stared at his potion for a moment before turning to him and giving him a nod. Agreed, I reckon if that had been graded then you would have probably gotten exceeds expectation grade, she told him. Now, what do you think you could have done to make it even better? I think if I had stirred a bit slower on the second stage it would look better, and if I had added a bit more wyvern toenail powder then it would have been made faster, Harry guessed. Am I right? You are indeed correct, Andromeda nodded. Well, I suppose that's all for today. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry. Thanks, Harry nodded. Are you going to be staying to see the tournament selection? Not really, Andromeda shook her head. It's not really my cup of tea, truth be told. I'd much rather be at home with a warm cup of hot chocolate and a pleasant book. Fair enough, Harry said. Yes, I'll get you some hot chocolate, he mentally added to Venom before the alien symbiote could speak. Excellent, Venom replied. Well, have fun, enjoy your chocolate and your book, Harry told her before making his way to the exit. Once he got outside he ended up nearly bumping into Tonks. Oh, hi Tonks, Harry smiled. If you're here to see your mum then she's free now. Swell, Tonks grinned. How's the potion lessons going? Not bad, Harry shrugged. He's a right sight better at it than you are, Nymphadora, Andromeda called in from the still open door. Don't call me that name, Tonks groaned. It's your name, Andromeda reminded her. That's your fault, Tonks argued. Harry likes it, Andromeda pointed out. Harry's a weird little git. Tonks shot back before turning to Harry. No offense, she added quickly and apologetically. It's all right, Harry coughed. I am tempted to be sad about it, but I have just the thing to keep me happy. Oh yeah, what's that? Tonks asked curiously. Harry smiled at her before leaning forward and whispering into her ear. A normal name, Nymphadora. He grinned before pulling back and quickly walking off. Have fun. I hate you. No, you don't. It's rubbish that we can't enter, Ron complained to Harry just before the tournament selection ceremony started. Many students from all three schools had placed their names in with the hopes of being selected as the next Triwizard champion, though none of the underage students had tried to enter. At least not since Fred and George's failed attempt to get past the age line with an aging potion. Their plan seemed to have worked for all of 5 seconds before they were booted out of the line with large gray beards. The Aurors had descended down on them not even a second later, and the two had been brought straight to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. After a rather lengthy lecture from both teachers and Aurors, the two were then finally let go. Right now, all of the students and teachers are in the Great Halls. Some additional benches had been placed all around the walls of the hall for the additional students, while the Goblet of Fire was placed in the middle of the Great Hall. Harry, along with most of the Gryffindors in his year, were sitting at the bench on the right side of the hall. There were several Aurors scattered all around the hall. Harry spotted Tonks by the side chamber at the back of the hall. I don't know, mate. You can wait till you're of age. Hopefully, they will have another tournament then, Harry replied, trying to cheer Ron up. The redhead had been upset all day at the fact that he couldn't enter. Wait, but we're in our 4th year. If they do it 3 years from now then I should be in my 7th year, Ron said thoughtfully. Unless they're a bit late, then it'll start in the year after. Well, there's not much you can do about that, Harry shrugged. Unless I fail a year and get held back, Ron said in a hopeful voice. Ronald Weasley, Hermione blurted out from behind them. You most certainly will not be failing a year just for a tournament. But Hermione, I could win 1,000 galleons. Ron whined. If you get a good job then you can make many thousands. Hermione argued, glaring at him. Good jobs do equal fixed income, Harry added helpfully, causing Ron to send him a betrayed look. Exactly, Hermione sniffed. You could get a nice job working at the ministry, she told Ron. Yeah, I could make a few galleons listening to Perfect Percy prattle on about his pretty cauldron thickness regulations, Ron snorted. Hermione opened her mouth with a retort at the ready and was about to lay into him when Dumbledore walked into the center of the hall. Every pair of eyes in the hall focused on the elderly headmaster, who stood with a pleased smile on his face. Greetings everyone, Dumbledore said pleasantly, his voice booming throughout the hall. "I am thankful for the patience that you have all shown today, but now, your wait is finally over. Now is the time where we decide who will be our next Triwizard champion." He paused as many around the hall began clapping and allowed them to clap for a moment before he continued speaking. "Very soon, the Goblet of Fire will choose a champion for each school. These champions will then head to the side chamber behind me, and when the time comes they will represent their school in 3 different tasks, and the winner of these tasks will go home with not just a place in the history books, but also a whopping 1,000 galleon prize and the Triwizard Cup." He told them, earning some very loud cheers. Quiet down," he said gently, gesturing them to be quiet. "It is time for the Goblet of Fire to make its decision," he announced. Suddenly the flames of the goblet flared a bright red, burping out a small piece of parchment that was a bit charred on the sides. The paper rested in the air for a brief moment before floating down into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Dumbledore stared at the paper for a moment before looking down at the name that was written on it. "For Bobaton Academy," Dumbledore announced, everyone hanging on his every word. "Fleur Delacour." "Blimey," Ron whispered to Harry, his gaze quickly being pulled towards where the French school was sitting. At once a large portion of Bobaton girls burst into tears due to not being chosen, whilst the great majority of the hall, especially the male population, began cheering wildly for the stunning French beauty. Though many girls like Hermione had simply huffed and rolled their eyes. Fleur stood up from her seat gracefully, a small smile on her face, seeming as unsurprised as one could be in this situation as she walked over to Dumbledore, ignoring the eyes gazing at her from all around the hall. She politely took the parchment from him before walking to the side chamber. As she did, she took a glance around the hall and spotted Harry, who gave her a quick thumbs up. She gave him the briefest of smiles before she turned her focus back to the side chamber and noticed that Tonks was standing at the entrance. "Watch her." Tonks smiled when Fleur approached. "Congrats." She smiled brightly at Fleur, who stared for a moment at the pink-haired Auror. "Thank you." Fleur nodded appreciatively at her before she walked into the chamber. "Well, that went better than our last meeting," Tonks said to herself, sounding quite pleased. "And now," Professor Dumbledore continued, "we move on to our next champion." He waited patiently as a second champion's name was spat out of the Goblet of Fire. "And now for the champion that will represent the great school of Durmstrang." Dumbledore took a moment to read the name. "It's none other than Victor Crumb," he announced, earning a monstrous amount of cheers from all 3 schools, not unexpected given how popular Quidditch was in the wizarding world. Though none had cheered louder than Crumb's headmaster, Karkaroff, even though Ron had come close. Who else would it be? Ron had laughed as Victor Crumb stood up, his face looking as gruff as usual. The surly-faced Quidditch champion walked over to Dumbledore and took the parchment from the headmaster with barely a nod. "We move on to the third and final contestant," Dumbledore said once Crumb had left and the cheering had died down. "Who do you reckon it'll be?" Ron whispered to Harry. "I'm hoping Angelina, to be honest," Harry whispered back, though he was heard by Angelina, who was sitting a short distance away. "Thanks, Harry," Angelina smiled at him. "You're welcome," Harry smiled back. The Goblet of Fire flared once more before a third name popped out and floated down into Dumbledore's waiting hands. "The champion of Hogwarts is..." Dumbledore paused dramatically. "Cedric Diggory." Cheers filled the hall, but none as loud as the cheers that came from Hufflepuff as Cedric Diggory stood up with a bright smile and walked to Dumbledore, happily taking his parchment from him before heading off to the chamber. "Damn it," Angelina groaned in a disappointed voice. "Sorry, Angelina," Harry said sincerely. "But look on the bright side, at least you're still better looking than Diggory," he added with a small grin. Yeah, I suppose I do at least have that going on for me," she hummed, trying not to look too bummed out. Good luck to all of our champions. Now that the champions have been chosen, I'd like to inform you of." Dumbledore trailed off as the Goblet of Fire flared up once more. "What's going on?" Harry whispered to his friends. "I don't know," Hermione frowned, staring at the goblet like it was a difficult puzzle. A fourth piece of parchment shot out and floated down towards a stunned Dumbledore, who seemed to catch it without realizing that he had done so. The old headmaster blinked before reading the parchment, his eyes widening as he did so. Dumbledore mumbled something under his breath before finally looking up. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said quietly, his voice still easily heard throughout the deathly silent hall. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called once more, and every pair of eyes all shifted towards Harry. "What the F***?" Venom blurted out in Harry's head. "That's some bullshit," Harry protested loudly. "What the F***?" Venom repeated. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore coughed. Please come and collect your name and then head to the side chamber." "I didn't enter," Harry said, not moving an inch. "Harry," Hermione hissed at him from her seat behind him whilst Ron was glaring at him. "Go," she said, trying to nudge him out of his seat, but he wasn't budging. "You go," Harry hissed back before turning to Dumbledore. "I didn't enter my name, end of story." "Yeah right," Draco called from across the hall. "You can never pass up a chance to gain attention, can you, Potter?" "Oh, I just know that the guy wearing that much hair gel did not just complain about someone trying to gain attention," Harry replied. "Zip it, Malfoy, nobody's talking to you," he told Draco, whose face turned a Weasley shade of red. "That's quite enough out of both of you," Dumbledore cut in sternly, cutting off Malfoy's response. "I didn't enter my name into the tournament," Harry told Dumbledore. "I believe you, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore nodded to him. "Nonetheless, I would still like you to please head to the side chamber so we can discuss this." "That's some bullshit," Harry muttered under his breath as he stood up and began walking to Dumbledore, feeling a great many judgmental stare directed at him. "This'll be just like the second year," Venom told Harry. "Remember the Chamber of Secrets rumors?" "Once again, bullshit," Harry mentally replied as he took a piece of parchment from Dumbledore. "Though this isn't like your second year, you've got me now," Venom reminded him. "You're right, I do," Harry mentally grinned. "Please head to the side chamber, Harry," Dumbledore said, speaking in a quiet voice. "Give me a moment," Harry told him before speaking out loud to the rest of the hall. "Remember my second year?" he asked out loud, "when all of you thought that I was the heir of Slytherin and that I was going around petrifying people? Remember that?" Nobody responded to him, though many people were whispering amongst themselves. "Harry," Dumbledore tried to speak, but Harry quickly continued. "You were wrong about me then and you're wrong about me now," Harry told them. "But this isn't like my second year. Try to mess with me this time and I'll whoop all your asses." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said sharply. "Sir?" Harry asked innocently before walking off towards the chamber. "Harry, you all right?" Tonks asked him in a concerned voice as soon as he got close enough. "I've been worse," Harry grunted before walking into the side chamber. "You know, we haven't used that time turner in a while," he told Venom. "I was thinking the exact same thing," Venom agreed. "Harry," Cedric blurted out as soon as Harry had entered the chamber. Cedric along with the other champions looked quite confused by his presence. "Do they want us back in the hall?" Fleur asked. "What's going on?" Cedric spoke once more. "Some bullshit, that's what," Harry huffed as he took a stop next to a pillar and leaned against it, crossing his arms. "Some cunt tossed my name into the goblet of fire, and now apparently they want me to compete." "What?" Cedric blinked, looking as stunned as the other champions. "But that cannot be," Fleur protested. "This is the Triwizard Tournament. Tri, for, triple, and triple, means three, does it not?" she asked the other two champions, both of whom nodded in agreement. "Exactly," Harry said happily, giving her a grateful look. "Tell everyone else that, they appear to have forgotten. I already told them all that I hadn't entered." "It's true, I've been watching him all day," Venom added in, even though only Harry could hear him. It was at that moment that Dumbledore entered the room, followed by the other tournament judges, Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of the other Aurors that had been assigned to Hogwarts, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. "Harry," Dumbledore said, quickly stopping in front of him. "Why did you do that? I told you already, I hadn't entered." "Not that," Dumbledore said, dismissing his response with an agitated wave. "I'm referring to you threatening your fellow students." "You threatened everyone." Crumb blinked, looking minutely shocked. "They don't listen when you are nice," Harry shrugged. I'm not having another year of getting unfairly accused of something I didn't do. I'm also not about to pull another miracle out of my A*s just to prove people wrong. You could have brought your concerns to me or your other teachers, Dumbledore told Harry, gesturing to Professor McGonagall. You didn't do anything in my second year, why would I expect this year to be different? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore, Madame Maxime spoke up. We have important things to discuss right now, like how this boy is entered in the tournament. Madame Maxime, Fleur quickly cut in. He cannot compete, there are already 3 champions. This is the Triwizard Tournament. Tri, for, triple, and, triple, means 3, does it not? Thank you, Harry told her, sending her an amused look at her for knowingly repeating the exact same words. She's right, he told the rest. There are already 3 champions, and I didn't enter. So do me a favor and please just allow me to go back to my seat in the Great Hall. I don't want anything to do with this tournament, Harry said in a firm voice. Well, of course he is lying, Madame Maxime accused. You can't wear that much makeup and accuse me of being the one who is dishonest, Harry snorted, earning a furious glare from Madame Maxime. Ha, Venom laughed. Mr. Potter, behave yourself, Professor McGonagall admonished him. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked calmly, staring right at Harry. No, I bloody did not, as I've stated repeatedly, Harry told Dumbledore, who stared back at Dumbledore. Harry couldn't help but wonder for a moment if Dumbledore was going to try to read his mind just like Snape had tried before. Though thankfully for both of them that never happened, Dumbledore looked away and turned to the others. I don't at this point in time have any reason to doubt Mr. Potter, Dumbledore stated. It's a bit suspicious, don't you think? Karkaroff spoke up, glaring at Dumbledore. That Hogwarts happens to have 2 champions, easier chances at getting a victory, isn't that right, Dumbledore? My dear Igor, I can't help but feel like you are implying something, Dumbledore said patiently. I am, Dumbledore, Karkaroff hissed. You helped him enter his name into this tournament, did you not? Right, because that makes all the sense, Harry scoffed. Putting a 4th year into a tournament as a backup when he could just put a 7th year instead. With brains like that, I can't help but fear for the educational standards at Durmstrang. Harry said in a mock thoughtful voice. He glanced at Crumb and saw that the older student looked more amused than anything else. The same thing couldn't be said about the Durmstrang headmaster, who had turned an almost purple shade of anger. Mr. Potter, I will not tell you to behave again, Professor McGonagall said warningly. Fine, I'm sorry, Professor, I'm just a little bit bothered right now about unfounded accusations. Harry sent a glare around the room before turning back to Professor McGonagall. I am sincerely sorry, Professor McGonagall. How did this boy's name come into the Goblet of Fire? Karkaroff demanded to know. Do not blame Dumbledore, Snape spoke up in a silky voice. Potter has been breaking rules from the moment he entered this school. Professor, you can't demand me to behave and let him get away with bad-mouthing me, Harry protested to Professor McGonagall. Why is he even here? Venom wondered. And why is he even here? Harry asked the room at large. He's just a potions teacher. I'm not even in his house. He has nothing to do with this. Silence, Potter. Snape glared at him. Or what? Harry asked challengingly. Going to read my mind again? He asked as loud as he could get without shouting. Had better watch out for that, Harry told the others. Look him in the eye long enough and he'll try and read your every thought. He warned the others. How dare you? Snape hissed furiously, taking a step forward only to stop when he saw Tonks, Shacklebolt and Moody all pull their wands out and aim them at him. I wouldn't do that if I was you, Tonks said warningly. You seem to have a bad history with Harry. I personally think it's best if you leave the room. I don't believe your presence is necessary here. Moody agreed. The last thing we need is an instigating little rat like you here. Alistair, Dumbledore said sharply before turning to Snape. Severus, please leave the room, he requested in a tired voice. Headmaster, you can't be serious. Snape protested. This is the quality of your school, Dumbledore. Madame Maxime butted in. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Professor McGonagall cut in. Severus, leave this room now, your presence is not required here. she ordered Snape. Snape stared between her and Dumbledore for a moment before sending a sneer at everyone. He spun on his foot and stormed off, his robes billowing behind him. And Mr. Potter, you will be receiving a detention for your behavior tonight. Yes, ma'am, Harry nodded stiffly. Now, Dumbledore cut in. Let's decide what to do about Mr. Potter, calmly, please. Headmaster, Percy Weasley spoke up, holding a book in his hands. I've been reading through the tournament rules, and I believe that Mr. Potter must compete. The Goblet of Fire constitutes a magically binding contract. Mr. Potter has to compete. At least, that's what I've gotten so far. I really wish Mr. Crouch was here. He knew the book off by heart, he did. So, what you're saying is that I got no choice in the matter, I have to compete. Harry said in an irritated voice. I believe so, Percy frowned. I'll continue looking at the rules to see if we can find a way to get you out, but for now, yes, you have to compete. This is bull, Harry grunted as he walked towards the common room. The other students had already left by the time he had gotten out of the hall. Tonks had been tasked to escort himself and Cedric back to their common rooms. Once they had dropped off Cedric, they both started walking to the Gryffindor common room. We've been set up, Venom agreed. For what it's worth, Harry, I believe you, Tonks spoke up. I don't think you entered your name into the tournament. Thanks, Tonks, Harry said appreciatively. But I know that a lot of people in the school won't feel the same way. I mean, you did tell them all to their faces that you didn't, so maybe it won't be that bad, Tonks said hopefully. I doubt it, Harry snorted. In my second year, they thought that I was the heir to Slytherin even though my mother was a Muggleborn. I'm not putting much hope on them. Anyway, thanks, Tonks, Harry said as they arrived in the corridor, leading them towards the Gryffindor common room. I'm glad you believe me, it means a lot. Don't worry, Harry, Tonks said, patting him on the shoulder. We'll get you out of this tournament, but if we can't then I'm sure you'll win it. That's the plan, Harry grinned at her, giving her a wave before walking towards the portrait. The fat lady appeared to be asleep, as did every other portrait nearby. Harry looked back and saw that Tonks had already left. He took in a deep breath before turning around and walking away. We got to do something about this, he mentally told Venom. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He asked as he slid into a nearby classroom. Oh yeah, Venom said slowly, gleefully. Harry could easily picture his wide grin. A second later a tentacle shot out of Harry's elbow and dropped a time turner into his hand before retracting itself back into him. I think last evening should do it. Let's go. Harry nodded before placing the time turner around his neck and turning it just as Venom covered his body in his signature black goo, leaving him in his sleek black with white eyes form, complete with a spider logo. That's fun, Venom whispered once they found themselves back in time. He turned himself invisible before leaping up to the ceiling and crawling along it. It didn't take the pair long before they reached the Great Hall. Venom shot two tentacles out that grabbed the doors and pulled them open with barely a grunt before sneaking in and closing them after him. He spotted the Goblet of Fire, sitting innocently in its place. Venom grunted before leaping up and through the enchanted sky with ease and landing on the rafters above. And now, we wait, Venom said, keeping his gaze fixed on the goblet as his invisibility cut out. Neither of us can be classified as the patient type, Harry couldn't help but point out. What do you want to do while we wait? Venom asked. Do you want to play 20 questions? Why would we do that? Harry couldn't help but ask. So we can get to know each other better, Venom answered. You know all about me, so I thought we'd make it even. You're in my head, you know everything there is to know about me, Harry reminded him. I could have pretended not to know. An hour or so later, Harry had learnt that for some reason or the other, Venom was not a fan of geese and for a completely different reason hated Wolverines. Before he could discover why, the doors to the Great Hall opened and Igor Karkaroff walked in. Dickhead, spotted, Venom softly whispered as he watched Karkaroff nervously walk up to the Goblet of Fire, looking in every direction he could as he did so. Though Venom couldn't help but note that the man didn't look up. Nobody ever suspects attacks from above, Venom tutted disappointedly before seeing Karkaroff pull out a piece of parchment. That looks like it has your name on it. Why would Karkaroff want to put me in the tournament? Harry couldn't help but wonder. Let's find out. Violently, Venom suggested before leaping down towards Karkaroff, landing between him and the goblet of fire, causing Karkaroff to jump and stumble backwards, falling on his butt and cursing in his native language. What the? Who are you? Karkaroff cried out. We are Venom. Venom answered with a grin before sending out a tentacle that wrapped around Karkaroff's legs and pulled him closer. Get off me! Karkaroff yelped before sending a cutting curse right at Venom. The curse cut into his shoulder but was repaired nearly immediately. A second tentacle shot out and knocked the wand out of his hand before wrapping it around his arms and body. Why were you trying to put Harry Potter's name into the goblet of fire? Venom asked, holding him up in the air. I wasn't. Karkaroff denied it. He let out a cry as Venom's tentacles squeezed him. You want to keep lying? Venom hissed. I was ordered to do it. If I don't, he'll kill me. Karkaroff blurted out in a pained voice. Who? Venom growled. We don't speak his name, Karkaroff groaned. Voldemort, Venom realized. Where is he? Tell me, Venom ordered, tightening his grip on Karkaroff. I can't say. Karkaroff cried out. You'll both kill me but he'll make it much more painful. So if you're going to kill me then do it. Fair enough, Venom growled, ready to move forward and rip his head off when a sizzling noise echoed throughout the hall. Venom looked to his left in time to see what appeared to be a large, jagged cut hanging in the middle of the air. Inside the cut appeared to be a swirling black and gray mass of clouds that were constantly moving. What are you doing? Karkaroff shrieked fearfully. Quiet. Venom flicked his hand and covered Karkaroff's mouth with his goo before dropping the bound and gagged man on the floor. This isn't us, he whispered as he took a step forward. What the hell is that? Harry asked. Venom was about to answer when all of a sudden something shot out of the cut, charging towards Venom. Venom found himself lifted high up into the air before being slammed straight into the wall behind him, denting it. Holding him in place by his neck was a creature that at first glance could be mistaken for a Dementor. It was all black, seemingly floating with horrid black skin, but it didn't take long to realize that this wasn't a Dementor. Much smaller and definitely faster than a Dementor, there wasn't the cold or fearful aura that came with it either. There was no cloak either, just the same horrid black skin. Its face may have appeared faceless at first, but a closer look revealed it did in fact have eyes, but every part of its eye was so black that it looked like part of its skull. Complete with this was a set of blunt, gray teeth. Clintar, the creature hissed. Wizard, together, destroying the timeline. Get off. Venom roared and kicked the thing hard, sending it flying back while he crawled up the wall in time to see two more of the same creatures flying out of the cut. Destroying the timeline. The creatures hissed as one as they accusingly pointed their long, ugly fingers at Venom. Destroy the destroyer. Harry, Venom mentally spoke up. Yeah, Harry asked, more focused on the weird floating monsters in front of them. Multiple dickheads, spotted. What the F*** is that? Harry blurted out. The F*** are they? The F***. I don't know, Venom growled. What are you? He roared at the flying creatures. Time wraiths. They answered before charging at him. Venom leapt over the first one and hit the second one into the third before grabbing the first with a tentacle and tossing him at the other two. Venom had barely landed on the floor when four more time wraiths shot out of the cut and grabbed him, throwing him high up into the air. He slammed right into the ceiling before bouncing off it towards the wraiths. Several tentacles shot out and knocked the four out of the air before Venom swung forwards and landed on the teacher's table. What do you want with us? Venom demanded. You're trying to change the timeline. Another wraith hissed as it stormed out of the cut and glared at Venom before another one flew out and spoke. The timeline was already changed when Sirius Black survived. It growled as its fallen brethren rose up while a few more popped out of the cut. One more change and the timeline will collapse. The universe will fall to ash. Half of Venom's face was pulled back to reveal half of Harry's face. Wait, Harry said quickly. But Hermione used the time turner all the time and the girl did not actively change the timeline. One hissed as five more popped out of the cut. She did not interfere in the past. Another shrieked. You're actively changing things, intentionally. A different wraith roared. Those who travel in time cannot change the timeline, they will destroy the loop. It cannot be allowed, one wraith cried. All right, wait, Harry quickly said when another three popped out. How can we resolve this peacefully without the whole universe going into flames? I don't like flames, Venom grunted. You're irresponsible, give us the time turner. One of them hissed. And then you will fix your mess. The timeline must go as intended. A different one snarled. What has been written cannot be changed. Fine, we'll give it back, Harry said. Must we? Venom complained. It's that or the universe collapses, Harry pointed out. But we live here, Venom said indignantly. Exactly, Harry said before the time turner popped out of the goo on his hand. Damn, he sighed before tossing the time turner to the wraiths. One wraith caught it and appeared to be glaring at Venom and Harry while another went over to Karkaroff and placed a hand on his forehead, causing his eyes to briefly turn a milky white. What are you doing to him? Venom asked, sounding more curious than anything. Altering his memory, a wraith snapped at them. Leave now, another screamed. Do not ever try to change the timeline again. Or we will come for you. A different wraith growled. Venom and Harry stared at them for a moment before Venom completely covered Harry's face. Love you too, Venom said sarcastically before jumping up into the air, swinging out of the owl window at the top of the hull and swinging his way to the nearby courtyard, quickly turning invisible upon landing. What the hell was that all about? Apparently, we pissed off some supernatural forces in charge of making sure the universe doesn't collapse. Not bad for a day's work, Harry said inside of Venom's head as Venom made his way towards Gryffindor Tower. We lost the time turner. That was a very valuable resource, Venom growled. Better we lose it than destroy the universe, Harry replied. Still, at least we know who put my name in the goblet. Yes, but why? Venom wondered. Why would Voldemort want you in the tournament? There are simpler ways to kill you. He must have something planned, Harry sighed. What do you think we should do? Play along. Find him, kill him, viciously, Venom answered bluntly as they heard footsteps. They quickly stepped to the side as Tonks walked by, having just left the Gryffindor corridor after dropping off past Harry, or future. Harry, the timeline's complicated. Venom hummed thoughtfully as he watched Tonks walk past. Her wide hips would aid her when she births your children, Venom noted clinically. Venom, kindly shut the F*** up please, Harry begged as they rounded the corner just before past Harry disappeared out of view. Venom's goo slowly slid out of view, leaving Harry, who took in a deep breath. Let's get this over with, Harry whispered to himself before walking up to the sleeping fat lady portrait. Balderdash, Harry said. Sure, the portrait said sleepily before opening, allowing Harry to enter the common room. As soon as he got in, he saw all of the Gryffindors staring at him. Yeah, what? Harry asked defensively. You really didn't enter your name? One of the Gryffindors asked. I didn't enter. I've got better things to do than risk my life for a tournament that I didn't know about before this year, Harry snorted. I don't need any more fame, I'm the bloody boy who lived. I'm not interested in the tournament. In fact, I was hoping Angelina would be the one who would enter and win, Harry added, gesturing to Angelina, who was sitting in a corner, looking somewhat surprised yet also grateful for Harry's words. Either way, Diggory is the real Hogwarts champion. I'm just entered against my will, providing they don't find a way to get me out of the tournament. So, if you'll excuse me, I've had a long night and I'd like to go to sleep, Harry said, and quickly walked up the stairs and into his room where he found Ron waiting for him. So, Ron said as he was sitting in his bed. Enjoyed your party, did you? He asked in an odd tone. Party? What party? The twins said they might have a party for you being the new champion, Ron said shortly. Well, they didn't. I came in and I told everyone I didn't enter and then I came up here, Harry replied before heading over to his own bed. You didn't enter? No, I didn't, Harry answered firmly as he stood next to the bed. Look, you don't have to lie to me, Ron said, forcing a smile on his face. Just wish you would have told me. How'd you do it? Did you use your invisibility cloak? How is a cloak going to help me get across an age line? Harry couldn't help but ask. Truth be told, He hadn't used that cloak in ages. When you have a powerful alien that can turn you invisible, then you don't bother with carrying a cloak around all the time. It'd only make me invisible. The age line wouldn't be able to see me anyway. It checks my age. Alright, well, how did you do it then? Ron huffed, his ears turning red. I didn't, Harry repeated, feeling very annoyed. I've got better things to do than enter a tournament. Like what? Like enjoying a peaceful year for once. Harry glared at him. I was hoping for 1 year without possessed teachers and ancient monsters and escaped prisoners. I was hoping for 1 school year where I'm not in danger. What the hell would I have gained from entering the tournament anyway? Oh, I don't know, Ron said sarcastically as he got up from his bed. Maybe the 1,000 galleons and eternal glory, who wouldn't want that? He asked as he walked over to Harry and stood right in front of him. First off, I'm rich enough, I don't need an extra 1,000. Oh joy, Ron muttered. Secondly, you can't even name a winner of the tournament. Go right ahead, tell me one right now without looking it up, Harry said, his glare increasing. Can you? Huh. How did you get in? Ron asked, ignoring Harry's question. Did you hit your head or something? Did you get something in your ear? Activate your hearing and listen very carefully, Harry growled. I didn't enter, he said slowly. Stop being stupid. That's me, isn't it? Ron glared at him. Harry Potter's stupid friend. You should consider yourself lucky, Venom growled. I don't know, but you're doing a good job at acting like it, Harry told him. Get it through your thick skull, I didn't enter. Harry rolled his eyes, about to turn away. Piss off, Ron muttered, only to be pushed a couple of steps back. What the hell did you just say to me? Harry demanded. Don't push me. Ron rushed forward and pushed Harry, who only took a step back before he shoved Ron with one hand, causing the redhead to stumble back and land on his bed. Or what? Harry asked, challengingly. Ron let out a yell before charging at Harry, who sidestepped and grabbed Ron by his hair before pulling him back and throwing him back on his bed. Careful, Ron, I'm not little Harry Potter anymore. You're a dick is what you are. Ron shouted as he stood up. And you're pathetic, Harry shouted back. You're my friend. You're supposed to have my back. Why would I have the back of a liar and a cheater? You, Harry hissed just as his roommates walked in. What's going on? Dean asked. He's mad as what's going on, Ron said angrily as he stood up and pointed at Harry. He pushed me. Shut your mouth, Harry snapped at him. You're the turncoat. You're the one guy who was supposed to have my back, and now you're accusing me of entering a tournament I couldn't care less about. You did enter. I didn't, you gormless prat. Harry glared. Why the F*** should I believe you? Fine. Don't believe me then. Harry stared at him intently. I don't give second chances these days, so you had better decide good and proper how you want to act now. Piss off, Ron snapped at him. Fine. Don't come running back to me later. Traitor. Venom snarled in Harry's head. Backstabbing parasite. Agreed, Harry said coldly. The following day, an irritated Harry Potter descended the stairs into the Gryffindor common room, finding it to be mostly empty with the exception of Hermione and a small group of first years sitting in the far corner. Hermione was reading a book while sitting in her favorite chair as usual. However, she did look up when she saw Harry approach. Harry, she said as he sat down on the chair next to her. I heard that you and Ron got into a fight yesterday. Git, Harry scoffed. He kept accusing me of entering the tournament and not telling him. Did you enter? Hermione asked. What do you think? Harry rolled his eyes. I already told everyone I didn't. Wait, you think I entered? Honestly, you might have, Hermione said, her voice quiet yet oddly determined. What the hell, Hermione? Harry demanded. Why on earth do you think I entered? You've been acting different, Harry, Hermione said, her gaze locked on him. You're more aggressive and argumentative. You accused Professor Snape of reading your mind and pointed your wand at him, not to mention what you did to him in the Shrieking Shack. So, he did read my mind. Or at least he tried to. That's the thing, Harry, I read up on the mind arts and it is an incredibly hard to learn subject, not taught at Hogwarts and frowned upon by the Ministry for anyone who isn't an Auror or at least the level of a department head. Meaning, That Snape likely doesn't know how to read your mind and there's no way you should be able to defend yourself against him even if he did, not that I think he did. Dumbledore himself spoke up for him. Dumbledore's not a god, Hermione, he can be wrong. Harry argued. You know full well that Dumbledore has brushed off any and all complaints about Snape from the students. What about the school governors and the ministry? Hermione countered. They let him stay on, meaning they didn't think so either. Harry couldn't help but stare at her. For all of Hermione's book intelligence, she wasn't that smart when it came to things like this. She, like many others in the wizarding world, didn't like things that went against her worldview. In her mind, teachers were to be respected and obeyed with obvious exceptions like those with Dark Lords hanging off the back of their heads. Meaning Hermione didn't believe that Dumbledore had used his massively powerful influence to get Snape free and able to keep his job. No, Snape was a vile human being but he was a teacher that Dumbledore defended, meaning as far as she was concerned, he couldn't be that bad. Harry knew better than to argue that point, she wouldn't believe him. What does that have to do with the goblet? Harry asked tightly. You've become different, Hermione said sadly. The Harry that I know would never have entered his name. But you, I don't even know who you are anymore. You refused to join the Society for the Promotion of E. Wait, you're accusing me of cheating into a nationwide tournament because I refused to join your little elf club? Harry asked disbelievingly. The Harry I know would never have supported South Avenue Labor. Hermione glared at him. I'm supporting South Avenue Labor. No, what I'm refusing to do is jump into a club designed to change the lives of other creatures without doing proper research, something you should be bloody proud of, to be honest. How many elves do you even know personally? Harry glared back before he realized that the first years were staring at them. Scram now, he ordered and they quickly ran off. That's what I'm talking about, Hermione said accusingly as the first years left. You're more angry and violent. I am. You were going to kill Sirius Black, Harry. She cut in. I thought he was responsible for the deaths of my parents. Harry snapped. That doesn't matter, Hermione said fiercely. A couple of years ago you would never have even considered that. Really? Because when I was a first year I turned a man to dust, Hermione. Remember that, you know, when I saved the world from Voldemort, again. Harry growled. I told you that you should have gotten a better friend. Venom roared in his head. Traitors, traitors, all of them, disloyal, parasites. You've changed, Harry, and I don't think that. Hermione began before Harry cut her off. Yeah, you know what, I have changed. Harry said sharply. I have changed, and if you were my real friend then you would have accepted me as I am. I've changed, but you definitely have not. Get rid of her. Disloyal, untrustworthy. We need better. Venom hissed. What is that supposed to mean? Hermione demanded, only to jump in shock when Harry leapt off of his chair and slammed his hands on the armrests of her chair, leaning his head down so he was looking her right in the eye. You are still the same annoying little first year that I met on the train, Harry said, softly and slowly, barely louder than a whisper. You kept chasing after me and Ron that year, hoping to find friendship even though all you were good for was nagging and telling us what to do like you were our mom. You're not my mother, she was a brilliant and selfless woman. You and Ronald are irritating little parasites that hate anything that doesn't fit your perfect little world. For years, I thought that I needed you. Both of you. But that's not the case anymore. I don't need Ron and I don't need you. And once I'm gone, how long do you think it'll be before Ron stops keeping you around? Without me, that spares up more time for you to do what you do best, nag and lecture until he gets too tired of you. Think about it. I was his best friend and he threw me away. How long do you think you have? Harry, Hermione said quietly, her eyes brimming with tears. Why are you? We are tired of you. We are sick of you. Harry glared at her as if she were an annoying bug. You don't mean that. You and Ron are I was your friend, Harry hissed. But I do not stay friends with people who call me a liar. My parents trusted Pettigrew and he betrayed them. I will not make the same mistake with my friends. You're loyal or you're not my friend. A friend is one that knows you as you are, understands where you have been, accepts what you have become, and still, gently allows you to grow. That's a Shakespeare quote in case you didn't know. I changed and you didn't like it, and instead of sticking by me, you want to accuse me. No, you and Ron are perfect for each other. I don't need both of you anymore, and I don't want either of you now. Harry scowled as he turned and stormed out of the common room. Traitors, Venom snarled. They accuse me. Harry responded angrily. Ron, I saved his sister. He was housing Pettigrew. He owes me. And this is how he does it. And Hermione, I jumped on the troll for her. Ron was only there because I brought him there. I was the one who got her friends. I killed the basilisk. I stopped Voldemort a grand F*** ing total of 3 times if we include the diary, and they still dare to accuse me. Betray me. We can't trust anyone, Venom told him just as they rounded the corner and nearly bumped into Tonks. Harry, Tonks blurted out before quickly pulling him into a hug. Damn, I've been looking for you. Are you okay? Well, maybe one, Venom amended as Tonks let go of Harry. You look angry. What happened? Tonks asked, sounding concerned. Hermione and Ron accused me of entering my name into the tournament, Harry told her with a scowl on his face. What? Why? Tonks squawked. Beats me, Harry huffed. Ron just wouldn't believe me, and Hermione says it's because I'm not the same Harry that I used to be. Apparently, she wants me to act just like I did when I was a first year. What the? Tonks shook her head and trailed off. Forget them. We need to think up a way to keep you safe in the tournament. I appreciate your concern, Tonks, Harry couldn't help but smile at her. But I think I'll be fine. I guarantee it, Venom added. Why did you call us? Venom growled impatiently, perched high up in a tree as he stared down at the Acromantula nest below him. Not a single spider dared to move as they all stared at him. Master, one of the older spiders breathed out. We have news, the humans have entered the forest. Yes, another hissed. They've set up protections to keep us away, but they are doing something here. We've seen cages, at least 4, big ones. Venom growled loudly, causing many spiders to flinch, though none dared to move beyond that. This could be for the tournament, Harry realized. Agreed, Venom replied before turning his attention back to the spiders. Continue to observe the humans, and report when you discover anything useful. He ordered. Yes, several spiders nodded. Do we get to eat these humans? A slightly bigger than average Acromantula asked, staring straight up at Venom. No, Venom answered after a moment. They are not to be harmed, he decided, knowing that Harry would definitely give him an earful if he said otherwise, not that he felt like there was any good reason to attack these humans, not yet anyway. This is our domain, the same spider hissed, ignoring the warning looks from other spiders as they moved away from him. Aragog was old, but he understood this much at least. You are not even a spider, I am his oldest son. I should lead. The spider let out a hiss as a black spike pierced into one of his legs just before Venom landed in front of him. Venom's hands ripped into his body just as a large mouth with razor-sharp teeth appeared on Venom's face. He raised the spider into the air and bit his head off just as his arms ripped the spider into 2. Venom took a moment to swallow the head before he stared at the others. Anyone else? He asked challengingly. Not a single spider spoke. Good, Venom nodded, satisfied, before leaping up into the air and swinging away. If they really saw cages, maybe we have to fight some magical creature or something for the tournament, Harry spoke up. Perhaps. We should verify it as soon as possible. So, how have these last few days been for you? Andromeda asked Harry after his latest potions class. Tiring, Harry admitted. Thankfully most of the school doesn't seem to think I entered my name into the tournament, or at least they're not willing to outright accuse me. Most of the Slytherins think I did it, though I don't know if they honestly think that or if they're just doing it to piss me off. Ron and Hermione both think I did it as well, so I've cut ties with them. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Andromeda told him with a sad smile. I'm not that upset, Harry admitted. I'd rather find out earlier than later if people are bad friends. Besides, I've got enough friends to not be alone. You're welcome, Venom told Harry. I suppose that's the important thing, Andromeda said just as the door opened and Tonks walked in. Hey up, she greeted the two. Been looking for you, she told Harry. I've been sent to collect you for the wand weighing ceremony. Harry asked intelligently. What the F*** is that? Language, Harry, Andromeda said mildly. It's apparently some little ceremony where they inspect your wand, Tonks answered with a small shrug of her shoulders. Long story short is that they basically check to make sure it's compatible with you, it's in working condition and so on. Oh, Harry said thoughtfully. Nobody told me about it. Yeah, well I don't know what to say, they just sent me to collect you, Tonks told him. So, is it all right if he leaves? She asked her mother. Yes, he's finished for today, Andromeda nodded. I look forward to seeing you at our next lesson, she told Harry. Same, Mrs. Tonks, I'll see you then. Harry smiled before following Tonks out of the room. So Tonks, Harry spoke up as he walked alongside her. How are you doing? Same old, I suppose, Tonks replied. But it's you we got to worry about, Harry. This tournament is for people of age, people with far more magical experience than you. When it comes to general spell knowledge I'm probably a year ahead of everyone in my year, at least when it comes to charms, transfiguration and defense, Harry said thoughtfully. Yeah, that's impressive, but these students are many years ahead, they also have to be the best in their schools if they've been selected, Tonks told him. Nah, just means that they're the best in their age groups, Harry replied. Don't worry about me, Tonks, people always underestimate me and I always come out on top. Well, at least you're confident, Tonks smiled at him. So what's your plan? Survive this tournament and... No, I'm going to win this tournament, Harry told her. Everyone doubts me, fine, let them. Those who turned their backs on me are going to be running back to me, and then I'm going to smile and tell them to F*** off. I get it, Tonks sighed, understanding exactly what he meant. She had met so many people who wanted to use her for her grades, her job and her metamorphic abilities. More often than not, those people wouldn't spend a second with her when they didn't need anything. It was an important lesson, learning that not all people were here for you, it made those that were more valuable. Look, we're here, she said as they stopped outside of the room. Ready? She asked. Nope. Harry answered before promptly opening the door. He walked in with Tonks and found all the tournament judges waiting there along with the other champions and some oars. He made a great effort to resist the urge to glare at Karkaroff, a tingling sensation in his body let him know that Venom was doing the same thing. For a moment he felt a tentacle crawl up his arm before he forcibly stopped it, causing it to retract back into his body. Standing along with them was a cameraman dressed in some awful-looking brown clothes whilst holding a massive flash camera that looked heavier than him. Standing next to this cameraman was a square-jawed woman with curly bee-owned hair, an unhealthy amount of makeup, gaudy earrings and bright red nails that were at least 2 inches long, bright green clothes that stood out far more next to her cameraman and jeweled spectacles studded with rhinestones. Ah, and here we have our final champion, Dumbledore announced unnecessarily, waving his wand and causing 4 chairs to slide up for the champions to sit in, which they simply did. Harry glanced to the side. Crumb was sitting as stiff as a metal pole, and Cedric was looking slightly nervous, while Fleur had simply crossed her legs and placed both hands on her upper knee while giving the judges her full attention. Welcome, welcome, Ludo greeted Harry cheerily. Now, everyone don't worry about a thing. This is simply a long-standing tradition of the tournament. All your wands will simply be inspected to see if they are in working order. Now, we just have to wait for Mr. Ollivander to arrive before we can begin. Percy cut in. He is this country's finest wandmaker, he told everyone, though he was clearly staring this for the 2 foreign champions. Yes, Ludo Bagman said happily, clapping his hands together. While we wait, perhaps we should start with the interviews, he suggested. An excellent idea, Ludo, the woman smiled, staring at the champions. She gave Cedric a dismissive look, 2 thoughtful looks for the other champions and then started staring at Harry like he was a piece of juicy meat. Now, champions, Ludo said, still as happy as ever. I'm sure you'll all know Miss Rita Skeeter, a big-time reporter for the Daily Prophet, you know. She's just here to do a small story on the tournament. Not that small, Ludo, the woman, Miss Skeeter, apparently, corrected him as she took a step forward and stared openly at Harry. Perhaps our youngest champion first, yes? She asked. Though phrased as a suggestion, nobody took it as one. I'd rather not, Harry said bluntly, though at least politely enough that he wouldn't get told off for being disrespectful. I did not sign up for this tournament, and I want no part in any of it, press included. If it's all right with everyone, I'd rather just get this ceremony over with and be on my way. I have work to do. Come now, Harry, Rita said coaxingly. This is as much of a tradition as the ceremony itself. People will want to know all about their champions, the ones representing the school. Then interview Mr. Diggory. He is the official Hogwarts champion after all, Harry replied, crossing his arms. Come on, Harry, Ludo chuckled. There's no harm in it, just a simple interview. I said no. Magic amplified the last word, causing it to echo throughout the room. This caused Skeeter and Ludo to actually take a step back while everyone simply stared at Harry. Thankfully that's when Tonks stepped in. Excuse me, Tonks cut in. I'd like to point out that, unlike the other champions, Mr. Potter is still a minor and shouldn't really be giving interviews. I would like to remind everyone that according to ministry laws, consent of a parent or responsible adult acting in loco parentis must be obtained before interviewing a child under the age of 16. That is what the law says, Percy couldn't help but point out. But he's in a tournament for adults, Rita argued. Surely, that gives me reasonable. Harry's mind trailed off as the adults around him argued. He repeated Rita's words mentally for both himself and his alien companion. A tournament for adults, that was what Rita had said, and technically she was right, he was in a tournament for adults. This could have some good benefits, Venom chuckled deeply. A small smile appeared on Harry's face as he looked up in time to see Dumbledore speak up. I'm afraid, Miss Skeeter, that unfortunately you will not be interviewing Mr. Potter today, he said rather neutrally. That was if you ignored the small smirk on his face. Clearly, the headmaster had no more love for Miss Skeeter than Harry had. Rita's face settled into what Harry would rather generously describe as a pout, while Venom would more accurately describe it as looking like she was suffering from constipation. The doors opened and Mr. Ollivanders walked into the room, looking as crazy as ever. He took a look around the room before smiling and greeting Dumbledore. Good to see you, Albus, he smiled. How's your wand treating you? As kindly as it always does, Dumbledore smiled back before turning to everyone else. Now that Mr. Ollivander is here, we can begin. Whenever you're ready, he told Ollivander. Of course, Ollivander nodded before standing behind a podium that had been set up for him. Now, ladies first, I should think. Fleur stood and walked over to Ollivander with a natural grace that most people couldn't hope to match. She took her wand out and handed it over to Ollivander, who looked quite intrigued. He hummed as he examined the wand. Yes, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me, a Vila hair, Fleur spoke up, sounding quite proud. A hair from the head of a Vila, my grandmother. Harry was relatively sure that he was probably the only one who noticed Rita's floating quill quickly write something into her floating notebook, and judging by the predatory look on Skeeter's face, he didn't think it was a nice comment. That is interesting, Ollivander replied. I personally never use Vila hairs. I find they typically make rather temperamental, however, if it works for you. Orchideus. A bunch of flowers popped out of her wand before he handed them both to Fleur. Fleur took them and walked back to her seat, slightly more stiffly than before, leading Harry to suspect that she didn't appreciate Ollivander's comments about her wand. Though Harry suspected that Ollivander truly hadn't meant offense, he could see why Fleur had taken it that way. Mr. Crumb, Ollivander called. While Crumb stood up and walked over, Harry leaned over to Fleur. I think your wand looks pretty cool, he whispered to her. She stared at him for a second before giving him an appreciative nod. Oh, how interesting, Ollivander whispered before examining Crumb's wand. I believe that this is 10.25 inches, hornbeam wood, clearly, and that's a dragon heartstring core. Rather thicker than you usually see. Is this perhaps a Grigorovich wand? Yes, one of his last, a good wand, Crumb grunted. Agreed, Ollivander nodded before testing the wand by sending out several birds from it and vanishing them. He then handed the wand back to Crumb. "Mr. Diggory," Ollivander called. Cedric approached while Crumb returned to his seat. "Ah, I remember this wand well. Containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn, 12¼ inches, ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition, I must say. Polish it regularly," Cedric grinned. "Polished it last night. Bet you polish your wand every day," Tonks muttered under her breath in an amused voice. Harry's enhanced hearing easily picked it up and a small chuckle nearly escaped his lips. "Another wand in excellent condition," Ollivander decided, creating a cup and some wine with it and vanishing them before handing it back to Cedric, who walked back to his seat. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander smiled at Harry, who stood up and walked over. "Ah, another one of mine," he smiled brightly as Harry handed him his wand. "I remember this one all too well." He stared at it and began examining it for at least a solid 2 minutes. "Mr. Potter, do you seem to have any problems with this wand?" he asked suddenly, staring between Harry and the wand with a disappointed frown. "Not any that I've noticed." "Why?" Harry asked, staring questioningly at Ollivander. It feels like this wand's connection with you, it has dimmed somehow," he said quietly, his voice echoing across the room like a gunshot. "Dimmed?" Dumbledore asked with his own frown, looking very interested. "Not quite the same as before." Ollivander had a thoughtful look. "Mr. Potter, I'd advise you to come to my shop before the first task so I may outfit you with a new wand." "Wait, why has my wand connection changed?" Harry asked, ignoring his irritation at Rita's quill, which he could clearly hear scribbling away. "Who knows? Typically, it occurs when there is damage to the wand, or perhaps change to the wizard," he said, staring at Harry like he was an odd puzzle. After a few seconds, he shrugged his shoulders, looking like he hadn't caught whatever he was trying to find. "Who knows?" he repeated. "Oh, this might be my fault," Venom realized, and Harry understood what he meant. He had Venom after he got his wand. Maybe the wand's connection changed because he had Venom, or maybe it was because his personality had changed. "Well," Dumbledore said a second later, "I believe we are done here. Now, champions, you may return to class and..." "Photos, Dumbledore," Ludo quickly cut in. "We still need to do the photos." "I'm out," Harry said, never a fan of having his photo taken. "Neither would you if you had Colin Creevey constantly attacking you with his camera." "I've got class if you don't mind," he added as he stood up. "Oh, come on Harry," Rita said encouragingly. "It's just a simple photo, no harm done. I am not a willing participant in this, remember?" Harry asked before turning to his fellow champions. "Good luck," he nodded to them before he turned and walked out of the room. "Venom," he mentally said as he started walking. "Remember what Skeeter said, a tournament for adults. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "I'm in your head, I know exactly what you're thinking, and the answer is a solid yes," Venom replied. Why must they all stare? Fleur Delacour couldn't help but wonder as she walked through the halls of Hogwarts. She knew that while she was dressed simply in her school uniform, she was still an attractive woman. That of course sounds like a brag, but it was the truth. She was very attractive, at least as far as the majority opinion on what was attractive. Some people like obese girls or bald girls, to each their own. Still, Fleur was very attractive, even without her Vila influence, and she knew it. Ever since she was old enough, she had gotten far more attention than she liked or wanted from her classmates, both male and female. The boys desired her, and the girls wanted her to stay away from the boys. Not that she had much interest in the boys in her school, they most certainly were interested in her, but she had seen their wide and entranced eyes and wanted nothing to do with them. The last and only time she had accepted a date had resulted in the boy trying to grope her and her finding out the next day that he had a girlfriend when the girlfriend in question confronted her in front of the whole school. Ever since she had decided it was better to stay out of the way of others and do her own thing, ignore the boys and the girls. It was a lonely existence, but it was better than dealing with all of the shouting and drama that came when she tried to socialize. And now, she was in Hogwarts, with a whole new set of boys and girls to stare at her with lust, hatred and sometimes even weird combinations of the two. "Well, hello there," a voice drawled as she turned the corner and found herself face to face with a trio of boys. Two of them looked like they might have some relation to a troll, while the one in front of them was a thin boy with a cocky smirk, bee-owned hair that had clearly taken a long time to slick back the way he had, and lust in his eyes. "A pleasure to meet the Bobaton champion," the bee-owned boy said with a grin as he eyed her up and down. "Miss Delacour, the French champion, right? I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," he introduced himself. The way he said his own name made it clear that he expected her to realize that he was someone important. "Of course," Fleur said simply before she started to go around, only for the bee-owned boy to jump in front of her quickly. "Now, wait a minute, there's no need to be impatient," he smirked. "I was wondering if you'd like a tour around the school. I'd be happy to show you around it, nobody here knows it better than myself," he bragged, offering her arm. "Garçons stupides, pourquoi pensent ils tous avec leurs stupides organs génitaux?" Fleur sighed, pinching the top of her nose in frustration whilst closing her eyes tightly. Draco blinked intelligently. "Oh, tu ne comprends pas le français." Fleur looked back at him. "Je suis surprise que vous soyez assez intelligent pour comprendre l'anglais. Espèce d'idiot incompétent." "What?" Draco asked. "Speak English," he said irritably. "That's a bit racist, cuz," a voice said as Tonks walked in. She stood next to Fleur and stared at the trio of Slytherins with her hands on her hips. Crabbe and Goyle shifted nervously while Draco sneered at her. "What are you doing here?" He glared at her. "My job is an Auror," Tonks said simply. "What about you? I hope you're not bothering Miss Delacour." "Oh yeah, such a good Auror, walking around a school and looking after school kids while the other Aurors are out risking their lives stopping real criminals," Draco mocked. "I do what I am ordered to do, Draco. Perhaps you should try that," Tonks said, narrowing her eyes at him. "Besides, I don't think you really have room to criticize anyone. From everything I've heard, from multiple sources, I might add, all you're good for is trying to bully people and then running to Snape and your dad when it doesn't go your way," she added, causing Draco to swell up with indignation and anger. He opened his mouth to speak when Tonks cut him off. "Now, perhaps you should be on your way to wherever it is that little brats like you go before I inform Professor McGonagall about you bothering the French champion." Draco glared at her for a moment. She glared back and her hair began turning red along with her eyes, causing Draco to falter and take a step back. He recovered quickly enough and straightened his clothes. "Crabbe, Goyle, let's go, the air around here is starting to stink," he sneered at Tonks before his gaze shifted back to Fleur. "Come and find me if you're ever in the mood for a good time," he smirked before he walked off, with Crabbe and Goyle following behind him as always. Tonks glared at his back before she quickly pulled her wand and sent a tripping hex at him, causing him to fall over with Crabbe and Goyle nearly falling on top of him. Draco, red-faced and embarrassed, quickly stood up and glared at Tonks, who already tucked her wand away and was smiling at him innocently with her hair and eyes back to pink and violet. The angry bee-owned growled before storming away with his two bodyguards. "Sorry about him," Tonks said to Fleur. "A lot of the boys around here are dumbasses, but he's a particularly bad one." "I can tell, he seems." Fleur trailed off as she tried to find the right words. "Like a spoilt brat," Tonks guessed. "Like a stupid little princess. Like a dumbass. Like an idiot. Like a cunt. All those," Fleur agreed before frowning. "What is the meaning of the last one?" "Oh, basically it's something that belongs to Tonks, Fleur," a voice called as Harry walked up to the pair. "Good to see you both." "Hi Harry," Tonks smiled brightly. "How are you doing?" Same old, Harry shrugged. "How about you? How's Auror work?" Same old, Tonks shrugged. "Just had a nice chat with your pal, Draco, who was bothering Miss Delacour over here." Of course he was. Harry rolled his eyes before turning to Fleur. "Please ignore Draco, he's been an irritant ever since I started school. He still holds a grudge against me because I didn't want to be his friend in our first year. Please don't judge all of Hogwarts because of him." "I will not," Fleur assured him. "My school has our own share of brats. So, Harry, have you read the paper?" "Beg your pardon, the newspaper, the Daily Prophet," Fleur replied. There was an article about you. Huh, hadn't read it yet, what does it say? Well, Tonks cut in. Basically, it went somewhat along the lines of, 12-year-old Harry Potter, standing awkwardly in the room, his little green eyes brimming with tears and glistening with memories of ghosts that have long since passed, lips trembling at the thought of disappointing his deceased father, James Potter. Long story short, Rita Skeeter made you look like a pathetic 12-year-old who was crying for his parents. By this afternoon everyone would have probably read it. That's some bullshit, Venom protested loudly in Harry's head. We do not cry. Hold up, ignoring all the crap, why did she only mention my dad? Harry questioned. Why didn't she go all the way and mention my mum too? I don't know, maybe she just doesn't think or care enough about her. Tonks guessed. Could be a blood purist, that would explain it. Disappointing pure blood James Potter is worse than disappointing Muggleborn Lily Potter, I guess. She is, how you say. Fleur thought for a moment. A super bitch, she nodded decisively. Well, that's not quite how I would say it but agreed. Harry smiled widely at her before turning to Tonks. Anyway Tonks, I was actually looking for you, do you mind chatting with me in private please? He asked hopefully. Yeah, sure, Tonks nodded. Great, Harry grinned before turning to Fleur. It was nice to see you again, Fleur. He told her before gesturing for Tonks to follow. Fleur trailed off as the two had already started walking off. What the hell, she thought as she saw the two disappear from view. He barely looked at me. Fleur thought, feeling somewhat offended for some reason. What's so interesting about that Tonks woman? She wondered. Sure she can change her shape, but I am a Vila, my shape is perfect. So's my hair and my face and, why the hell am I thinking about this? Thanks for taking me, Tonks, Harry smiled as he and Tonks walked through Diagon Alley. As usual, the place was filled with plenty of wizards and witches going around the place, buying ingredients, broomsticks and everything in between. Harry was dressed in casual Muggle-style clothes while Tonks wore her red Aura robes. No sweat, Tonks waved him off. It's part of my job. Anyway, I think we should start with your wand. She suggested. Right, so Ollivanders then, Harry nodded. Yeah, unless you want to go to one of the other ones, Tonks replied. Wait, Harry stopped. Tonks stopped with him and stared at him questioningly. What other ones? The other wand shops, Tonks responded. Didn't you know about them? Not really. It's the first I've heard about it, Harry admitted. Only ever heard about Ollivanders. Yeah, because he's the most famous wand maker, Tonks began explaining. His family has been making wands for ages and ages, that's why he's got a reputation as the wand maker. Everyone goes to him, Muggle-borns because he's cheap and because he's usually the only one they've ever heard about. Purebloods because they know that that's where everyone goes. Only very few people go to the other wandmakers. How come? Harry asked, leaning forward. Are their wands not as good? No, it's mostly just because they're more expensive, Tonks shrugged. Old Ollivander gets discounts on all the materials and ingredients he buys so he can afford to mass-produce wands. You go in and he picks the wand that's best suited for you. A lot of the other ones either get second-hand wands and sell them or they'll make a custom wand for you. Custom wands? Harry asked, intrigued. Yeah, you know, they find the best materials and core for you, while Ollivander will see if any of his existing wands will match with you. Though, if you want then Ollivander can make a custom wand for you as well, but that's really rare. He doesn't make them much, though if you're willing to cough up a little extra dosh then he'll do it. She told him, watching as a focused expression appeared on Harry's face. It seemed like he was having a mental conversation of some sort. She opened her mouth to speak when suddenly Harry opened his. Take me to see one of these custom wand makers, Harry told her before pausing. Please, he added, remembering his manners. Are you sure? Tonks asked. You don't want to go to Ollivander's instead? Positive, Harry cut in. Where are the shops? Well, Tonks seemed to hesitate. They're in there. She pointed down to an alleyway. The alleyway seemed much darker and bland than what one would usually see in Diagon Alley. The gray walls were covered in cobwebs and graffiti and the floors were covered in litter, Standing next to the alleyway was a signpost with a sign pointing into the alley. Harry took a moment to read it. Nocturne Alley. Harry sighed. Of course it's in there. Yeah, Tonks nodded. You sure you want to? Positive, Harry told her before walking towards it. Tonks blinked before she quickly followed after him. Harry, are you sure about? Yep, Harry cut her off as they walked down the alley. Harry, it's dangerous here, Tonks whispered to him, pulling out her wand as she saw many people staring at them. Some looked fairly normal, others looked like the witches you'd hear about in Muggle folk tales, and one of them even had green teeth. Don't worry, Harry said unconcerned. We're the most dangerous thing in this alley. I don't know if that's accurate, Tonks frowned as she looked around while walking side to side with Harry. Don't worry, Harry told her. I'll keep you safe. Hey, I'm the one that's supposed to protect you, Tonks reminded him, staring at him with a disbelieving look on her face. And I'm perfectly safe, I'm an Auror. No offense, Harry, but you're still a Hogwarts student, I don't think that. Quote. Tonks trailed off when Harry suddenly spun around and rushed past her. She heard what sounded a lot like, oomph, before she managed to turn around and see Harry pushing a sickly-looking old woman against a wall. The woman looked more like a wrinkled mummy than a woman. She was about a head or two smaller than Harry, who had pinned her against the wall with one arm while the other hand gripped her wrist tightly. Tonks looked down and saw a knife on the ground. Don't hurt my friends, Harry's voice came out slowly, coldly and very powerfully as he stared at the woman who was now shaking in her boots. Tonks let out a deep sigh as she waited outside of the wand shop for Harry, who had gone in about 20 minutes earlier. She decided she would give him another 5 minutes before she went in to make sure he was okay. As she did so, she thought about what had happened earlier. Unfortunately, it wasn't the first time that someone had tried to stab her, and she highly doubted that it would be the last. Luckily, she had enchanted her Auror robes so that while the knife would have hurt her, it wouldn't have penetrated her robes. But Harry hadn't known that and had reacted very quickly, grabbing the woman and disarming her before Tonks could even know that there was a threat. She still wasn't sure how he did that. She had been looking around consistently, and yet the woman had managed to sneak up on her. But Harry hadn't been. His head had been aimed forward the whole time, and his peripheral vision surely couldn't see that far back, right? She could still picture him pinning the woman against the wall, looking calmer and more powerful than some senior Aurors that she had worked with. She had quickly called in backup to take the woman away, and Harry had simply nodded and walked off from the situation as calmly as he could once he had been allowed, looking really unbothered by the whole thing. Acting as if she had simply nearly tripped over a stray rock instead of nearly getting stabbed. Sometimes she couldn't work out what to think about him. Sometimes she wanted to treat him like the teenager he was, but other times she couldn't help but think that the boy was more mature than she was. He's certainly powerful, she thought. Her body gave a small shiver as she thought about the power radiating from him earlier. Tonks, a voice echoed from her side, making her jump as she saw Harry standing next to her. Merlin on a bike, Tonks blurted out. Geez, Harry, need to put a bell on you. Sorry, Harry said, sounding somewhat amused. So, you want to see my wand? Harry, Tonks said in a dry voice. In my experience, most guys at least wait until the third date before they get to that, she said, hoping to see a blush on his face. Your mother was right about you, Harry said, his mouth twitching as he tried not to smile. What's that supposed to mean? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. You have a mind that's almost as dirty as Sirius's, Harry answered with a grin before pulling out his wand. Ta-da, he said dramatically, holding it up for her to see. Tonks hummed as she looked at his new wand. The base of the wand was divided into two parts that twisted and curled in an intricate swirl that connected the shaft to the handle like a pair of black tentacles. The rest of the wand was straight and smooth with a pointed edge that looked like it could poke someone's eye out. The handle was a smooth metallic black with a white band at the top and bottom. Looks pretty impressive, got a nice mysterious look to it. What's it made of? She asked curiously. It's 11 inches and slightly flexible, Harry began explaining. The wood is blackthorn. Wow, Tonks whistled. She wasn't the most knowledgeable about wand making, but she did know bits and pieces of information regarding the subject. Blackthorn was a type of wood that was best suited for warriors, and apparently if they did bond with the owner properly then they were about as loyal as one could hope for. What about the cores? I had him take a strand of my phoenix feather core from my holly wand, Harry told her. And then he added in the heartstring of a swooping evil. What? Tonks blurted out. The swooping evil was not a common magical animal, not in Britain at least. It appeared similar to an extremely large butterfly but with a wolf-like skull in place of an ordinary head. When it was not flying with its spiked wings, the swooping evil shrunk into a green spiny cocoon. It could be quite dangerous as it fed on human brains and its skin was tough enough to block most spells. It secreted venom that, when properly diluted, could be used to erase bad memories. If stung by a swooping evil, a person could quickly lose their mind, although the affliction was reversible if treated in time. Long story short, it was not one of the commonly used ingredients for wand making. I hope he had a permit for that, Tonks frowned. He assured me that he did, Harry told her. So, Phoenix and swooping evil, an odd combination, Tonks said while making a mental note to check the shop later. Maybe, Harry agreed, choosing not to mention the third ingredient in the wand, the one that bonded the ingredients together, a strand of venom. The hardest part had been trying to get the owner to keep quiet. That had taken a lot of extra money, but at least the man had signed a contract saying that he would not reveal anything. The man had revealed that it was not his first time dealing with unknown ingredients and had ready-made magical contracts for when such situations occur. This was the main reason why Harry had not gone to Ollivander. He didn't trust the old man to keep his secret. Maybe he would if the ministry asked, but most likely not if Dumbledore ever wanted to know. Now, let's go see your dad, I need a lawyer. French translation according to Google. Garçons stupides, pourquoi pensent-ils tous avec leurs stupides organs génitaux? Stupid boys, why do all of them think with their genitals? Oh, tu ne comprends pas le français. Oh, you can't understand French. Je suis surprise que vous soyez assez intelligent pour comprendre l'anglais. Espèce d'idiot incompétent. I'm surprised you're intelligent enough to understand English. You incompetent prat. All right, Dad, Tonks greeted as she and Harry walked into Ted's office. Harry took a moment to look around. The walls were a calming navy blue, the carpet a crimson red and the ceiling a plain white with a dangling gold chandelier. There was a sofa on each side of the room, and each sofa was placed in front of a few rows of bookshelves, filled to the max. At the end of the room, sitting behind a large oak desk was Ted Tonks, dressed in a simple gray suit. On his desk were several bits of important-looking documents that were seemingly scattered around the desk at random. Behind Ted were several awards that were nailed to the wall, awards such as the Employee of the Year, 1,989 feet, the Voted Best Lawyer, 1,986 feet award and the Table Tennis Champ, 1,990 feet award. Oh, hello Dora, Ted smiled brightly. Oh, and Harry as well. Good to see you both. How are you doing? Same old, Tonks shrugged, choosing not to mention that she had nearly been stabbed earlier. Anyway, Harry wants to talk to you, he needs you to lawyer up. Oh, how come? Ted asked as he gestured for the two to sit at the seats opposite him. Well, Harry said as he sat down. Quote, Firstly, I was wondering if it's possible for me to legally become an adult. Also, I may or may not end up suing the Daily Prophet. He told him bluntly. Ted stared at him for several long moments before looking down and muttering about canceling his 7 o'clock. Ah, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said as Harry and Tonks walked into his shop. Ah, and Miss Nymphadora Tonks, he added as he stared at Tonks. And how is your wand treating you? He asked her from behind his till. As good as usual, and don't call me Nymphadora, Tonks said, giving him a mild glare for uttering the forbidden name. She doesn't like that name, Harry added helpfully as he walked over to Ollivander. So, I am here to see about a new wand, of course, Ollivander nodded. It's a dreadful shame that your holly wand no longer suits you as well as it should have. It was one of my favorites. Yeah, it was a great wand, Harry admitted. But sir, I think that. He trailed off as Ollivander pulled out a bunch of wand boxes and placed them on the desk, He reached for one at random before removing a spiraling brown wand with a plain brown handle. I first thought about giving you another holly wand, but I considered that perhaps a change in wood might help you. Give this one a try, dear boy. It's made of hornbeam, much like my own wand, with a strand of unicorn hair. Sir, I already have a new wand, Harry said awkwardly. You what? Ollivander asked, confused. I already got a new wand. I just brought it here so that you can confirm it's good for the tournament, Harry explained. Oh, Ollivander looked very disappointed and perhaps even a little heartbroken that Harry had not brought one of his wands, leaving Harry with an irritating urge to apologize. Ollivander waved his wand and all of the wand boxes flew back into their shelves before he stared at Harry. Let us see it then, he said, suddenly looking a good 50 years older. Oh. Okay, Harry frowned before pulling out his wand and reluctantly handing it over to Ollivander. Ollivander seemed to brighten somewhat as he stared at the new wand. He leaned closer and started to smell it. He placed his ear against it as if trying to listen to its heartbeat. He moved it in various directions as he began examining it from every possible angle. I can tell that the wood is blackthorn, 11 inches and slightly flexible. A strand of your old phoenix feather is in here, clearly. Clearly, Harry absently nodded. But I must confess that I do not recognize the rest. He frowned and stared questioningly at Harry. It's a heartstring from a swooping evil, Harry answered the unasked question, causing Ollivander's eyebrows to nearly shoot up and off of his head. He turned to Tonks and she snorted. That's what he told me. I'm going to be heading back to that shop later to see if the man has the proper permits, Tonks told him. As well you should, Ollivander nodded before turning back to Harry. And what of the bonding agent used in here? He asked. Bonding agent? Tonks asked while Harry stiffened slightly. Yes, I can sense that something is bonding the cores together but I can't tell what, Ollivander admitted. Sorry, but I can't tell you. It's a Potter family secret I'm afraid, Harry said apologetically. Oh, Ollivander muttered before waving the wand, only to fly back and hit the shelf behind him. Whoa, Tonks blurted out, while Harry looked stunned. It's quite all right, Ollivander coughed violently, taking a moment to calm himself before he spoke again. Quite a loyal wand, he remarked, staring at the wand. It evidently does not like being in the hands of someone else. Why don't you try it, Mr. Potter? He said, holding the wand out to Harry. Harry took it and immediately felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He felt confident and strong, as if he could take on anyone and anything, and to be fair he probably could with just Venom. He waved his wand and several multicolored sparks poured out, large and flashy ones that lit up like fireworks. Impressive, Ollivander breathed out in wonder. I'll say, Tonks agreed, staring with awe. You certainly know how to use your wand, Harry. She commented. I can't tell if that's a genuine compliment or if you're just being dirty-minded again, Harry told her. Little bit of both, Tonks admitted unashamedly. Well, your wand seems to be working well enough, Ollivander decided. It's a shame that you didn't buy one from my shop, but I can admit that this wand is as great a wand as any. Perfectly fit for the tournament, Mr. Potter. Thank you, sir, Harry nodded to him. I suppose we'll be going now, he added before he and Tonks walked to the exit. Goodbye Mr. Potter, Ollivander called. Goodbye Miss Nympha. He ducked as a vicious red spell hit the wall behind him. Why do people keep calling me by that accursed name? Tonks complained loudly once she was out of the shop with Harry. I like it, Harry shrugged. I think it's pretty. Oh, like me? Tonks asked flirtatiously. Nah, but it's almost as pretty as you, Harry replied smoothly with a small grin. You flirt, she laughed, punching him lightly in the arm. Takes one to know one, Harry shot back. So, what now? Back to Hogwarts now, I suppose, since we've got your wand and all, Tonks answered. I'm hungry, Venom complained. Yes, or, Harry pointed suggestively to a nearby sweet shop. You could do your job as law enforcement and make sure there is nothing suspicious going on in that fine establishment, and perhaps I, as a concerned citizen, of course, could accompany you. Tonks hummed thoughtfully. Perhaps, I have heard some rumors about the suspicious chocolates they have there. I should make sure they're safe, via vigorous taste testing, naturally. She said in a professional voice. Naturally, Harry agreed, and it would be very irresponsible of me to not check Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor while I'm at it, Tonks decided. Highly irresponsible, Harry concurred. Florine gives me free ice cream. Harry, Tonks said in a serious voice. You can't let your emotions blind you, this investigation is important. The taste buds of the wizarding world are depending on our shoulders. You can trust me, Tonks, I won't let you down, Harry replied back just as seriously. This is cute, but if you don't hurry up then I'm going to eat somebody, Venom warned Harry. Shall we? Harry asked, offering her an arm. Tonks snorted before gently pushing his arm down. We shall, she said before walking off. We're wearing her down, Venom decided as Harry walked after her. Harry let out a small sigh as he entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had summoned him here, though he wasn't sure why. Venom had what he believed to be the right answer, but Harry, for some reason that Venom couldn't understand, doubted that Dumbledore had finally wised up and decided to permit us to purify the gene pool of the school by getting rid of the undesirables. Once he got inside of the office he saw Dumbledore sitting at his desk as usual, and standing next to him was Percy Weasley. You called for me, sir? Harry asked. Yes, I did, please have a seat, Harry, Dumbledore replied, gesturing him to sit down at the seat opposite. Harry did so and gave the duo a questioning look, quite clearly wanting to know why he was summoned here. Now, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley has been quite busy at work, looking for a way to get you out of this tournament, he said, and Harry noticed Percy puff up and stick his chest out. Yes, Percy smiled smugly. I had to look over the rules several times and discovered that there are simply two things you must do. Firstly, you must fill out this form here. He paused to pull out a form and hand it to Harry. This form simply stated that you willfully give up your place in this tournament, including giving up the rights to earn any prizes or benefits that could be gained from being in the tournament. The second thing you must do is at the first task, simply state that you do not wish to compete and then, simply don't compete. Are you serious? Harry blinked. That's it. Yes, you simply just don't have to compete, Percy explained, looking quite proud. The Goblet of Fire is a powerful and ancient magical object, but that does not mean that it's capable of pulling in unwilling participants. Only those who willingly enter their names are bound by its rules. I mean, could you imagine the horrors that would occur if you could do that? Someone could drop any name of any person and force them to compete or risk their magic. It'd be horrible. So if I want then I don't have to compete? Harry asked slowly and thoughtfully. Pretty much, yes, Dumbledore cut in, his arms laid on the desk with his fingers intertwined as he leaned forward and stared intently at Harry the same way one would stare at a rather curious-looking animal in a zoo. After a moment he turned to face Percy. Mr. Weasley, I believe that our business here is concluded. Thank you for your diligence. The floor is open should you wish to leave. Though, if you prefer, I do believe that your siblings all have free periods now, should you wish to have a chat with them. He offered. Percy looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking his head. Tempting, but I'm afraid I still have quite a bit of work to do. Headmaster, he nodded to Dumbledore before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, he added before heading to the flow and flowing away. So, Harry, Dumbledore spoke up. I trust that you've been able to procure a new wand, he said, staring questioningly at Harry. Yes, I have, Harry said, removing his wand and showing it to Dumbledore. A remarkable design, Dumbledore said, staring at the wand. It reminded him of his first wand. It was a rather plain-looking cherry wand, though it worked well enough, despite its rather plain and boring appearance. Kids these days get all the cool wands, he couldn't help but think. Thank you, sir, Harry said, putting his wand away and standing up. I should probably be going now, providing we don't have any more business to discuss. Not at the moment, Dumbledore said with a slight shake of his head. Unless there is something that you wish to discuss with me, he asked, leaning back in his seat. Not at the moment, Harry replied before turning around. He had barely made it 10 steps before Dumbledore called after him. Harry, Dumbledore said, causing the young teen to turn around and face him. I hope you are happy with this news. I believe that you have had an argument with your friends about the tournament if the rumor mill is as accurate as usual. Ron and Hermione aren't my friends anymore, Harry told Dumbledore. We don't need them, Venom added in Harry's head. My boy, Dumbledore said, a small smile on his face. I understand that at your age friendships can break, but they can also be reformed, not as easily, mind you. But it is possible, with a bit of effort. I dare say that Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger would be worth it in the long run. I don't, Venom growled. I don't, Harry replied. They made their choices and now I will make mine. They're not my friends anymore, he said, bluntly and honestly, causing the smile to slide right off of Dumbledore's face. Harry, Dumbledore said, calmly enough. You and your friends have been through a lot together. He just said they weren't friends, asshole, Venom yelled. Are you truly going to throw away such valuable friends over a school tournament? Dumbledore continued. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are still young, as are you. It's only natural to make mistakes at their ages. I'm sure that not too long from now, the three of you will be friends once more. We won't, Harry said firmly. I don't give out second chances when it comes to personal loyalty. Perhaps if I had suddenly become the next Voldemort and they turned on me then I would understand, but not when they turn on me over a school tournament. They turned on me when I needed them. If it weren't for me then Hermione would be dead or petrified and the Weasley family would be at least a member or two shorter. They turned on me, and I've learned from my parents' mistake with Pettigrew. They don't get another chance, Harry said firmly. If you're sure, Dumbledore said, sounding like he had been forced to drink something particularly vile. But Harry, I must implore you to think carefully. There may come a time in your life when you will need your friends. He doesn't need them, Venom hissed. I don't need them, Harry said without hesitation. I don't need any of them. I have everything and everyone I need. Now, if there's nothing else, he added, turning and walking away before Dumbledore could respond. Once Harry was out of the headmaster's office he decided to head to the common room since he still had a little bit of his free period left before he had to go to see Professor Flitwick for his extra lessons. It was on his way there when he stumbled across something interesting. And, I'm the best in my class, of course, stuttered Seamus Finnegan, nervously running a hand through his hair while his best mate Dean Thomas stood behind him and looked like he was trying not to gape at Fleur who was staring at the two like they were insects. Harry suppressed a hard sigh before he decided to continue walking, hoping beyond hope that they didn't notice him. And I'm pretty good at Quidditch, Seamus added quickly. Best in the school. That's bull, Dean cut in. I'm better on a broom than you, and I'm a Muggleborn. I'm a half-blood, so what? Seamus snapped at him. You're not even on the team, Dean pointed out before turning back to Fleur. He's not on the team, he said quickly. That's only because Harry already took the seeker position, Seamus insisted. Besides, you're not on it either. Harry, Fleur said quickly, noticing Harry who cursed silently as he had barely been able to make 6 steps past them before being noticed. Fleur, Harry said as he turned to greet her. I see you've met my roommates, he added whilst gesturing to Dean and Thomas. Yes, Fleur said dismissively as she walked up to him. Do you perhaps know where Professor Flitwick is? He is not in his classroom. I asked your friends here but they have been less than helpful. She added, causing Seamus and Dean to blush. I can't say for sure, perhaps he's in the staff room or in his office. If you can't find him then I'm meeting him in half an hour in the courtyard by the Great Hall. For what? Fleur asked. Nothing special, Harry shrugged. Then you shouldn't mind telling me what it is, correct? Fleur asked, raising a perfect eyebrow as she seemingly tried to drill into him with her blue eyes. I sometimes take extra lessons with Professor Flitwick, Harry explained. Like an extra half an hour every week or so, depending on how busy he is. Extra charms lessons? Fleur asked in an intrigued voice. Charms is my best subject. Mine too, Seamus quickly yelled. You blew up your desk at our last lesson. Dean cut in. Shut up. To have extra lessons, you must be either quite bad or quite good at the subject, Fleur continued speaking to Harry, ignoring the two behind her. I am curious, which is it? What does it matter to you? Harry asked, giving her a questioning look. Are you good at charms? She asked suddenly. Decent, Harry said modestly. Do you know where the staff room and Professor Flitwick's office is? She questioned him. Yeah, I do. Why are you? Excellent, you can show me where they are, she decided. I don't think that. Do you have something better to do? She cut in. Well, not really, but then you can guide me there, she smiled stunningly. You, Harry trailed off and shook his head. Are an interesting woman, he decided. Come on, let's go, he told her, about to take a step forward when she slipped an arm into his, causing him to stop and stare at her. It is polite for a gentleman to offer a lady his arm, she pointed out, giving him a challenging look. Well, I do consider myself a gentleman, not sure how polite I am though, he added as the two walked off, arm in arm. So, what is your favorite spell? Fleur asked. Patronus charm, Harry said without thinking. Mon Dieu, Fleur blurted out, truly, you are a fourth year, are you not? I got lucky, Harry said modestly. One does not simply get lucky with a spell like that, Fleur huffed. I still have not mastered it. Did Professor Flitwick teach you it? Learned it myself, Harry replied honestly. Will you teach me, please? She asked hopefully. Teach you? Yes, and in exchange, I'll teach you a spell that I know, she offered. A seventh-year spell, Harry asked, undeniably interested. Why not? I'm sure you could handle it, she replied as the two of them rounded the corner, leaving Seamus and Dean behind, staring with wide eyes. Lucky git, Seamus cursed. Potter gets all the luck. He complained to Dean, who had already started walking off. Hey, where are you going? To learn some charms, Dean called back as he rushed to the library. Wait, Shit, wait for me you git. So, Fleur said as she and Harry walked arm in arm. Can you actually perform the charm, or are you simply trying to show off? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you challenging me? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow of his own back at her. Because it kind of feels like you are. Perhaps I am, she said with a dainty shrug. Can you perform the charm? She asked once more. Challenge accepted, Venom growled before moving discreetly, placing Harry's wand into his hand. Harry flicked his wrist to make it look like he had summoned his wand. He extracted his arm from hers as they both came to a stop. He took a moment to focus on the memories that Venom had shown him, allowing himself to immerse in the feelings of warmth and love that he felt coming from his parents, the feeling of safety, of family. He raised his wand, feeling his eyes prick with tears that he forcibly shoved down. Expecto Patronum, he waved his wand, and out came a wispy Patronus that quickly solidified into the shape of a beautiful and regal-looking stag that stood at just under 7 feet tall from head to toes. Its massive horns looked like they could quite easily pierce themselves through a troll with no effort. Amazing, Fleur breathed out as she stepped past Harry to look at the stag. She raised her hand instinctively to touch it. A Patronus was not supposed to be solid matter. They were made up of magic and feelings. They shouldn't be able to be solid, nor could they be touched. That's what her research had told her, yet as her hand got near her, she could almost feel it as if it were an actual animal in front of her. Truth be told, she was mildly surprised that her hand had actually gone through it. That is incredible, she gasped as she stared at it. It is, Harry said simply as he took a good long look at it before willing it away. So, now that I've proven myself, shall we continue on our way? He asked as he moved forward and offered Fleur his arm. She stared at him for a moment before slipping her arm into the crook of his elbow. You truly taught yourself this? She asked as they continued walking. It's what got Flitwick's attention enough for him to offer me more lessons, he shrugged. It's the most advanced spell I know. Well, you'll certainly be a worthy competitor in this tournament, she said, before giving him a curious look. That is if you are still competing. My headmistress informs me that you might not. I'm considering it, Harry said neutrally. There are advantages and disadvantages to competing. Still, I wish you luck in the tournament. You're up against some stiff competition. I don't know much about Crumb and how good he is, but I'm going to assume he's at least decent. As for Cedric, he's one of the best in our school. Perhaps, though I am most definitely the best in mine, she stated in a matter-of-fact voice. I'll take your word for it, Harry decided. Smart boy. Fleur smirked just as they rounded a corner, only to be met with none other than Ron and Hermione. Really? A whole school full of people and they're the ones we have to bump into? Venom groaned. Harry, Ron trailed off as he realized just who Harry was standing with. His ears turned red and his face flushed as he looked at their joint arms. He stared at the two with a gaping mouth while Hermione's eyebrows had nearly shot up past her head. Can I help you? Harry asked coolly. Harry, well, we heard from Ron's brother that you found a way out of the tournament, Hermione spoke up softly as she also stared between Harry and Fleur. Yeah, Percy found a way to get me out, Harry confirmed. He seemed quite proud of himself. So, you're not in the tournament then? Hermione asked, sounding somewhat hopeful. I never said that, Harry replied, a small smirk on his face. What, but, if Percy found a way to get you out, then why would you still be in the tournament? Hermione asked, confused. Because it's up to me if I leave the tournament or not, Harry told her. And I'm still undecided on that. Harry, Fleur spoke up. Are these your friends? She asked curiously. Ex-friends, Harry corrected her. Now, we should be on our way, he told her before turning to Ron and Hermione. If you'll excuse us, he told them before walking past them with Fleur walking alongside him. I'm sorry about that, he told her once they were far enough away. I sense drama, she replied, giving him a questioning look. Why do you sound so curious? Harry asked, returning her look. It's nice when somebody else is on the receiving end, she shrugged. Normally, all drama resolves resolved. I forget the word, but it's all connected to me. It's nice to hear about someone else's drama. I think you mean that all drama revolves around you, Harry told her. Truth be told, same for me. Ron and Hermione were my best friends, but since this tournament, we've had a disagreement. They believe I entered this tournament, I believe that I don't need friends that I can't trust 100%. If you did not enter yourself into this tournament, then who did? She asked. A dead man walking is my best guess, Harry said, straight-faced. Fleur opened her mouth to respond but trailed off as they arrived outside of Professor Flitwick's office. Harry raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in, a squeaky voice called. Harry opened the door and walked in with Fleur to see Professor Flitwick sitting behind his desk. Hello, Mr. Potter. I thought our meeting wasn't for another 20 minutes or so, he frowned as he glanced at his wristwatch before realizing that Harry wasn't alone. Ah, forgive me, you would be Miss Delacour, the Beauxbaton champion, correct? I am, Fleur confirmed with a nod. She wanted to meet with you, Professor, Harry explained. I'll leave you two to it, he said, taking a step back. I'll see you in the courtyard for our lesson, sir, Harry added before turning and walking away. Once he was far enough away he decided to start conversing with the voice in his head. So, what do we do now? Harry wondered. The spiders, Venom decided. We'll go to them, see if they found anything. Fair idea, Harry decided. We'll go at night. We do our best work then, Venom agreed. What have you to report? Venom questioned, perched on top of a tree in his sleek form, looking down at the Acromantula nest in front of him. The Acromantulas stayed deathly still, not one of them twitched, wisely remembering the last spider that had antagonized him. My king, a young spider spoke up nervously. We've been unable to get too close, the humans fired spells at us. But we've heard very loud noises. Noises, Venom repeated impatiently. Roars, king, another spider spoke up quickly. Loud roars, belonging to a mighty beast. We know not what it is, but it's dangerous. Beasts, another spider corrected. More than one, I'm sure of it. Dangerous, king, very dangerous. So are we, Venom growled. We'll scout out the beasts ourselves, he decided. He tensed, preparing to leap before Harry sent a meaningful cough at him via his head, causing him to pause and look at the spiders. Thanks for your help, he said appreciatively before leaping through the air and swinging away. Was that necessary? He asked his other half. If they're serving us then it helps to be polite, Harry mentally replied. Even if they didn't help that much, if it's just fear all the time then eventually they'll rebel. That's what happened with me and the Dursleys, remember? I was there, Venom replied dryly as they got near the holding area. A loud roar was heard, sending vibrations down Venom's body, causing the black goo to start shifting temporarily. The roar was unpleasant but thankfully not painful or bad enough to disable him, a small mercy that Venom was thankful for. He landed on top of a thick branch of a nearby tree and promptly froze as he saw the very beasts that the spiders had mentioned. In 4 very large cages were 4 unholy offsprings of fire and death, large apex predators that feared nothing apart from their own kind. Dragons. Shit. Venom cursed when one of them let out a particularly hot fire blast that shot up into the air like a volcano. Shit, shit, shit. He jumped back and quickly swung away. This is worse than I thought. We should cancel our plan immediately. What? No, no, we're not canceling our plan, Harry declared. We can't back out now. They're dragons, Harry, Venom decided to remind him as he landed on the side of a tree. Massive fire-breathing dragons. Fire is a bit of a weakness of mine if you'll recall. And you're bonded with a fairly decent wizard if I do say so myself, Harry responded. We'll figure a way around it. It won't be easy, Venom growled. I fought the world's biggest snake with my headmaster's bird, an ancient and incredibly floppy hat and an old sword. I have no preparation for most of my adventures. This won't be the worst thing I've done. True, Venom said thoughtfully. Do you have a plan? Initiate. Plan Granger, Harry said simply. The library, Venom said with furious determination. Dragons, which would thought that it was a good idea to bring dragons for a school tournament. Harry muttered as he sat in the library looking through a book on dragons. Truth be told, he could have probably just skimmed the whole book in seconds and have Venom remember the whole thing, but it'd look weird for him just to pick up a book and read it in seconds before putting it back. Besides, the reading did at least give him something to do. From what he had read so far, dragons came in various different sizes depending on the type of dragon, some even became big enough to eat other dragons. Their scaled armor was thick and protective against all but the worst magic. At the very least it wouldn't be damaged by most of the legally allowed magic available to the average wizard in Wizarding Britain unless you added a good bit of extra power into your spells. Naturally, they were also great at breathing fire, something that didn't help Venom's mood. Hold it, Harry muttered. Resistant to all forms of fire. Huh, that'd be nice, Venom grunted. A second later Harry went still as an idea came to his head. Somehow he could tell that Venom had just had the same idea. Venom, Harry said. Yeah, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I am. Good, indeed. I'm hungry. Chocolate. Very soon, the day of the first task arrived. A Gryffindor uniform had arrived for him to wear, but he had chosen to instead go with his own look. Black dragonhide boots combined with black trousers, along with it was a full-sleeved black shirt. He'd had been tempted to add more but decided to keep it simple. For the first task, he was supposed to meet the other champions in a tent and he was heading there now. All right, are you ready? Venom asked as Harry walked to the tent. Nope, but I'm still going, Harry answered honestly. He was about to say more when someone called his name. He looked to his right and saw Hagrid rushing over to him, looking pretty worried. All right, Hagrid, Harry asked. Harry, you're going to compete in the task? Hagrid asked in a worried tone. I thought you weren't competing. If I knew I would have told you. I know what the task is. I'm not supposed to be telling you, but you need to know. It's dragons, Harry, big ones, and they're really dangerous. And Hagrid, Harry cut him off before someone could hear and get Hagrid into trouble. I know what the task is. Yeah, and I. Wait, what? You know? Hagrid asked, sounding shocked and relieved. Dumbledore's not the only person in the castle with tricks, Harry smiled, tapping his nose. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Hagrid chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Reckon your dad would be proud of you, and your mum, though you'd probably drive them spare as well. Maybe, Harry smiled. Thank you, Hagrid, you're a good one. Nah, Hagrid blushed, waving him off. You're the good one, Harry. I should probably be going now. I'll see you later, okay? Good luck. He gave Harry a thumbs up before walking off. He's a good one, Harry sighed. He is, Venom agreed. Truth be told, he didn't think the man was that competent, but he was at least loyal to Harry, so he was okay in Venom's book, at least for now. Harry took in a deep breath before he continued walking to the tent that had been set up near a stadium that had been built quite recently, considering that it wasn't there last year. Once he entered the tent, he looked around and saw the other champions. Crumb was leaning against a post with his usual surly look, whilst Cedric was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Fleur was sitting calmly on a bench, looking perfectly at ease if you missed the stiffness of her body and the way her neck seemed tighter than usual. Harry coughed and they all looked towards him. "So, nice day for a tournament, huh?" "Harry," Cedric blurted out. "I thought you weren't competing," he said in a confused tone. "I had considered it and found that it'd be beneficial to me if I did compete," Harry shrugged. "So, everyone feeling good?" he asked casually. "Hello, champions," a cheery voice interrupted just as Rita Skeeter walked into the tent, dressed up in nice clothes, at least for her, with her hair curled up into some elaborate sort of bun, and she supported about half a ton more makeup than usual. Following her was the forgettable-looking cameraman who always accompanied her. "It's such a pleasure to see you all again," she said in a sanguine voice. "I wish you all the best of luck. Of course, hopefully, there won't be any accidents, but if there are, then please try and angle your faces towards the camera so we can properly capture your final moments," she said in a kind voice that really didn't fit with what she had just said. Cedric bristled at her words. Crumb merely grunted at her before looking away. Fleur sent the reporter a withering glare while Harry leaned back on a tent pole and stared at the reporter, who was smiling at all four of them. "Of course, we won't be hoping for that," Rita quickly added before turning to Crumb. "Hello, handsome," she smiled. "You're the tournament favorite, you know. Perhaps you'd be interested in giving your adoring fans a few words," she asked hopefully. Crumb stared at her like she was a bug. Eventually, she got the hint and looked away from him, dismissing Cedric and Fleur before locking her gaze on Harry. "Harry," she grinned widely as she took a step forward and stared at him hungrily. "How good to meet you again. Perhaps you've changed your mind about giving me that interview." "We've read your last article about us," Harry replied, tilting his head slightly. "Of course you all have," Rita nodded, as if expecting nothing less. "Even a 5-year-old would be able to tell I mean my age, and you somehow got that wrong," Harry started. "You also didn't mention my mother, whilst also implying things about my dead father, and for some reason or the other, you portrayed me as a crying little brat. Why on earth do you think I'd possibly want to give you an interview if that's what you do without me saying a thing?" "Harry," Rita let out a sigh, speaking in a condescending tone. "If you don't give me an interview, then how can I fix that? You want me to give you what you want and advance your career because you can't do your job?" Harry asked in an amused tone. "That's cute, Miss Skittles, but I don't think that's going to happen. After all, when a woman in her 50s can still not—" "I'm not 50, she glared at him, "and that's not my name. How on earth is anyone supposed to work out your age when you wear that much makeup?" Harry replied. "Either way, there will be no interviews for you, Miss Scooter," he continued, ignoring the expression on her face. "You see, what I had given you that day was a test, Miss Scooter." "Skeeter. A test to see what you would do," Harry continued. "If you had passed, then you would have gotten as many interviews as you want from me," Harry fibbed. He had no intention of ever giving this woman an interview, not that he was letting her know that. "Alas, you performed at the usual level you've been performing all of your career. So that means no interviews from me," he added, causing Rita to turn red with anger and perhaps a little bit of embarrassment if he was reading her right. He idly noticed a chuckle or two from his fellow champions. Rita opened her mouth to speak, but he quickly cut her off. "Therefore, that means my interview today will not be with you. It's all right though, I've contacted an entirely different reporter to help out." A different," she stuttered, sounding like she simply couldn't fathom how he managed to say those words in that order. "Who on earth?" "Sorry that I'm late," an airy voice spoke up. Everyone in the tent turned to see Luna Lovegood step into the tent, dressed in her usual school uniform, but also with a few added differences. In one hand was a notepad and quill with a pink cover that was covered in stars, along with a couple of unicorns, multicolored birds and one blue moon. In her other hand, she held a blue feathered quill that she absently used to scratch her cheek. She had 2 badges on her uniform. One said, "Press," and the other said, "Pass." Accompanying this look was a lanyard that hung from her neck, holding a small camera along with a sign that said, "Please read my badges." On top of her head was a brown deerstalker hat for some reason. To complete her look, she had painted a red lightning bolt on her forehead, a yellow C on her left cheek, a blue F on her right cheek and a red V on her chin. "Forgive me," Luna said dreamily, staring at something in the distance. "I was distracted on the way here by a trio of Laptotiblialises." "What are they?" Crumb couldn't stop himself from asking. "Laptotiblialises," Luna repeated. "It's a type of bird that goes around, leaving a series of miniature gas clouds in the air that are designed to make people sneeze. Not much of a threat on their own, but if you sneeze enough then you could do some damage. I'm surprised that your school hasn't taught you about them. I've known about them since my first year." Everyone stared at her for a few long moments before Crumb began looking down and muttering about the standards of his school's magical creature classes. Excuse me," Cedric coughed. "But, what's up with that hat?" he couldn't help but ask. "Really?" Fleur snorted. "Of all the things you could ask about, you wish to discuss the hat?" she told Cedric, who flushed red. "Yes, that is rather an interesting question," Luna agreed. "Besides, if you must know, then this is my backup journalist hat. My main one got lost 2 years ago and I've never remembered to buy another one. I suspect Nargles are behind it," she revealed, as serious as stone. Cedric stared at her for a moment before Crumb rubbed his eyes while muttering something about his education. Journalist hat," Rita repeated, looking like she was trying to fight off a persistent headache. "Yes, every serious journalist has a hat," Luna explained patiently, though she did seem a little confused as to why something that was so clearly obvious needed explaining. "That's ridiculous. Every serious journalist has a hat," Luna repeated. "Everyone knows that," she added. "Yep," Harry spoke up. Fleur nodded. "Of course," Cedric happily played along. "I agree," Crumb grunted. "And what about all of that?" Rita demanded, gesturing to the painted letters and lightning bolt on Luna's face. "I didn't know who to root for," Luna admitted. "Harry's my favorite, but I do like all the champions, they all have nice bums." Fleur nodded somberly. "You have a lot of makeup on," Luna told Rita, who was slowly getting redder and redder. "That's not good for your long-term skin health, could attract Sisambobwebeans." "Anyway," Harry cut in before Rita could burst a blood vessel. "Luna is here to interview me for the tournament," he told his other champions. "I'm sure she'd be happy to interview the rest of you as well." "Oh yes," Luna nodded happily. "My father would really appreciate it." "Your father?" Rita asked suspiciously. "Yes, he owns, writes, publishes and distributes the Quibbler." "The Quibbler?" Rita shrieked. "That garbage magazine about weird and imaginary animals and crackpot ministry theories." She turned to Harry with a horrified look on her face. "You're going to allow her to interview you?" But the Daily Prophet is." "You should have passed the test, Miss Screecher," Harry said, managing to sound at least a little bit apologetic. "This is not the end of this," Rita hissed before turning around and storming out, violently pulling her cameraman along with her. "No, it's not," Harry quietly agreed, knowing full well that sooner or later, a lawsuit would be hitting the Daily Prophet. "That was awesome," Cedric grinned at Harry. "Thank Luna," Harry replied in an amused voice before turning to Cedric and frowning. "Seriously, thank her." Cedric's response was cut off as a group of people arrived in the tent. In the front was Dumbledore, accompanying him were the other school heads, and behind them were Bagman and Percy. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak first before pausing as he noticed Luna was also in the tent. "Miss Lovegood?" he asked in a confused voice. "What are you doing here?" "Reporting," Luna chirped, holding up her quill and notepad. "How marvelous," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "For your father, I assume." "Oh yes, he's quite excited about it," she revealed. "Well, that's good to know, however, I'm afraid that now is not the time." There is a conference after the first task for the champions to be asked questions. I will personally make sure that you are invited to it. Dumbledore told her. Thank you, sir, I guess I'd best be going now, Luna said before turning to everyone. Bye guys, she waved. Watch out for the Mus-Mins, she called before leaving. Thanks, Luna, Cedric called out as she left. I'm sorry, did anyone else hear? Muslims? Harry wondered. Muffins, Fleur corrected him. Actually, Miss Delacour, she said, Mus-Mins, Dumbledore told her. A subspecies of magical iguana, mostly found in Southeast Asia and northwest of Canada and occasionally in the North Pole during the summer, though they never head to the South Pole. They burrow into their victim's body from there. He trailed off as he noticed the looks that he was getting from everyone. The Quibbler is a very fine news organization, he huffed defensively. Right. Percy looked like he was visibly struggling not to comment and instead turned towards Harry. I was under the impression that you would not be competing, he said with a small frown. Well, I certainly did appreciate the help you've given me, but I've considered my options and decided that it was better to compete, Harry shrugged. Though, once again, I am really appreciative of the help you've given me. You're a credit to the Ministry, Harry told Percy, who blushed slightly as he puffed his chest out. Same old, Percy, Harry thought amusedly. Just takes a bit of flattery, kind of like you, Venom. The F*** did you say? Venom asked warningly. Well, thank you, Percy smiled at him. I think that. Anyway, Ludo cut in. How are you all doing, ready for the task? He asked the champions excitedly. About that, Cedric said hesitantly before deciding to voice the question on all of the champions' minds. What exactly is our task? He asked. At once, every pair of eyes in the tent turned to face Ludo, who let out a small squeak. Ah, I thought I had forgotten something, he frowned thoughtfully. You forgot the entire task. Karkaroff blurted out. Have you taken leave of your head? Your head will be in my stomach, Venom growled. Soon. The task is quite simple, Dumbledore said before Ludo could respond. Each of you is tasked with retrieving an object, a golden egg. It has been placed in the arena outside, and each of you will take turns trying to retrieve your eggs. You will then be judged on your attempt. Your judgment will be based on how quickly you complete your tasks along with how you complete it. That's it, Cedric frowned. Oh, there is more to it than that, Dumbledore assured him. Each egg is guarded by a dragon. A dragon, Cedric gaped. Harry noticed that Crumb and Fleur didn't look that surprised, meaning that they had likely found out about the task beforehand as well. How? Venom wondered. They don't have a spider army, that's our thing. Likely their headmasters told them, Harry responded. Karkaroff doesn't surprise me. Let's kill him, Venom suggested. Set a date, Harry told him before focusing on the conversation in front of him. I promise, Dumbledore was saying to Cedric. All you have to do is retrieve the egg, you do not have to harm the dragon. The dragon handlers will be on standby, ready to stop the task if things get too out of hand. Simply retrieve the egg and come back. Are there any other rules? Harry asked. Do not bring any items into the arena besides your wands, obviously no illegal spells as well. That's pretty much it, Percy Weasley summed up. Indeed, thank you, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, causing Percy to puff up again predictably. Now, Mr. Weasley, if you can hand me the bag. Ah yes, thank you. In this bag, there is a small model of your chosen dragon. With each dragon there will also be a number that will decide the order in which you compete. Take your picks, he said, holding the bags out. One by one, each champion came over and took out a dragon. Harry hissed slightly as he felt his model dragon bite him. He looked down and saw what he recognized as a Hungarian horntail. Not the biggest or strongest species of dragon, but certainly the most vicious, at least according to his research. It was the most volatile of dragons, and least likely to not attack, meaning Harry definitely had a fight on his hands. So, Percy looked at each dragon. Mr. Diggory first, followed by Miss Delacour, Mr. Crumb and then finally Harry Potter. This is going to be so exciting. Ludo grinned, looking positively gleeful at the idea of 4 students fighting dragons. This guy. Venom roared. The weight is killing me, Harry mentally complained. Better than the dragon killing you, Venom replied. True. Harry allowed himself a brief snort of amusement as he sat on a bench, talking with Venom. He noticed Crumb on the opposite side of the tent, silent as wood, while Fleur was sitting on her own bench, practicing her wand movements. Harry looked at the model dragon in his hand, watching as it snarled and growled and moved menacingly up and down his palm. Cedric had gone out a couple of minutes ago for his attempt at the task. Harry hoped he would do well. Do you think we should have told him about the task? Harry asked Venom. Fleur and Crumb clearly know about the task, Cedric was the only one who didn't. Well, it's not like we have the Time Turner with us anymore, Venom grunted. He'll be fine. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. Are you okay? An accented voice asked. Harry looked up to see Fleur sitting next to him. You seem quite distracted, she noted. Nervous. Why would I be? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow, earning a look that quite plainly said, don't be so dense. We are about to fight dragons, and in case you haven't noticed, you have ended up with the horntail, the most aggressive species of dragon. I know, Harry cut her off. I did my research. Truly? Fleur asked, sounding quite interested. That means you knew about the task. Do you want to tell me that you didn't? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Let me guess, your headmistress told you, right? And how did you learn about it? Your headmaster, she guessed. Nope, it just helps to have friends in the right places, Harry smirked. So, I'm assuming you've got a plan of some sort ready. Why, need some advice? She asked innocently. I have my own plan, obviously mine is better than yours, Harry said matter-of-factly. And how do you figure that? Because I'll be the one to win the task, obviously, Harry shrugged. You believe that you, the youngest and least educated of all of us, will be the one to win when you have the most aggressive dragon. Youngest, yes. Least educated, fair enough. But I'm also the strongest one here. Let me tell you something, Miss Delacour, I've fought worse than a large fire-breathing lizard and I've become stronger since. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself, you'll need the help more than me. Perhaps you are simply trying to impress me, she hummed thoughtfully, giving him a challenging look. I don't have anything I need to prove to you or anyone else, Harry replied, staring right into her eyes. Think what you want of me, it's what everyone does and it doesn't matter to me anymore. To paraphrase a certain French girl, I will be whoever I am, anything less is a shame. Fleur stared at him for a moment. You do not drool, she noted curiously. Beg your pardon. Harry blinked just before a cannon blast was heard. I guess that's my signal. Fleur stood up. Good luck, Mr. Potter, she told him before turning and walking away. Women are so confusing, Harry muttered. Agreed, Crumb grunted from his side of the tent. Potter, I must ask you a question, if you don't mind. What is it? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Do you think there are any of those creatures the reporter girl mentioned in this tent? He asked with a deep frown. My magical creatures class did not teach me about any of them. I don't know how to recognize them. Oh, well, I am particularly worried about that last creature she mentioned. I hope it's not in this tent. What was it called? The one that your headmaster talked about it. Started with M, was it? What was the word? Muslims. My uncle always told me you got to watch out for them, Harry said sagely. Our time is coming, Venom said shortly after Crumb had left to go and compete. Yeah, Harry replied as he looked down at the model dragon in his hand. You remember the plan. We've got this, Venom said confidently just as the model bit Harry on the hand. Yeah, Harry agreed, his hand turning black before two tentacles shot out and wrapped around the model. It shrieked and screamed just as rows of small white teeth suddenly surrounded it, the teeth closed in and covered it whilst the tentacles held it down. A second later, Harry's hand returned to normal and the model was nowhere in sight. We got this, Harry agreed just before the cannon fired, signaling that it was their turn to go. Time to fight, Venom told him as he stood up. It's not every day I have to kill a dragon, Harry frowned before heading out to the arena. Once Harry had entered the arena, he had managed a few seconds to look around and take note of his surroundings. Above him, the arena was surrounded by stands filled to the brim with students from all 3 schools. He could see some students holding signs of support for different champions. He had quite a few himself. On the opposite end of the arena was a large tower that held a few seats for the tournament judges. Harry resisted the urge to promptly shoot his most powerful spell at it when he saw Karkaroff sneering at him. The arena itself was a gray rocky floor, and covered all over in large rocks of various sizes, some as big as Harry and some twice as big and some even larger. He had barely taken a few steps when the dragon landed on one of the nearby rocks, and Harry finally got a close look at it. It was lizard-like and big enough that it could probably swallow him in a single bite. Its scales were black as night and its body was covered in hundreds of yellow spikes. Its yellow eyes fixed on him, and it only took a second for him to see the rage and hunger that possessed this monstrous creature. It raised its wings and reared back, opening its mouth. A green gas appeared in its throat. Harry jumped to the side, barely avoiding the fire blast that missed him by mere inches. The flames were hotter than anything Harry had ever felt. He could feel Venom's discomfort vibrating through his whole body. He aimed his wand and shot a purple spell that bounced harmlessly off of the dragon's nose. It glared at him. Harry was ready to shoot another spell when it started roaring loudly. Harry's research had told him that the common thing that would happen when a dragon roars is paralyzing fear and perhaps a busted eardrum or two. Whoever wrote that obviously did not have a symbiote in their body. While his human self was paralyzed, his passenger ended up experiencing a large amount of discomfort that shot up into him. Harry let out a scream as he fell down to the ground, feeling like his head had been hit with a hammer. To the watchers around them it looked like Harry had simply been blown off his feet by that dragon's roar. Not a single one of them knew that his head felt like Hagrid was doing cartwheels inside of it. "That's pissing me off." Venom roared in Harry's head just before he forced Harry to roll out of the way of another fire blast. Venom handed back control and Harry rushed up to his feet. "Ditto." Harry growled back before levitating the nearest rock and sending it straight at the dragon's head. It shattered upon contact, causing the dragon to stumble back before it leapt at him. "Lumos Maxima," Harry yelled, a massive light shining out of his wand and blinding the dragon. Harry jumped to the side as it crashed into the rocks behind him. The dragon's tail flicked at him and a hastily put up shield stopped any damage but didn't stop Harry from being thrown across the arena. He was tempted to have Venom help him with the landing, but he wasn't intending to reveal him to the public anytime soon. A hastily cast spell on the floor caused it to turn soft. Harry bounced right off of it, flipping backwards in midair and landing on his feet in time to see the dragon leap on top of another rock. It raised its head, green gas once more pilling up in its throat. Reducto. Harry cast quickly, his spell shattering the rock that the dragon had landed on and causing it to fall right to the floor, freeing Harry up to shatter a nearby rock. He raised the broken pieces into the air and transfigured them into small daggers before sending them straight at the dragon's face. Most of them bounced harmlessly off of the dragon's face, though one managed to get stuck in its gums while a second pierced one of its eyes, causing it to roar once more. It was all Harry could do to stay standing. Thankfully for Venom, his sound weakness was far less severe when he was inside Harry's body, though with that being said, the dragon could still roar pretty loud. "Kill it," Venom roared. Happily, Harry snapped before shooting apart another rock. Draconophores. His spell turned the broken bits of rocks into a large bunch of mini dragons that Harry sent right at the horntail before repeating the process with 2 more rocks. "Let's deal with that mouth first," Harry growled, aiming his wand at the dragon as its head was swarmed by dozens of dragons. It waved its head repeatedly, swatting a few of them before it grew irritated enough to open its mouth, ready to burn them. Harry waited until he once more saw the green gas appear in its throat. "Confringo," he yelled. A fiery orange spell burst out from his wand and rocketed straight at the dragon, entering its mouth and causing a mini explosion in its throat. The dragon staggered back, coughing wildly and loudly as the miniature dragons kept attacking it. They weren't doing much damage, but their repeated attempts to attack the dragon's eyeballs had caused it to keep its eyes closed, especially since it was no longer capable of burning them. It tried to roar once more but let out what sounded more like a cough. "That's better," Venom said approvingly just as Harry raised his wand into the air. "Fumos Maxima," Smoke appeared from the tip of Harry's wand, pouring out at high speed until soon the entire arena was covered in a gray fog. The only thing visible to the audience was the tip of the dragon's raised tail and a few rocks. "That's big enough," Harry said before his free arm was covered in a familiar black goo that spread to the rest of his body. "Come on, Harry," Tonks muttered worriedly as she stood in her position. She was supposed to be guarding the area that the champions would go after completing the task. It was a small box that was on top of the arena, opposite the judge's tower. Cedric was probably the worst off of all the champions, at least so far, supporting a burnt arm and a large scratch on his back, which was why the champion was covered in bandages. Crumb was relatively uninjured with the exception of a couple of bruises. As for Fleur, she was the least injured, having only burnt a bit of her clothes. As of the moment, Tonks had forgotten that she had a job to do and was currently watching as Harry actually fought against his dragon. Unlike the other dragons, the Horntail had abandoned its nest and charged straight for Harry the second he had entered the arena. He had a few near misses but was seemingly holding his own pretty damn well. "He's doing well," Crumb noted. He and the other champions were also watching from the safety of the glass box. "Better than me at least," Cedric said despondently, frowning heavily at his bandages. "We," Fleur said, staring intently at the arena. "Strong indeed," she whispered to herself. "I hope he'll be okay," she said out loud. "He will," Tonks said firmly. "He will be okay," she repeated firmly before mentally chanting the same thing again and again, using the words to crush down her doubts. "I hope so," Fleur replied just before the arena became covered in smoke. "What's he doing?" she wondered. "Whatever it is, I hope it's good," Cedric said. "He'll need something big to beat that dragon. Maybe he's trying to sneak past it like you did," Crumb theorized. After all, no student his age could beat a dragon. Tonks was about to reply when suddenly a large boom was heard. Her gaze snapped back to the arena in time to see the dragon, head first in the air with its entire body off the ground with the exception of its tail. A large, white and very sharp tooth flew out of its mouth and landed back in the smoke-covered arena just before the dragon landed back first on the ground, shaking the arena itself hard enough that all the people in the champion's box could feel it. "Whoa!" Tonks gasped just before the dragon stood up, its head barely peeking out of the smoke, blood pouring out of its mouth as it stared directly in front of it. Tonks saw its eye and for a brief moment thought she saw a plea for help before a seemingly panicked look appeared on its face. The dragon was pulled back and thrown across the arena, pushing smoke out of the way as it crashed directly into the judge's tower. The tower shook at the impact. Percy had fallen off his chair while Bagman had landed on his back with the chair under him. Madame Maxime had ended up halfway over the table while Karkaroff had somehow ended up under the table. Dumbledore was the only one who had managed to not fall over, but even then the headmaster was leaning on the table. "I stand corrected," Crumb said blankly whilst Dumbledore waved his wand and pulled everyone back into their seats before fixing the tower so it wouldn't collapse. The dragon tried to take to the air and was promptly met with a couple of large rocks to the face, causing it to stumble in the air before it continued flying up. The smoke from the arena changed color into a seafoam green and followed after it until Harry was once more visible, moving his wand like a conductor, commanding the smoke to follow after the dragon. The Horntail ascended higher and higher into the air but the smoke caught up to it quickly, covering the dragon in a green smoke ball. A red spell shot out from Harry's wand and the smoke burst into a massive ball of fire, causing everyone to temporarily close their eyes. Once Tonks opened hers, she managed to see the dragon plummeting down to the ground. It landed hard, once more shaking the entire arena. Its landing ended up sending a few rocks at Harry who had thankfully managed to shield himself in time. Tonks watched as Harry simply walked over to the fallen dragon, bold as brass, fearless and completely at ease, as if he was about to tell off a particularly irritating first year. She looked at the other champions. Cedric was staring with wide eyes, looking like this was the first time he had ever seen Harry. Crumb was muttering under his breath, eyes fixed on the fight that was going on. And Fleur. She saw that Fleur was staring at Harry with thinly disguised hunger, staring at him like he was a particularly juicy piece of meat. A frown appeared on Tonks's face before she forced herself to focus on the arena, pushing down the sudden feeling of irritation she was feeling. She watched as the dragon raised its head, only to be slapped down by an explosive spell from Harry. It screeched at him as he grew near. The dragon snapped its mouth at Harry, who responded by firing a spell directly into its mouth, causing it to pull back and let out another screech of pain before Harry placed his hand on the monstrous reptile's jaw. Harry raised his wand and several large rocks the size of himself floated up into the air. "He's certainly not lacking in magical power," Fleur smiled widely. Tonks was tempted to comment on that but fell silent as Harry transfigured each rock into a large spear. With a wave of his arm, the spears all flew directly into the dragon's mouth. Harry stepped backwards and turned around, walking away from the dragon, utterly uncaring of the incredibly dangerous beast he had left behind him, a beast that Tonks was pretty sure was now dead, judging by the way it was not moving and how much blood was pouring out of it. Harry headed to the nest, grabbed the egg and raised it high into the air. The arena erupted with cheers. Many people could be heard chanting his name, not that he seemed to care as he walked straight out of the arena. About a minute later, Harry entered the room, holding his egg. "What did I miss?" he asked casually, as if he hadn't just defeated the most aggressive species of dragon known to man. "Oh, hey Tonks." He barely managed to smile before Tonks pulled him into a tight hug. "I was so worried about you," she admitted, hugging him tightly. "Oh," he whispered before hugging her with the one arm that wasn't holding the egg. "Sorry about that," he said apologetically. "Downside of knowing me, I guess." "Yeah, well, the perks had better be amazing," she said jokingly once she finally let go of him. "Harry, that was amazing," Cedric blurted out. "You were awesome." "Thanks. What happened to you?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "Dragons like me," Cedric said, dry as sand. "Ah," Harry said, understandingly. "You are a very good competitor." "Good competition," Crumb said approvingly. "You are hurt." "I'm fine." Harry shook his head. "You certainly look fine," Fleur said silkily, stepping past Tonks and placing a hand on Harry's chest. "You are truly not hurt." "I've been far worse," Harry said dismissively before smirking at her. "Told you that you didn't need to worry about me, didn't I?" "Perhaps you are right," she smirked back, her hand still lingering on his chest. "At first, I thought that you were perhaps just a little boy in a tournament that you shouldn't be in. Apparently, I was wrong," she smiled, staring right into his eyes just as Madame Pomfrey entered the room. "Mr. Potter, to your bed," she ordered, pointing to one of the 4 beds in the room. "I'm uninjured," Harry protested, and it was true. Any damage he had picked up had been near instantly healed by Venom. "I'll be the judge of that," she said firmly. Harry was about to protest again when Tonks suddenly grabbed him and pulled him away from Fleur. "Let her do her job, Harry," she said, pulling him to the bed. "Better to be safe than sorry, she said, lightly pushing him into bed. Madame Pomfrey began firing off several spells before he could even open his mouth. She frowned. Harry couldn't help but feel like the woman looked disappointed. "You are seemingly fine." "Really?" Harry couldn't help how dry he made his voice. Thankfully Madame Pomfrey hadn't noticed as she was still staring at him like he was a confusing puzzle. After a couple more spells, she decided to walk off. "Anyway, is there a toilet around here?" Harry wondered. "Just there." Tonks pointed to a nearby door. "Thanks, look after this for me," Harry told Tonks, handing her the egg before heading into the toilet. Once he had closed and locked the door, he pulled his wand out and aimed it at his hand. He allowed a small fire to appear on the tip of his wand. Harry took his free hand and wrapped it around the fire. Harry watched, amazed at the fact that he could feel the heat, but was not feeling any pain. He pulled his hand back and grinned, seeing not even a small burn mark. "Success," Venom said, letting out a furiously happy growl. "You are sure you're fine?" Tonks asked Harry as she guided the champions back to the arena. Madame Pomfrey said I'm fine, reluctantly, but she still said it, Harry reminded her with a small shrug of his shoulders. "Besides, I feel fine enough." "Thanks for asking about the rest of us," Cedric huffed lightly. "With the greatest of respect to all of you, I don't know any of the rest of you guys, so you're getting the bare minimum of attention from me so long as you're in danger of dying," Tonks told him honestly. "Fair," Crumb grunted as he usually does. We were all watching your fight, Fleur told Harry as she slid next to him, lightly bumping shoulders with him. Though we couldn't see what happened when you covered the arena with smoke. What does it matter? Harry asked. The result's the same at the end of the day. True, Fleur agreed, leaning her head close enough to whisper into his ear. Though, I'd certainly like to talk with you more about it, she whispered in a husky tone. So, Tonks coughed, pulling Harry a step or two away from the French champion. We just need to take you all to the arena so that the judges can give you all your points. Pomfrey doesn't like you lot leaving her care, but there's nothing I can do about that, so get ready for a lot of complaining from her when you get back. Have fun with that, Harry told the other champions in a sympathetic voice. He had himself been many times her victim. You have a lot of experience with that woman, Fleur asked Harry. Yeah, by the way, Harry, Tonks cut in. Do us both a favor and write a letter to Mum as soon as you can. I imagine she's quite worried about you. Serious as well, I'd reckon. Oh yeah, I probably should, Harry agreed. Yeah, Tonks nodded. Anyway, here we are, she said just before they entered the arena, which was pretty much exactly how Harry had left it, minus the dragon eggs, though the dead dragon was still there and was staring lifelessly at the other champions with many transfigured spears in its mouth. Tonks and the other champions couldn't help but shiver a little, as the dragon was still pretty intimidating. Even when dead, they could scarcely imagine what it would be like to fight that thing when it was alive and actively trying to end your life. All of them could feel their respect for Harry rising. The arena was promptly bombarded with cheers from the audience, cheers so loud that Harry wouldn't be surprised if they could be heard in the next country over. A lot of the students could be heard chanting Harry's name, with a few others cheering for the other champions. Harry didn't really appreciate the attention, and Venom certainly did not appreciate the loud noises coming from everyone. Thankfully their noise didn't hurt him, but it was still more than a little irritating for the gooey alien. This lasted for about a minute. Harry was tempted to pull out his wand and start encouraging people to shut up. Though, thankfully Harry didn't have to, as Dumbledore had gotten them to quiet down so the judges could start handing out the scores. First of all, I'd like to give a big thank you to all of you for attending this event, Dumbledore began, his voice easily heard by everyone thanks to the ever-present miracle that was magic. It wasn't optional, asshole, Harry growled under his breath. Tonks heard him, judging by the snort that followed, as had Fleur, who actively fought against the smile that was pushing its way onto her face. And now, we will start handing out the scores, Dumbledore announced. First of all, we will start with Mr. Diggory of Hogwarts. He paused for a moment to allow the crowd to cheer for Cedric, who lightly blushed at the praise. Mr. Diggory, you competed whilst using a fair mix of charms and transfiguration. Changing your environment to distract the dragon was a genius approach, and worked out quite well, all things considered. However, the time you spent along with your own injuries will need to be taken into account. I would like to award you 7 points. Ditto, Ludo chimed in. I will go with 6, Madame Maxime said next. I feel a few more spells could have made the attempt much better. I must agree with Miss Maxime, Percy cut in. I would also like to award Mr. Diggory 6 points. 3, Karkaroff grunted in a bored tone, causing more than a fair share of people to boo at him. What do you expect from me? The boy was one wrong move from being dead and is the most injured, he said, rolling his eyes. Moving on to Miss Delacour, Dumbledore coughed. Madam, you spent the longest on your attempt, however, you are the least injured here with only a couple of burns on your clothes, so well done on that. Your charm's work is superb. Enchanting the dragon to fall asleep was unexpected and yet utterly brilliant. I would like to award you 9 points. Agreed, Madame Maxime said with a bright smile. 9 is a fine number. I think her attempt deserves a good 7 points, Ludo spoke up. It wasn't very exciting, which is kind of the point of the tournament, he quickly added in a defensive voice when the others stared at him. Agreed, 4, Karkaroff put in, causing Madame Maxime to glare at him. I would like to award her 8 points, Percy spoke up. An excellent attempt, Miss Delacour, Dumbledore nodded to her before looking in Crumb's direction. Now, Mr. Crumb, Bravo, Victor, excellent work, Karkaroff chimed in enthusiastically. Venom, there will come a time when I will let you eat that dumbass, Harry mentally growled. I'll be ready, Venom promised. Such an excellent performance. Kuroroff cheered, not noticing or perhaps ignoring how uncomfortable Crumb was. Yes, Dumbledore quickly cut in. As I was saying, you opted to go straight in and fight the dragon. As a former Gryffindor, I must say that you'd make a good member of Godric Gryffindor's house. You used several spells with great effect, including the Conjunctivitis Curse, which did succeed in blinding the dragon, but it did result in a few of its eggs being destroyed, and that's not to mention the injuries you sustained. Overall, I would like to award you 8 points. 7, Madame Maxime said. 7, Ludo agreed. 6, Percy decided. 10, Kuroroff said enthusiastically. You've got to be kidding me. Venom roared. Oi jackass. Harry shouted loud enough for everyone to hear him. I couldn't give two shits about this tournament, but if you're going to be biased then at least try and be subtle about it. He yelled. Kuroroff turned red while a few members of the audience also yelled their agreement. That'll be enough of that, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said disappointedly. I'm just saying, Harry said, casting a sound-amplifying spell so he didn't have to constantly yell to be heard by everyone. We're all out here risking our lives fighting dragons of all things. If Karkaroff thinks that's easy then he can come and fight off one of the remaining ones. This is also an international tournament, right? Meaning the whole world will be expecting professional behavior from all of the judges, just like everyone in this stadium does. Harry added, earning more cheers from the crowd. I don't even care if I lose, but the least you all can do is make sure that the people who are risking their lives for your entertainment are at least awarded fairly and properly. He added, canceling the spell just as more cheers erupted. Harry idly noted that even many of Kuroroff's own students were getting involved, apparently no happier about his behavior than the other two schools. I agree, Crumb yelled when Kuroroff looked like he was about to respond. I do not deserve a perfect score. He shouted loudly. He really doesn't, Percy whispered to Kuroroff. I mean, I literally made a list of everything he did that's worth taking a point away for if you want to read it. He genuinely offered to Kuroroff, who glared at him before turning to the crowd. 9. He growled out. You got some balls, Harry, Tonks chuckled. Thank you. I think I inherited them from my father, Harry said straight-faced. Moving on to Mr. Potter, Dumbledore spoke up, pausing as many of the crowd cheered for him. Yes, now, your performance was most impressive. A nice mix of spells, including transfiguration, which I always love. Obviously, it was not perfect, given the start, but it was more than impressive. You are certainly a powerful wizard, Mr. Potter, he said, giving Harry a searching look before finally continuing. I would like to award you 8 points. 9, Madame Maxime added her points. 9, Ludo also added. I would say 8, Percy decided before they all looked at Karkaroff. 2, the man snapped, once more causing plenty of boos to erupt from the crowd. The man ignored them and glared at Harry, who lazily sent Karkaroff the finger. What a cunt, Tonks said in a disgusted and furious voice. There's no way in hell that your performance ranks a bloody 2. I'm sorry, Crumb told Harry. My headmaster is, how you say, a cunt. Evidently, Cedric snorted in agreement. Quite a pathetic man, Fleur rolled her eyes. As you say, Harry, he is far from subtle. Don't worry, he'll get his one day, Harry said confidently, staring right at Kuroroff while Dumbledore was actively working on calming down the crowd. Silence. Dumbledore's magically amplified voice cut off everyone, and Harry winced along with everyone else in the stadium. That will be enough of that. Now, champions, your eggs provide you all with a clue that you must solve before the next task. I wish you all the best of luck, he said before canceling his spell and turning to the other judges. Perhaps, while we have some time, we should discuss a policy regarding how judges may vote. I think that would be wise, Madame Maxime agreed, as did Ludo and Percy. So, Harry, Tonks said as she guided Harry and the other champions to the tent where the reporters would be. Upon entering the tent, Harry saw that it was naturally far bigger on the inside. There was a dark purple stage, and sitting on top of it were 2 large tables, each covered in a dark red cloth and fitted with microphones. In front of the stage were a large amount of chairs with what looked like a few dozen reporters sitting there. I suppose that Hogwarts is probably really happy with you right now. The population of Hogwarts can go F*** themselves, Harry said bluntly, taking the other champions by surprise. I know who supported me and I know who didn't. I've got better things to do than waste my time caring about a bunch of pricks that turn on me at the drop of a hat. Tonks simply nodded, not as surprised as the others, having heard a little about Harry's time at Hogwarts. Not to mention that she had heard whispers about him from the other students. The whole thing really reminded her about her own time at Hogwarts. Students were happy to smile at her face and then talk crap about her as soon as her back was turned. Harry's feelings about Hogwarts were understandable. She had felt the same thing many, many times. Wow, Harry, I didn't know that you felt like that, Cedric frowned, looking disturbed. Heir of Slytherin, Goblet of Fire, should I continue? Harry snorted before they were led up the stage. Tonks guided them to their seats and promptly left as soon as all the champions were sat down. Harry took the seat closest to the stairs and was then followed by Fleur, Krum and then Cedric. A minute or so later, the judges arrived and took their seats, sitting at the other table. Ladies and gentlemen, Ludo briefly stood up, smiling widely. The champions and judges are now open to questions. He told them before sitting down. Mr. Potter, a woman in a purple dress raised her hand before anyone else could. Florence Loresence of Witch Weekly, I'd like to ask what is your current relationship status? Beg your pardon, Harry blinked. What is your current relationship status? She repeated. Are you single? Do you have a girlfriend? Single, Harry said, somewhat confused that this would be the first thing that was asked in a tournament where the contestants had to fight dragons. Next question, he said quickly when he saw her open her mouth. Mr. Burns of Springfield Spinners, one male reporter said, raising his hand. A great many of us would like to know what happened in the arena when you used that smoke spell. We couldn't see a thing. What did you do? I used magic, Harry said flatly. Mr. Burns looked really put out and was about to open his mouth when another voice cut in. Dark magic, Rita asked quickly with an evil grin on her face. That must be the only possible thing you could have done if you're refusing to say what you did. Did you perhaps use dark and illegal magic? And just who are you supposed to be? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow, wiping her grin off her face in record time. You know exactly who I am. She snapped. Your face doesn't ring a bell for me, Harry shrugged before looking at the other champions. Guys. Nope. Cedric shook his head. Never seen her before in my life, Krum grunted. She looks somewhat like my school's janitor, Fleur noted curiously. I am Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, Rita said through gritted teeth. As you very well know. Besides, you did not answer my question, Mr. Potter. Did you use dark or illegal magic? Define dark magic for me, Harry replied. I know that none of my spells were illegal at least. What do you count as dark magic? Obviously any magic that can harm someone, she responded. In that case all the magic taught at Hogwarts then, Harry rolled his eyes. Even a wand lighting spell can hurt someone if you put enough power into it. I shouldn't be surprised that a Daily Prophet employee isn't knowledgeable about how the real world works. Go to school and then come back to me with that question. He told her, earning various amounts of laughter from the other reporters in the tent, causing Rita's face to turn red. The Daily Prophet, I'm pretty sure one of your employees butchered their last article about me before the first task. I wrote that article, she said, sounding quite offended. And they still sent you here after that last cock-up? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. They must have more faith in your journalistic abilities than I do. Now, can a real journalist please start talking? Luna Lovegood of the Quibbler, Luna spoke up, standing on a small stool. What is your opinion on the Rotfang conspiracy? I believe that it could be possible but I'd like to see more evidence, Harry replied neutrally. His statement seemed to be good enough for Luna. The young Dione smiled brightly and started writing down notes in her notepad. What's the Rotfang conspiracy? Fleur whispered to him. Not a clue, Harry admitted honestly. Mr. Potter, another journalist stood up. Oliver Appleby of Wizard Wide News, Did you obtain any serious injuries during your battle with the dragon? No, I did not, Harry said simply, taking a moment to look at the other champions and judges here. Are you all forgetting that I'm not the only person here? He asked the journalist. Perhaps you'd all want to talk to the others as well. We've got a world-famous Quidditch player and Albus Bloody Dumbledore here. Why am I getting all of the questions? Luna Lovegood again. Luna spoke up before the other reporters could. My question is for all of the champions, are you all happy with the scores you received in the task? I am. Cedric nodded along with Victor. As am I, Fleur agreed. More or less, though I think I'd be happier if a certain judge could vote unbiasedly, Harry said, sending a look at Karkaroff who was currently glaring at him. Keep looking at us and we'll make you regret it, Venom growled. Headmaster Karkaroff, another reporter spoke up. Leonard Cooper of the Big Bang News Association. This is the second time that Mr. Potter has accused you of unfair scoring. Do you have anything to say in your defense? I scored exactly what I thought they deserved, Karkaroff said indignantly. The girl took too much time. The Hogwarts champion was a step or two away from dead. I ended up destroying my dragon's eggs and got my own bruises, Crumb pointed out. You gave me the highest score here, you gave Potter the lowest and he did better than me. What does a few dragon eggs matter? Karkaroff spat. Besides, you did better than the Diggory boy, he added, ignoring the last part of Crumb's sentence, all the while sending him a look that clearly said, shut up. Headmaster Karkaroff, dragons are an endangered species, Luna pointed out. Few dragon eggs do matter a lot. What about the Potter? Karkaroff demanded. If Victor should suffer because of dragon eggs, then Potter deserved to suffer even more. If dragons are so important, then let's discuss the fact that the Potter boy killed a full-grown one in cold blood. You want to put that on me? Harry snapped at him. You all thought it was a good idea to put dragons in the arena with us. You knew that there was a very high chance of us dying. But you didn't care about that because our lives apparently aren't worth more than your entertainment. I defended myself by fighting off the active threat that was trying to kill me, and you want to vilify me for that. Do you want to blame me for defending myself in a tournament that I was forced into? Fine, I blame you. That dragon died and we were hurt because you thought that lives weren't as important as your entertainment. Harry turned to the reporters who were all eagerly watching. And you can all quote me on that. Harry sat back and watched with a small amount of amusement as the judges, especially Karkaroff, were suddenly under mass fire from all the reporters. All these worthless people here, they dare to question us, Venom growled. As if they have any right. As if they know our pain, our suffering. They're pathetic. It's not just them, Harry replied. The wizarding world as a whole is becoming more and more of a letdown every day. Perhaps we should make some changes, Venom wondered. Changes? Harry asked curiously. What are you talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, Dumbledore's voice interrupted. Harry looked around and saw that the reporters looked seemingly more in control of themselves. Apparently Dumbledore had managed to calm them down somehow while Harry was distracted. Anyway, I think that is enough for now. The champions are clearly tired and need their rest. In other words, he wants us to stop before the tournament ends up looking more shit than it already is, Harry mentally snorted. He is one of the things I think we should change, Venom told him. Harry wasn't quite sure why he wasn't expecting a massive party when he got into the common room, but there was a massive party as soon as he got into the common room. The room erupted with cheers as soon as he got in. He saw a massive Gryffindor flag hanging down from the ceiling with his name written across the logo. Many Gryffindors wore Gryffindor-colored face paints while waving mini flags. There was plenty of food and drinks scattered all around the room along with balloons. Harry, 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 they chanted. This, Venom said as the Weasley twins picked him up and placed him over their shoulders, bouncing him up and down as the Gryffindors continued to cheer. This is the proper respect we deserve, Venom decided. Harry could almost feel him preening. His alien companion was certainly vain at times. Open the egg. The twins cheered at the same time. Open it. Open it. The Gryffindors joined them. Do it, Venom suggested. What could go wrong? Must you tempt fate? Harry mentally groaned before opening the egg, A loud screech pierced through the air and Harry's entire body lit up in pain and was dropped to the floor as the twins let go of him to cover their own ears. He landed harshly on the ground. It went wrong. It went wrong. Shut it. Venom yelled unnecessarily as Harry had already started closing it. Don't ever tempt fate again. Harry mentally growled as he stood up, looking around to see the other Gryffindors all rubbing their ears and generally checking their ability to hear. What the bloody hell was that? A voice cut in. Harry grunted as he got off the floor and saw Ron and Hermione had walked in. The three former friends stared at each other awkwardly. All right, you nosy lot, move it on. Fred called out suddenly. Yeah, it's awkward enough without you all blatantly watching, George added. Move on pervs. Move on, move on. The twins started chanting. No need, Harry said quickly. We have nothing to talk about, he said before taking some juice from a nearby table. This is a party, isn't it? He asked out loud. Come on everyone, let's enjoy ourselves, he said, gulping down his drink. Dragon Slayer Potter has spoken. The twins yelled. Party. The party slowly started building speed, and after a bit of hesitation, it wasn't long before it was back in full swing. After enjoying a bit of food and drinks, Harry decided he'd try and make a discreet escape. The Gryffindor chases had managed to key his cheeks before he was able to get out. He narrowly avoided the twins doing the same thing. Eventually, he was able to get into his room. He had barely stuffed the golden egg inside his trunk and locked it when the door opened and in walked Ron and Hermione. Once again, the three paused awkwardly and stared at each other. It's bull that girls can come up to our rooms whenever they want, Harry blurted out. Tell me about it, Ron snorted. Seamus tried to get up the girls' dorm a week ago for a bet and ended up in detention with McGonagall. It is mildly unfair, Hermione conceded with a small wince, having not thought about that. What do you two want? Harry sighed, standing up and picking some clothes before heading into the bathroom, closing the door before he started changing out of his tournament clothes. Go on, I'm listening, he said from behind the door. Look, Harry, Ron paused and glanced between him and Hermione, wondering if they should have thought of a script before coming to see him. We were curious about what you did during the task, Hermione decided, thinking much the same as Ron. It looked really impressive but we couldn't see anything once you covered the arena with smoke. What did you do? Magic, Harry said as he opened the door and walked out in regular clothes, tossing his tournament clothes onto his bed. Harry, you kicked that dragon's butt, Ron said quietly. We didn't really know you had it in you. I mean, dragons are tough, you know. Trust me, I know, Harry replied. Besides, I fought off Dementors with a Patronus charm. That wasn't exactly easy either, you know. It's not, Hermione agreed, a frown on her face. I've been trying hardly to do that spell, but I can't get it down right. I've been able to make a small shield of far. Professor Flitwick said that was very good for my age. Harry stared at the two of them. Is that it? Is that all you two needed to discuss with me? No, Harry, I was thinking, Ron gulped and stared at him nervously. About the tournament I mean, I think someone might be trying to do you in. Caught on have you? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Took you long enough. What was your first hint? Maybe the fact that someone tried to kill me in my first year. Or was it the fact that somebody tried to kill me in my second year? Well, perhaps you might have found it odd that Death Eaters were back in the World Cup, Tell me, Ron, just what was it specifically that let you pick up on the fact that my life is always in a fair amount of danger? Harry asked emotionlessly, staring hard at the redhead. Harry, I'm trying to apologize to you, Ron replied. Are you? I didn't hear the words, I'm sorry, come out of your mouth. Harry pointed out. What about you, Hermione? What are you here for? Harry, we're both here to say that we're sorry, we really are, Hermione said quietly. Harry, please forgive us. They cannot be trusted, Venom hissed. Do not trust them. Forgive, Harry repeated. Forgive you both. You want me to forgive you both? Okay, you're forgiven. Really? Ron asked hopefully. So, We're cool. We're friends again. We're cool, but no. We're not friends. What? Hermione asked. Harry, what are you? I forgive because of our history. I remember all you did for me and I'm thankful for it, but I do not forget what you've done. We are not friends anymore, Harry said firmly. But why? Hermione asked, seemingly on the verge of tears. I don't trust the two of you anymore, Harry said. When I needed you both, you abandoned me. You doubted me, you didn't trust me. My parents, people better than this world deserves, died because they trusted the wrong person. I will not make the same mistake. You can't honestly be comparing us to Pettigrew. Ron gasped, looking quite horrified. We made mistakes, but I stopped Voldemort from coming back in my first year and then I saved your sister in my second. I fought a basilisk to bring her back alive, the same basilisk that petrified you, Hermione. After all of that, you still didn't trust me. You abandoned me in a tournament where I had to end up fighting a bloody dragon of all things. One wrong move and I'd be ashes right now. What were you going to do then? Were you going to say sorry to my corpse? Why did you abandon me, Ron? Haven't I been a good friend to you? I shared my things with you, played games with you, and backed you when Malfoy ran his mouth and took the piss. How much more did I have to gain your loyalty? Harry shouted at Ron, who stared down, looking quite guilty. Harry, Hermione paused, unsure what to say. And you, Hermione, why did you abandon me? If it wasn't for me then you would have been squashed paste in your first year. I was the one who brought Ron to save you from the troll. I fought King Basilisk for you. And you abandoned me. Why? Because you're not the same, she choked, tears dripping down her face. You're not the same Harry who did all of those things. You're more angry, more aggressive. I saw you in the shack, you were ready to kill Pettigrew. You never would have even considered doing that before. I killed Professor Quirrell, remember? What makes you think that I wouldn't have? Harry replied. He got my parents killed and had my innocent godfather locked up in Azkaban with the Dementors for 12 years. He deserved far worse than he got. He's one of the main sources of all of my suffering. You changed, Harry, she coughed. You fight with Snape and Dumbledore and that's not allowed, he demanded. Am I not allowed to grow? Am I not allowed to get better? Do I have to stay as sickly little starved Harry? I can't get stronger. I'm supposed to stay quiet and silent while Snape runs his mouth about my parents, my family. I'm supposed to nod my head and bow because Dumbledore's a god. He's not a god, Venom growled. He's not a god. We don't answer to anyone, we don't bow to anyone. I don't bow to anyone, Hermione, especially Snape, Harry growled. Yeah, I changed. I'm sorry I did so without asking your permission, oh wise one, Harry scoffed. Harry, that's not what I'm trying to say. That's what it feels like. Harry glared at her. I'm done with both of you. Harry, please, you need us, we need you. Ron blurted out. Not anymore. You're right, Hermione, I have changed, for better or worse. Harry took in a deep breath and stared at both of them. And that change, it's permanent, like it or not, he said before heading over to his bed and jumping on it. If it's all the same to you, I'm done for the night. He flicked his wand and the curtains closed, blocking him from them. He waited, and a few moments later he heard some awkward shuffling. They had both gone. They seemed genuinely sorry, Harry thought. We can't trust them, Venom growled. To betray us once means that they could betray us again. The only people we can trust are us, give or take a couple of tonksi. Is that supposed to be the plural for tonks? Single quote ... Yes. Moving on. They were my first friends, I'm going to miss them, Harry admitted. Well, perhaps one day you could be friends again, if we ever manage to guarantee their loyalty, that is. But me, I'm your friend, and I'll stay your friend for as long as we both live. We're not alone anymore, Harry. We never have to be alone again. Mr. Clawton, that tie goes around your collar, not your arm. Professor McGonagall huffed before looking around at the assembled Gryffindors. Her eyes stayed a second or two longer on one student in particular, that being none other than Harry Potter. She was honestly quite impressed with him. As a student he had always been just on the upper side of average with the occasional above-average moments. However, she had also noted some changes in him. Since his third year of school, he has improved at an excellent rate and is now at the top in most of his classes, including her own. Last year he had even been able to produce a Patronus charm of all things, actively being able to fight off Dementors. She had no doubt that the boy's parents would be proud of him. She certainly was. And then there was the Triwizard Tournament mess. Many people believed that he had entered his name into the tournament and she was most definitely not one of them. Despite what a lot of people thought, she knew that the boy wasn't an attention seeker. She saw how quiet he was when he came here and noticed his attempts to avoid the spotlight. His performance in the first task was outstanding, but she knew that it had brought a lot of attention to him. After all, not many were able to claim to have been able to single-handedly defeat a dragon, a Hungarian horntail of all things, at the young age of 14. She knew that it had certainly caught Albus's interest. Her mentor and friend was always very interested in the boy, even though he acted like he wasn't. "Now that I have your attention," she said, taking a moment to make sure that all of her house was paying attention. "I have an announcement to make for all of you. As you all know, Hogwarts is hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. And our champion's winning." Lee Jordan cheered, gesturing to Harry. "Go, go, Gryffindor." The twins clapped while Harry gave them all a mock glare, a hint of a blush on his face. "Yes, yes," she cut them off. "Now, as I was saying, part of the tournament includes the Yule Ball. The ball is, first and foremost, a dance. An opportunity for us all to let our hair down, so to speak," she said, unable to hide a note of disapproval. She truly did love Gryffindor House, but that also didn't change the fact that they were also rowdy, young, hormonal teenagers who were going to be given the opportunity to make themselves more attractive, and she just knew that she would have to be doing her best to prevent the hospital wing from running out of contraceptive potions. She waited a moment, allowing the girls to giggle while the boys all looked horror-struck or frankly far too happy. "Enough," she said sternly. "The House of Godric Gryffindor has commanded the respect of the wizarding world for nearly 10 centuries, and I will not have you all in the course of a single evening ruin that by behaving like a babbling, bumbling band of baboons. You will all be representing not just yourselves, but also Gryffindor House and Hogwarts. If I find that any of you have done anything to besmirch this noble house's reputation, then you can expect to experience my displeasure for so long as you all live." Professor. Dean Thomas raised his hand. "Don't you mean for as long as we stay in school? If I perish before you, then my ghost will haunt you," she told him, dead serious. "Now, the ball has been a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament since its inception. We will all gather on the evening of Christmas Eve at the Great Hall for an evening of dancing and fun, the type of fun that doesn't lead to you all spending your academic careers in detention. Now, tomorrow, I will be hosting dancing lessons. Times will be posted in the Gryffindor Common Room. Any who need these lessons are welcome to attend. I do strongly advise that you all attend, if not for no other reason than to save yourselves from potential embarrassment. The ball is for 4th years and upwards, though younger years may attend if they are invited by an older student. Now, that is all today. You may all leave. Mr. Potter, stay behind please." She watched as his eyes narrowed. He stayed focused on her as the other students started leaving. That was another thing that she had noticed about him. It wasn't just his level of educational effort that had changed. He was different as well. He was still polite and respectful to her. But she noticed that he also seemed sharper. His eyes seemed more focused, and he looked like he was constantly thinking about something. She wasn't quite sure what it was, but there was something off about him. "Yes, Professor?" Harry asked, walking up to her. "Mr. Potter, I feel I should tell you that part of the Yule Ball involves the champions opening the ball with a dance. I wanted to inform you of this. You will be required to open the dance along with your fellow champions," she told him, watching as he paused. A moment seemed to pass as he appeared to be thinking up a response. "Thank you for letting me know, Professor, but with the greatest of respect, I have no intention of going to the ball," he said politely enough that she wasn't going to consider him disrespectful. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Potter. You will not be attending." "That's right. I have no intention or interest in going to any balls, he said, wrinkling his nose slightly. Mr. Potter, this is tradition. You are representing not just yourself, but also Gryffindor House and Hogwarts itself, as you are a Triwizard champion, she said sternly. You must attend. Respectfully, Professor, I didn't choose to represent Hogwarts. I never asked to be a Triwizard champion. I understand that, but regardless of how or why, you are a champion, you are representing Hogwarts, she argued, his face twitching for a moment. Suddenly his gaze shifted ever so slightly past her so that he was looking just behind her. Quite honestly, I think I've done enough for Hogwarts, he said through gritted teeth. After all, if it wasn't for me then Hogwarts would be closed right now, isn't that so? Mr. Potter, and I've never once been thanked for all my services to Hogwarts, not properly at least, he said, sounding thoughtful. I nearly die and then I get house points and a cup that I never even get to touch or hold, and if I'm really lucky then I get an award that nobody will ever see unless they're unlucky enough to be scrubbing the trophy room in detention. I dare say that I've done enough for this school, even the wizarding world itself, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people demanding things from me. Not attending the ball will not break my contract with the goblet, I'm sure of it. Besides, Diggory is the champion, I'm just the add-along. If that's all, professors, he said, turning around before walking away. Mr. Potter, please reconsider, she called. There are many that I'm sure would love to attend the ball with you, she said, watching as he stopped for a moment to listen to her. I'll think about it, he grunted before walking off. She let out a sigh before heading over to the nearest chair and sitting down. Well, Albus, she asked. A moment later the invisibility spell died down and Albus Dumbledore stood next to her. He noticed I was here, I wonder how. The boy is definitely different, he hummed thoughtfully. I thought very much the same, she admitted. However, that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, right? Perhaps not, he agreed. But I dare say that we would be better served keeping an eye on him from now on. Albus, she said weakly. You want to monitor him. He's not a criminal, he's a boy. A boy with the ability to defeat a dragon at the age of 14, I dare say that that's a feat that even I would not have been able to accomplish at his age, certainly not with a horntail of all things. Though, I do reckon I could have probably subdued a Welsh green with a bit of time, he added in a light tone. Albus, after all that the boy has done for us, we're to watch him like he's some sort of criminal. She persisted. He's a teenager, growing and finding his place in the world. He's also a boy who has gone through far more than what should have been tolerated. Of course, he is going to be angrier and rougher than most. Perhaps you are right, Minerva, perhaps you are right, Dumbledore said with a small sigh. Alas, I cannot risk it. It was my own inaction that allowed my old friend to become one of the most feared Dark Lords of all time. If that was not bad enough, then I also failed to prevent the rise of Voldemort himself. He paused, allowing her a brief flinch. To this day, you still fear the name. We're not all like you, Albus, she glared deeply at him. You were the only one capable of going a round or two with him and surviving. Forgive us mere common folk for not being overly powerful like yourself. My dear friend, Dumbledore chuckled. The last word I would use to describe you is common. We are straying off topic, she huffed. Harry Potter is the son of Lily and James, two of the best people I have ever known, and now you want him to be watched. Why? I fear, Minerva, I fear the possibilities that are available to young Harry, Dumbledore admitted. A small part of me always hoped that he could perhaps grow the type of wizard to replace me, become the new leader and symbol that the people of the wizarding world need. The people of the wizarding world should learn better than to rely on a single person to help them get things done, she snorted. But now, Dumbledore continued as if she had not spoken. Quote, I start to fear the other possibilities that could come in Harry's future. If he was so inclined, I reckon he could become an even bigger threat than Voldemort himself. She barely stopped herself from flinching. The Dursleys, Harry's family, they're dead and Harry did not even seem to care. Can you blame him, Albus? She all but shouted at him. Even I told you repeatedly that he shouldn't have been put there, and it's an ill-kept secret amongst the staff that he had begged you every year to not go back to them. Would you also judge the wizarding world for being happy about you-know-who being gone? They were his family, Minerva, he protested softly. They were blood relatives, nothing more. She argued. I'd argue they were not fit to raise their own son, let alone the child of James and Lily Potter. If possible, I would have taken the boy in myself, had you not prevented me from doing so. The blood protections were too valuable, they were what saved his life when he confronted Quirrell. The fact that he even confronted Quirrell should be enough for you, Albus. The boy has saved us all repeatedly. He has, Dumbledore nodded. I will always be grateful for what he has done, but I've also noticed how different the boy has come. I challenge any person his age to go through what he has and not change, she replied. I dare say people our own ages would find it difficult to go through the same events and not change. Perhaps instead of condemning Mr. Potter for being different, we should prevent the need for him to change. Stop him from having to jump in front of dark lords and monsters and being forced into tournaments. Are you implying that this is all my fault? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Our fault. We are all responsible, we should have all done better. She sighed. Albus, I fear Mr. Potter is becoming disillusioned with the wizarding world, he no longer views it the same way he did before. The world has funnily enough lost its magic for him. He has been through a lot, Dumbledore conceded. Perhaps instead of treating him like a danger, we could work on preventing him from being in more danger. She suggested. Perhaps, he said, a thoughtful look on his face. He understood where she was coming from, he really did, but he was not like her. He was the one who had to make the hard decisions, he was the one that people looked up to when things went wrong. He would be watching Harry, he couldn't risk otherwise. The boy could end up being the savior of the wizarding world, he could also end up being its doom. Stupid Dumbledore, Harry muttered under his breath, walking away from Professor McGonagall's office. With Venom's strong hearing, it wasn't that much of a hardship to hear Dumbledore's conversation with Professor McGonagall. He had always respected the older woman, and he felt his respect for her rise as he listened to her defend him against Dumbledore. He just couldn't believe the old man had the audacity to compare him to Voldemort. He was the one who stopped Voldemort repeatedly since he was old enough to crawl. Dumbledore couldn't keep his own bloody school safe for longer than 5 minutes and was now actively wanting to keep an eye on the teenager who stopped the place from going down in flames. And if that wasn't bad enough, then he kept giving him shit for not breaking down into tears over the fact that his aunt and uncle were dead. Even Professor McGonagall could understand why he didn't. How come Dumbledore couldn't do the same? Did the old man really think he was going to mourn his tormentors because they were connected by blood? Did Dumbledore honestly think he was exaggerating and lying when he begged to stay at Hogwarts instead of going back to the Dursleys? The old man is becoming a problem, Venom growled in Harry's head. Did you hear what Professor McGonagall said? Harry asked him. She would have adopted me, she would have taken me in. I could have lived with her this whole time if not for Dumbledore. We should kill him, Venom said softly. Let's surprise him, rip his head off, let me eat him. No, Harry said with a small shake of his head. We need him. Voldemort's back, or at least will be eventually, and while Dumbledore isn't great at keeping him out, he will stop old No-Name from making a direct attack on Hogwarts. For now, we have to keep him around. Still, I don't fancy the idea of him actively keeping an eye on us. He won't be able to, Venom assured him. I can spot him if he gets close. He's crafty, Harry reminded him. Dumbledore didn't get to where he is without being smart. He won't be following us under an invisibility spell the whole time. Especially since we kind of gave away that we could see him. We can detect his physical presence, but we need to find a way to make sure he isn't tracking or following us through some spell. I know there are listening and tracking spells, we need to look up counters until we find a better way to stop him from following us. He's far more experienced than us when it comes to magic, Venom grunted. It's possible he knows spells that we can't ever find, this is a true concern. Agreed, let's not do anything big until we find out a way to counteract him, Harry replied. Agreed. Now, about this ball, Harry replied. Should we go? I don't know, do you want to? Venom asked. Not particularly, but old McGonagall did want me to go, and she did just defend me against Dumbledore, so I'm going to give it a small try and see if I can get a date. Let's ask Tonks, Venom said excitedly. Tonks. Harry blinked. I don't know. She'll be happy to go with us, Venom said confidently. Come on, you're a catch. Better go and ask her before someone else gets to it. Found her, Venom cheered as they turned a corner and spotted Tonks talking to one Auror. Quickly, ask her. Harry walked forward mentally preparing himself as he did so. Fortunately, Tonks hadn't noticed him yet. I'm just saying, the Auror said. He was a brown-haired man who looked to be in his early 30s. If you ever want to go out for a drink together then I'm free most of the week. Are you asking me out on a date? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow at him. I just might be, he smiled down at her. What do you say? Tonks, Harry quickly called out, taking a bit of effort to keep his voice natural. Are you busy? Can I talk to you for a bit? Yeah, sure, give me a second Henry, she told the older Auror before walking down the hall with Harry. So, what's up, Harry? She asked once they were far enough from the other Auror. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything, Harry said quietly. Nah, it's fine, I've always got time for you, Tonks said with a grin. So, what's up, Mr. Dragon Slayer? Not much, and please don't call me that, Harry said with a light snort. Anyway, I just had a meeting with old McGonagall. Oh, Tonks gave him a sympathetic look. Are you in detention or something? Nah, just had a bit of an announcement. Harry began explaining. First the whole of Gryffindor was there. She told everyone about the Yule Ball, a dance. I know about it, Tonks told him. I'm doing security for it. Harry paused, wondering if that might mess with his plan. Well, she told me that I had to open the dance. I told her I wasn't really interested in dancing. But I do like her enough and she's done a lot for me over the years, so I thought I'd make a small attempt for her and try and get a date. Oh, Tonks said a bit awkwardly. And you want me to help you get a date or something? She asked, lightly rocking back and forth on her feet. No, Harry coughed, feeling a bit awkward himself. I actually was thinking about who I wanted to go with me, and to be honest, I think you're probably the only person I know that I actually want to go with. So, I was wondering if you would like to go with me to the ball. Harry, are you asking me out on a date? She asked for the second time today. I suppose I am, Harry said, looking her in the eye. If you want to go as just friends then I'd be okay with that too, honest. I suppose I just really want to go with you, if you're not opposed to it. Look, Harry, I think you're a great guy. Really, I do, Tonks told him honestly. I think you're smart, funny, pretty badass as well if I'm being truthful. And if you were a few years older then I wouldn't really mind, or if I was a few years younger. But I think I'm too old for you. Tonks, it's not like I'm asking you to marry me, Harry pointed out. I'm just asking you to come with me to a dance. Besides, you're not that much older than me. But still, I am older, and Harry, you're the boy who lived. If you take me then you know that it'll attract a lot of attention. Oh, Harry gulped, looking down. Was Venom messing around in his chest? Because his heart suddenly felt a good bit heavier. He felt like his stomach was shriveling, and never once had he ever so hardly wished that someone would shoot a killing curse at him. He was the boy who lived. Of course, she wouldn't want to get too involved in the circus that was his life. Why would anyone willingly want to deal with reporters following them constantly and tracking every bit of their life while also dealing with all the danger that came with it? I'm sorry, Tonks, I understand. You don't deserve to go through all that for me, he said in a quiet voice. No, buggering hell, Harry, that's not what I'm saying. Tonks said quickly. It's for you that I'm refusing. You deserve better than me, Harry. Shouldn't I get to be the one to decide that? He grunted, doing his best to resist the urge to turn and leave. I'm sorry, Harry, but really I'm doing this for you. Reporters will be all over you when they find out you take someone like me to the ball, she said with a deep sigh. They'll treat you like some naive schoolboy who fell for the first pair of tits he saw. They'll act like you're just a love-struck little boy who's been led astray by me. It'll ruin you, Harry, and I can't have that. You don't deserve any of that. You deserve to find a nice and pretty girl. You're nice and pretty. One that's closer to your age, Harry, she told him. I'm serious, Harry, it's for you I'm doing this. You need to find someone better than me, someone your age. The person you take to the ball could just be one evening for you, or they could end up being your whole life. I don't want you to miss out on that possibility for me. You know, I'm sick and tired of people deciding what's right for me without asking me, Harry said tightly. Don't you think I should have the right to decide, Tonks? I'm not a little kid. And nobody in their right mind would treat you like a kid, Tonks told him firmly. You are a one-of-a-kind guy, Harry, and you deserve better than me. I'm sorry, I really am. But please don't be upset. Use this as an opportunity to find someone that's good for you. I'm really sorry, Harry. Are we cool? She asked nervously. Harry stared at her for a moment. Many emotions were warring within him, but none of them seemed to have the same hold on him as the vulnerable look on her face. Sure, he let out a small sigh, forcing a sincere-looking smile onto his face. We're cool, Tonks, I could never hate you. Oh great, she sounded so relieved that Harry couldn't help but feel bad for making her worry. That's great, I should probably get back to work. Sure, but I don't really know if I'm going to be at the ball or not, but if I am then maybe you can spare me a dance. He asked hopefully. Yeah, I think one dance should be okay, she gave him a weak smile. All right, see you later, Harry. See ya, Tonks, Harry said as she walked off, leaving Harry alone with the voice in his head. Well, that was, don't, Harry told him just as Tonks finally reached the other oar. What was that about? The oarer asked Tonks. Oh, he takes lessons with my mum and wanted to ask me a few things about her, Tonks lied with ease. Oh, okay, anyway, about that date. Tonks paused, glancing briefly towards Harry. I don't really think I have enough time to date right now, sorry, Tonks said before walking off. Wait, what? Henry blurted out before following after her. He's going after our Tonks, Venom growled deeply. She's hardly ours, is she? Late that night, all of the occupants of Gryffindor Tower had fallen into a nice deep sleep, all except one unfortunate third year who was stuck on the toilet with diarrhea, a fifth year who was having her second mental breakdown of the year, and one Harry Potter who tossed and turned in his bed as sleep failed to claim him. After an hour of trying to sleep, and failing, the young Gryffindor was more pissed off than before. A familiar sensation hit him as he felt his body start becoming wrapped in the black goo of his best friend. He sat up and pulled open his curtains, knowing that all of his dorm mates were deep asleep. Venom had completely covered him by the time he reached the window. The window was opened and the pair quickly began climbing up the tower, with one tentacle shooting out his back to gently close the window behind them. In no time they had reached the top and perched on the highest point of the tower. A wave of both arms had created a silencing charm around them. Taking in a deep breath, they looked up in the air and let out an enormous roar that would have probably frightened even the Horntail itself. They were both mildly surprised that the silencing charm had actually held up. Their head dropped down, and the goo retracted from one half of the face to reveal Harry's face. It'll be all right, Venom reassured him, speaking out of his half. We can still win her over. I doubt it, Harry huffed. She said we're too young. We'll play the long game. Venom snapped with furious determination. We'll wait patiently, slowly wear her down, and eventually we'll win her over. Venom, I don't know, Harry sighed. I don't know if that'll work. She'll have probably hooked up with somebody else by that point. Not if I have anything to say about it, Venom growled. Harry did his best to not appear as angry as he was. He wasn't entirely sure if he was succeeding, judging by the way that everyone was staring at him. A few first years even jumped out of his way as he walked towards the Great Hall. Heck, even Draco Malfoy had gone quiet when Harry was near, looking like he had swallowed a very sour. It didn't take him long to work out just why everyone was acting this way. He's a dragon slayer, he heard one older student whisper to a first year. A Horntail, another student was saying. Did you see him? I thought him being the boy who lived was a fluke. My sister said he could end up being the next Albus Dumbledore, or the next you-know-who. Harry moved past the second year that had said that before he gave in to the urge to start breaking some teeth. Hiya Harry. Colin Creevey suddenly stepped in front of him. Do you mind if I take some pictures? He chirped loudly, holding up a stupid-looking camera that looked like it was half his size. A low growl resonated from Harry's throat. It seemed to have got the message across nicely as the excitable boy realized, perhaps for the first time ever, that Harry wasn't in the mood for him to take hundreds of pictures. Maybe next time, he squeaked before rushing away. Single quote. We could eat him, but he'd also be a pretty good follower, Venom said thoughtfully. Shut it. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Once in the Great Hall, he took a seat at the Gryffindor table. He had barely gotten 3 bites into his breakfast when he felt 2 people sit down, one on his left and the other on his right. So, Harry, the Weasley twins chirped. Nice work on the task, they grinned. Made us a fair bit of money, that did, Fred grinned. We bet on you winning, truth be told, George added. Though we should have included a bet around dragon killing. Well, we probably would have if we thought that that was possible. True. Such a stupid oversight. Ah well, we're young enough to still have time to learn. You sure? You two seem to have gray beards not that long ago, Harry smirked. That was an unfortunate incident regarding an age line. I assure you that I'm still in my young prime, Fred told him. Though George seems to be getting on a bit. My knees feel like they're as old as Dumbledore, George moaned dramatically. So, can I help you two troublemakers? Harry asked in an amused voice. You just might be able to, Fred replied. We were wondering if you had managed to get a date yet, George added. You see, we're thinking about starting another betting pool about your love life. Yeah, like who you're taking to the ball. If we play it right then we can all make a fair bit of money, what do you say? Excuse me, an accented voice spoke up from behind them. They turned around to see Fleur Delacour standing there. Do you have a date yet? She asked Harry. I beg your pardon, what? Harry blinked, staring up at the person who was undoubtedly the most beautiful student currently here in the school. The conversations nearby had grown silent. In fact, it seemed like the whole hall had gone silent as Harry didn't hear anyone saying anything. A quick look around showed that he was right. Nearly everyone was staring at him and Fleur now. Exactly as I said, she replied, seemingly uncaring about everyone staring at them. I am curious about if you have a date for the Yule Ball. She asked. No I do not, Harry said slowly with a small shake of his head. Excellent, she smiled brightly. I was wondering if you would like to be my date to the ball. You want to go with me? Harry asked, not bothering to hide his disbelief. I do, she confirmed, seemingly not sensing his disbelief. I would like for you to go with me to the ball, do you accept? Oh, Harry paused to think about it. He knew that all the other red-blooded males in the room and even a few of the females would be beyond irritated that he had the audacity to even consider not accepting a proposal from Fleur Delacour, the girl who was quite frankly a great catch even if she wasn't a person with a magical allure. Harry was pretty sure that being a Vila didn't automatically make one look perfect, and Fleur was perfect looking, exactly the type of girl that everyone from both Muggle and Wizarding worlds would love to have walk arm in arm with them. She had an alluring hourglass figure, beautiful pale skin, perfect-sized pink lips, entrancing blue eyes and silver bee-owned hair that pulled in the attention of everyone, regardless of whether the hair was in a ponytail or bun or simply naturally hanging down to her mid-back. Looks aside, she was also talented and a strong witch. Even Harry's brief interactions with her had told him that she at least wasn't horrible to be around. Every single female-attracted student in the school wanted her. So yeah, on the surface she was the perfect girl for Harry to take to the ball. So why was he hesitating? She's not Tonks, Venom reminded him. That was right, she wasn't the girl that he wanted, she wasn't the girl who rejected him, nor was she the girl who also refused to date another guy right after rejecting him. Merlin, he's such a mess. I'm sorry, Miss Delacour, but I'm not really sure that I am going to attend the ball, he said politely enough. Soon whispers began spreading throughout the hall. It didn't take genius intellect to know just who the whispers were about. Harry, What are you doing? The Weasley twins hissed in his ears. Are you mad? If he's not up for it, I'll do it. Lee Jordan quickly shouted from down the table, followed by many others. You are refusing me? Fleur asked Harry, looking quite surprised. Yes, I am. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to the ball, Harry said as kindly as he could. I was under the impression that you had to attend, she said in a questioning tone, staring at him like he was a rather complex puzzle with half of its pieces missing. The last time someone forced me to do something, a dragon died, he reminded her lightly. Fleur smirked, looking like she was a few steps closer to solving the Harry James Potter puzzle. In that case, I probably will not be attending either, she announced, much to the horror of the other students. No, several nearby people cried, unless you change your mind, that is, she winked before walking off, with everyone staring at him. After an appreciative glance at her swaying hips, Harry shrugged his shoulders and went back to his food. At least he tried to. Potter, are you mad? One older Gryffindor blurted out. She, of all people, asks you out on a date and you say no. Are you gay? Another asked, quite seriously. Not that there's anything wrong with. I'm not gay, Harry rolled his eyes. I just have my brain positioned in my head instead of between my legs like the rest of you, he said, deciding not to mention the extraterrestrial being that had probably helped out whilst living rent-free in his head. Yeah, well, whatever you decide, Harry, just make sure to let us know and we'll start placing the inappropriate bets, the twins said in response. Don't you mean that? We know what we mean, most of the time. Thank you very much for your help, Professor Flitwick, Fleur said, standing up from her seat. If there was one thing that she would miss about Hogwarts, it was her conversations with Professor Flitwick. The man was truly a charms master, one that she would dare say was a few spells better than the one in her own school. While she had many problems with this school, she had to admit that the teachers seemingly knew what they were doing. From what she knew, most of the teachers here were experts in their fields. Of course, there were rumors she heard about other teachers that were quite concerning. Apparently, the divination teacher was consistently drunk and the things she had heard about the potions professor were truly concerning. It didn't really help that most of the rumors around him also involved one Harry James Potter. It was no problem, my dear, Professor Flitwick chuckled. I am always happy to talk with eager students. If I didn't have a class in a few minutes then I'd be happy to talk longer. Same, I shall be by at the same time tomorrow, she told him before walking out of his office. She had barely made it halfway down the hallway when she stumbled upon a group of arguing students. There was a gathering of students here, likely for Professor Flitwick's next charms class. The green and red clothing let her know that they were Gryffindors and Slytherins, probably a few years younger than her. Most of them were staying quiet. As she walked closer she saw the red-headed boy and the bushy-haired girl who were Harry's former friends. The former was being held back by the latter as he appeared to be wanting to lunge at the sneering blonde boy that was standing a short distance in front of the pair, backed up by two boys that looked like they were far too closely related to gorillas. It took Fleur a moment to recognize them as the imbecilic group of boys that tried to flirt with her earlier, or at the least, the bee-owned boy had done. She remembered now that his name was Malfoy, a name that literally meant bad faith in her language. Just perfect. It must be a shame, the bee-owned haired boy drawled, looking distinctly amused. Potter was the only thing keeping you relevant, Weasley. Now you're just back to being an unimportant peasant. Screw you, Malfoy, Ron spat. At least I don't have to hide behind Daddy's skirt and your two boyfriends. Ron, leave it, he's not worth it. Hermione pushed him back, putting herself in between Ron and Draco. Not worth it, you're one to talk, Draco scoffed. Tell me, Granger, now that Potter's no longer watching your back, are you going to finally do us all a favor and leave? The place is bad enough without keeping around filthy little mudbloods like yourselves. Go and spend an hour trying to come up with something original, you class a twit. Hermione snapped at him. You went stale in our second year and haven't even realized it yet. Drama is really so interesting when I'm not involved in it, Fleur thought to herself before she tried to discreetly walk past. Unfortunately, it was hard to be discreet when you had a strong allure attached to you. Instantly, the boys turned to face her, drawing the attention of the girls as well. Resisting the urge to scowl, she continued walking, only to stop when the bee-owned imbecile stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Miss Delacour, he smiled widely at her, giving her a charming look. How good to see you again. I was very impressed by your performance in the first task. I'm sure, she said, trying to take a step around him when he stepped so that he was still in front of her. I was wondering if you'd still be interested in that tour I offered, he grinned at her. I know the castle well enough by now, she told him, unable to sound more uninterested if she tried. There are always secrets to be found, you know. But that's fine, I would like for you to attend the Yule Ball with me. Not interested, she said, less than a second later. A brief look of rage came upon Malfoy's face before he quickly wiped it away. But you asked Potter, and Harry Potter is far more of a real man than you are, Fleur sniffed. Harry Potter is nothing more than a stupid brat who gets lucky. Draco snapped. That's all it is, the little prat is just lucky. As that's so. Draco damn near jumped as he quickly turned around to find an unamused Harry Potter staring blankly at him. The tension in the hallway increased by tenfold. Draco took a step back, knowing that the other Slytherins were not likely to jump in and help him. They weren't the Hufflepuffs after all. Crabbe and Goyle might, but those two were ultimately useless against Potter unless they could catch him off guard and get close enough. Though Draco would never admit it to anyone, he knew that Potter was a powerful wizard, and damn was that an irritating thing to acknowledge, even to just himself. The filthy half-blood had grown in leaps and bounds. He might not be the most academic student, but he was clearly pretty good at the practical applications of magic. Draco had been able to ignore the fact for the longest time. He had been able to push it off as Potter getting lucky and receiving favoritism from the other teachers. After all, Potions class was the only class that Potter didn't receive favoritism in, and he was clearly rubbish at it. But now, Draco had seen Potter fight a dragon, and not just fight it, he had beaten it, soundly. And then he had the gall to kill the damn thing. Draco knew that his own father, the great and powerful wizard that he was, could not defeat a dragon, not by himself at least. Unless maybe he could hit it with a killing curse, providing the beast's hide wasn't too thick or magically resistant. The dynamic between the two of them had changed. Draco had no qualms about messing with Potter before. He believed that Potter was nothing but Dumbledore's goody-two-shoes puppet. A weak half-blood relying on better wizards to keep him above water. But that wasn't the case anymore. The Potter in front of Draco was more violent than before, and less restrained, now actively defying and going against Professor Snape and even Draco himself. Potter was not weak anymore, and Draco knew that. Is that so, Malfoy? Harry repeated, slowly pulling out his wand. I'm just lucky, am I? Well then, Draco, you want to try out your luck. I'm not afraid of you, Potter, Draco fidgeted, resisting the urge to move back. Harry gave him an amused look before he leaned forward so he could whisper into Draco's ear. Yes, you are, Malfoy, Harry whispered. Calmly, coldly. You're so scared that I can practically smell it, Daddy's boy. But don't worry, I won't kill you if you don't give me a reason to. He pulled back, smirking at the now pale Malfoy before he stepped past him, shoving him in the shoulder as he did so. Miss Delacour, I'd like to formally apologize on behalf of Hogwarts for the behavior of my class fellow. He told her as he put his wand away. His father didn't give him enough attention as a child, unfortunately. That's quite all right, Fleur smiled at him. I've already realized that he's a special type of idiot, she said, causing Draco's face to turn an alarming shade of red. She was about to say more when Professor Flitwick arrived. Ah, Miss Delacour, you're still here? He asked. Just having a quick talk with some of your students, Professor. She explained. Right, well, I'm sorry to cut in, but I'm afraid that class is about to start. He flicked his wand and the classroom door opened. Come along, class, he said before he walked inside, the students slowly following in after him. Have you thought about my proposal? Fleur asked Harry quietly before he could move to join the others. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, he told her in response. Very well, she said, giving him a curious look before she turned and walked away. Eyes in your head, Draco, Harry said to Malfoy, who was staring at Fleur's retreating back. So far it was just Harry, Malfoy and his two goons outside. The others had just gone into the classroom. Screw you, Potter. Draco glared heatedly at him. It's a shame that dragon didn't burn you to a crisp. It's a bigger shame that your father didn't pull out, Harry retorted. Do us a favor and stay out of our way, I've got better things to do with pathetic little prats like you, Harry added before he turned and started heading towards the classroom. Pathetic, Malfoy hissed under his breath before drawing his wand. Crabbe and Goyle quickly copied him. Draco aimed his wand at Harry's back and fired, followed by the other two. Their spells shot towards Harry, and Draco was positive that they'd hit him right in the back. At least, he was. Harry's wand shot into his hand. He raised it in the air and without looking he flicked it behind his back, batting away one spell. He moved his wrist and batted away a second. He leaned to the left and the final spell shot past him and down the hallway. A dangerous look appeared on Harry's face as he slowly turned around to face the now three stunned boys. Want to try that again? Harry offered with an evil smirk, raising his wand. Draco quickly spun around and started running away like the hounds of hell were at his heels, Crabbe and Goyle following after him. Harry huffed before he turned and walked into the classroom. Luckily Professor Flitwick was still setting up for his lesson and had not started yet. We should eat him, Venom suggested. He's an annoyance. At the moment that's all he is, Harry replied. Don't worry, as soon as he gives us a reason, you can have him. And knowing him, you'll probably get a reason at some point soon. He added as he sat in his seat in the classroom. He had barely sat down when Lavender and Parvati sat on either side of him. Hi Harry, the two smiled brightly at him. Hi, Harry said, slightly confused. He knew the pair of them, having lived in the same tower as them for the last couple of years, not to mention sharing many classes with them. But the two were now looking a bit more friendly than they usually did. This became even more obvious when Lavender leaned in quite close to him. I was wondering if you could help me out, Harry, she said in a breathy tone. I could do with some help in class. I'm sure that a smart and strong boy like you knows a thing or two about charms. Maybe you can help me out too, Parvati said quickly, placing a hand on his forearm. I'll think about it, Harry said blankly. Venom, what the F********** going on? They want your wand, Venom said bluntly. A moment later, Professor Flitwick began reading the register, and thankfully the two girls separated from Harry to respectable, although barely, distances. It didn't take long for Professor Flitwick to notice that he had a few students missing. Where is Mr. Malfoy, Goyle and Crabbe? Professor Flitwick asked the class, looking confused. I'm sure I saw them here earlier. Does anyone know? Mr. Potter, you were the last one to come in, right? Do you know where they are? Not a clue, Professor. Harry shrugged. Careful, Harry, Andromeda advised as she watched over Harry as he made a potion in front of her. Just add a pinch of the crushed leaves, that will do, too much will slow down the potion. She explained patiently. Got it, Harry nodded, doing as she instructed. Nicely done, she smiled, looking satisfied as she stared down at the potion in front of her. She waved her wand over it, placing it in stasis. I'll keep it like that till our next lesson, you can finish it then. Thanks, Mrs. Tonks, Harry smiled back and the two began packing their stuff away when suddenly the door opened and Tonks popped her head in. Watch her, she called with her usual grin, before stepping in. Not interrupting anything, am I? She asked. Not at all, Nymphadora, Andromeda replied, ignoring Tonks's mutterings about her name. Harry and I are just finishing up. Is there something I can help you with? She asked curiously. Actually, I wanted to talk with Harry for a bit, Tonks replied awkwardly. If you don't mind, that is, she quickly added to Harry. Sure, if you want, Harry replied with a nod. Well, I can see when I'm not needed, Andromeda said lightly as she packed her stuff with a wave of her wand. I'll see you both later, she said before turning and walking out of the room, leaving the two alone. All right, Tonks, Harry asked once they were alone. Yeah, Just fine, Tonks said, walking over and sitting on a nearby desk. Just wanted to check on you, you know, you've been through a lot recently. Perk of being me, I suppose, Harry shrugged. I'm surviving and I'll be fine. If you're sure, Harry. But you know that if you ever need some help then you can come to me. You know that, right? She asked softly. I do, Harry confirmed, staring firmly at her. I trust you, Tonks, more than I trust most people to be fair. He admitted. Good, Tonks smiled brightly at him. So, how's the social life going? Same old, Harry replied with a small shrug of his shoulders. You. Same old, she shrugged. Anyway, you going to the ball? Not really decided yet, truth be told, Harry answered honestly. I'm thinking about it. There have been a lot of rumors around the school, you know, about you and that French champion. What's her name? Fleur Delacour, Harry confirmed. And I'm not surprised, she asked me out the other day. And you didn't accept? Tonks asked questioningly. I told her I'd think about it, I'm going to give her an answer today. The only problem is that I haven't really been able to come to a decision yet, he said with a deep sigh. I thought about accepting but then. Well. You didn't accept because of me? Tonks asked, giving him a knowing look. Yeah, Harry admitted softly, an awkward smile on his face. I don't know, it felt like a bit of a shitty thing to do, asking you out and then taking on the first pretty girl that asks me. I didn't want to make you upset. Harry, I'm not upset. We're not together, you don't need my permission to go and ask someone out or even accept somebody else's offer, Tonks told him. I appreciate you thinking about me, Harry, I really do. But I think it's a long time since you thought for yourself, would going with this girl make you happy? I don't know, Harry said thoughtfully. She's pretty, I suppose, I don't hate her personality or anything. But I don't really know her much. Well, maybe you should get to know her, Tonks suggested. Look, Harry, a guy at work has been asking me out for a while. I've decided I'm going to give him a try and see if anything happens. We're going to go out sometime this week. Oh, Harry blinked. No, Venom roared in his head. No, I refuse. No, hell no. I hope it goes well for you, Harry said. Do you like him? I don't know, he doesn't seem like a bad bloke, we're just going on one date and seeing how things go. She explained. Harry, I won't ever force you to do something you don't want to do. But I think that if you like this French girl then maybe you should give her a shot, who knows where it will lead. I'll consider it, I bet I know exactly who asked out Tonks. Venom ranted viciously whilst Harry calmly continued to eat his lunch. It was probably that prick Auror we saw talking to her before. That bastard was asking her out then. He probably asked her out when our back was turned. Probably wore her down and tricked her into accepting during a moment of weakness. That cunning dickhead. Venom, Harry said with a deep mental sigh. We don't know that. Like hell, there was obviously some trickery involved. Venom insisted before gasping loudly. Little rat bastard could have used a love potion. Quickly purged Tonks's system. Venom, my friend, I honestly doubt that Tonks has been given a love potion, Harry said tiredly. Why aren't you more angry about this? Venom demanded furiously. I know you, Harry, better than you know yourself. You still care for Tonks, you want her. I want her to be happy and if this guy makes him happy then so be it, Harry told him before his face darkened slightly. Though if he hurts her then you better kill him before I do. Attaboy, Venom said proudly. Harry was about to respond when the noise level around him suddenly dropped, and a pair of light footsteps started walking in his direction. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes, there was obviously only one person who could draw such a reaction. Besides, the drool on the corners of the mouths of every boy around him was more than enough proof that he was right. Hello Fleur, Harry said before turning his head around to see the girl who had stopped behind him. I'm eating lunch, please sit, he said, gesturing to the empty spot beside himself. She looked somewhat surprised by his offer, she stared for a moment before gracefully taking the seat next to him. Have you eaten yet? he asked her. Not yet, she admitted. A second later a plate appeared in front of her. Hogwarts house elves, Harry shrugged. Go on, eat some, they'll appreciate it. She stared once more at him as if he were an odd puzzle mixed with pieces from a different puzzle. After a few moments, she shrugged and started eating. The two ate in relatively peaceful silence, a silence that would have been much more enjoyable if everyone wasn't constantly staring at them. I still prefer French food, she said once she was done. I haven't tried much French food, perhaps you could recommend some for me, Harry replied after finishing his own food. Hogwarts typically doesn't serve much beyond English food, the only time I recall them doing so was when you and Durmstrang arrived. I'm sure the elves will make some if you ask nicely. I'll remember that for next time, she told him. Now, I would like to know what your answer is to my question. Will you be my date to the Yule Ball? Are you sure that I'm the one you want to go with? He asked lightly as he stood up from the table. I am, she said confidently, standing up and meeting his gaze head-on. Then I would like to accept your offer, Harry answered. What are you doing? Venom asked, sounding more confused than anything. Accepting a date offer from a very pretty girl, Harry replied calmly. If Tonks's is out of our reach, then might as well try to move on with life and see where it takes us. Nothing is out of our reach, Venom huffed but did not say more. He knew that despite what Harry claimed, he was far from over Tonks. If he wished to distract himself with this girl for the time being, then so be it, but they would not be denied. His human wanted Tonks and he was going to get Tonks. Excellent, Fleur smirked, looking quite pleased with herself. On 2 conditions, Harry added, quickly wiping off the look from her face. You have a condition. She spoke slowly as if testing the words. 2 actually, he corrected her. Firstly, you're going to be teaching me to dance. You want me to teach you. Unless you'd prefer I step on your toes while you're dancing, Harry responded. Second thing is, you're going to go and spend some time with me before the ball. I'd like to spend some time getting to know you and see if we're compatible with each other. If you or I feel that we don't enjoy each other's company, then we can cancel our date, as I have better things to do than spend time with someone I don't like. He told her bluntly. Fleur looked at him like he had just grown 2 heads and had started singing poetry in German. Those are your conditions? She asked, staring at the boy in front of her. The first seemed reasonable enough, she supposed. Harry knew he couldn't dance and wisely decided to correct that problem as soon as possible, thankfully before he could embarrass either of them at the ball. It also made sense that the boy was asking her to teach him. They were both going to be dance partners after all, and it was the easiest option for him. But what had truly thrown her off was the fact that the boy wanted to spend time with her, which was obviously natural. He was a teenage boy after all, and then declared that if he didn't enjoy his time with her, then he would cancel their date. That was baffling for her on many levels. Nearly every male she had met would gut their own friends just for the chance to go out with her. Here was a boy that she herself had asked out, who was practically warning her that if he didn't enjoy their time together, then their date would be cancelled. Never in a million years would she even have guessed that such a thing could happen. At times she honestly suspected that this boy truly did not know who she was. She was Fleur Delacour, beauty incarnate, the dream of every man and woman who was even slightly attracted to the female gender. It was baffling that he didn't understand that. Confusing, irritating, annoying, refreshing. It was a large part of why she was so interested in him. Vila naturally craved powerful individuals, and Harry Potter was indeed quite powerful, as evidenced by the dragon corpse he left behind. But he wasn't just powerful, he was cute and growing nicely into his body. He was handsome, and Fleur knew that he would grow to be more handsome as he got older. And if that was not enough, he was the first male she had ever met besides her father who didn't stare at her like she was a delicious piece of meat. The boys she interacted with before were very amusing. They'd let her insult their own mothers for the chance to simply touch her. They'd empty their wallets for the chance to breathe her air. They'd jump as high as they could just for a moment of her attention. She was a goddess to them. But not to him. Take it or leave it, Harry confirmed with a nod. It's up to you. I accept your conditions, but I have some of my own, she told him. You will show up to dance practice exactly when I tell you to. You will also take me on a date to this Hogsmeade place near the school. And if you recall our conversation before the first task, you'll teach me a spell in exchange for me teaching you one," she said, not willing to let him dictate all of the terms. "Agreed," Harry said after a few moments of thinking. "I was hoping to go for a walk outside. Would you like to accompany me?" he offered, holding out his arm. "I would." She placed her arm around his and the two began walking away, ignoring the rest of the hall with practiced ease. They were barely 10 feet away from the hall when it erupted with conversations. "Did you see that?" she asked out Potter. "Bet she used some sort of magic on him. The prat had the audacity to consider not accepting. How many damn women must be lining up for him if he's okay with turning down Avila? Damn it, I wanted to ask out Harry. They're such a good-looking couple. Isn't she too old for him? What's Potter got that I don't?" "Goodness me," Professor McGonagall said from the teacher's table. "The pair certainly know how to put on a show." "That's all Potter needs," Snape snarked. "More attention going to his big head." "Severus," Professor McGonagall huffed angrily. "Nobody is forcing you to like the boy. Will you at least attempt to show some professionalism as a member of this esteemed staff should?" "Personally, I think they'd be a good couple," Professor Flitwick commented before the two heads of houses could start jumping at each other's throats. "I've met the girl a few times. She seems quite intelligent. The fact that she's a champion must mean she's pretty talented as well." Her showing in the first task is proof enough," Sprout agreed. "Miss Delacour is indeed a very talented witch," Dumbledore commented lightly, half paying attention to the conversation around him. In the meantime his mind was working overtime, thinking about what had just happened. A lot of his concerns around Harry were due to the fact that the boy seemed to be drifting away from his fellow witches and wizards. Dumbledore feared that one day the boy would be as lonely as Tom had been. But now it seemed that perhaps Harry had found a reason to stay grounded with his fellow wizards and witches. Though his choice did bring up some concerns, what if Delacour encouraged Harry to leave for France? The boy was needed here. Dumbledore didn't think that Delacour was a stereotypical Vila who would seduce and use men, and if some sources are to be believed they kill the men after they're done. Still, it didn't change the fact that some Vila were probably like that. Was Miss Delacour? Did she know any that were like that? He wasn't sure, but he'd keep an eye out. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.